who are also rowers before she goes for a row herself. So good on you, Jane. Also, David Nash in this boat is a long-time member of Black Mountain Rowing Club. Started rowing here, right here in Penrith. He rows his single on Lake Burley Griffin many mornings during the week and is happy to show off his rowing and share his rowing knowledge about boats or technique. So to David Nash, who'll be stroking the Black Mountain Rowing Club boat. So as they're lining up now on the starting pontoons, I'll handball this commentary over to Clem, who'll do a rundown of what we're expecting in this Mixed Masters G8.
Thanks, Kath. And yes, I had the privilege of having lunch at the Red Shed a few weeks ago when I was visiting my son at ANU, and stumbled across the president who's doing some gardening, and I saw their robotic lawn mower, and I thought, wow, this is such an awesome shed. For any rowers, it's a rower's dream. There's no steepy incline to carry the boats to do the boat load in and load out. You can just wheel the trailer right into the back. I mean, it was a beautiful place. But to this race, in lane 3, we have the crew from Melbourne Rowing Club, Felicity Nutter, Catherine Dermody, Terry Phillips, Michael Dakich, Kel Boynton, Philip Wright, Jen Kilby, Louise Phillips, and Cox by Zena Marzi. In lane 4, you do have the Black Mountain crew, which we just announced. In lane 5, we have the Canberra Composite crew of Canberra, Endeavour, Manning River, and ANU, which includes Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Paul Hawke, Glenn Herbert, Elaine Bissica, Amanda Cavell, Diane McShane, and Carlton, coxed by Jackie Pele. And in lane 6 is the Banks Composite. It's a Banks, Toowoomba, and Noosa combination of Lynette Brown, Joanne Taylor, Heather Warren, Marion Elliott, Stephen McRae, Peter Gell, Scott Warren, Jim Lowe, and coxed by Bill Webster. And as we can see, they are at the line waiting for the start.
I love that moment of concentration when your head's in the boat, you're breathing up, you do have some nerves starting to flutter. This is going to be an exciting race. I love the mixed races, Clem. They're just full of surprises. Let's see what these 4 boats have in store for us as they wait at the blocks for the starter's call.
Here they go.
Beautiful conditions, glassy, like it could not be better for this regatta, and the last 2 days have certainly shown us how beautiful this water is to row on as they've got a clean start, all of them out off the blocks, and it looks like the Canberra Composite had a fantastic first 10 strokes off the blocks, pulling ahead by half a seat. Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Paul Hawke, Glenn Herbert, Elaine Bissica, Mandy Cavell, Diane McShane, and Anne Charlton, with Jackie Peel from the St George Rowing Club. And they are having a terrific race, it seems, from this angle, as well as the Melbourne Rowing Club from Victoria. Also had a great start there with Zena Marzi coxing. And it's the cox's job, really, to steer the boat and coordinate the rhythm of the crew, to motivate those rowers during their race, and give specific calls and commands to help them focus as a crew, to maybe do 10 catches together to synchronise the timing. The coxes are also responsible for steering and navigating the course precisely, and to come up with a race strategy. So they're coming now into 1 minute 20 through the 250 down, and it looks like that crew on the far side, Melbourne, Clem, what can you see? They look to be edging out in front now.
It does look like the case, and what's interesting is it's Felicity Nutter that is stroking that boat. For Black Mountain, Canberra Composite and Banks, maybe it's a different story. I couldn't really see here, but it did seem like you have 2 boats being stroked by ladies and 2 by men. So I wonder what the interesting difference is for who's in stroke and who's in bow in these different types of mixed crews. And I've always wondered, are these crews training a lot together, or are they just kind of quickly put together for this race? I think mixed is definitely one of the exciting futures for our sport.
I love the idea of a mixed crew. Melbourne came through the 500 metre mark in a time of 1.50.31. That's pretty awesome. Just ahead of the Banks Composite, just 0.2 of a second behind them, with the Canberra Composite 0.8 behind them, and Black Mountain 0.6. There is absolutely nothing in this G8 mixed race. It's going to be very exciting to call as they come into just over halfway down the course. I wonder if Melbourne can hold on to that very narrow lead that they've had over the Banks Composite crew. But they're very evenly matched in this race.
And it's normally at this part of the race where crews that stand out and make that big push to maintain that lead, to keep the pressure on, and maintain stoicism under great pressure.
Well, they're starting to make a bit of a shift now. They're putting it up a gear in both the Banks Composite over on this side of the course, but also easily. Black Mountain are doing everything they can to keep in contention for that gold medal, but it's going to be 1, 2 and 3. It's going to be impossible at this stage to call it whether it's going to be Melbourne, the Black Mountain or the Banks Composite who are going to come over the finish line first. They're winding up now, lifting their stroke rate and putting some pressure on here. It looks like Melbourne are just nudging ahead now, but the Banks Composite crew are holding them to account. It's going to look very, very down to the wire here. Can the Banks Composite put in the extra stroke just to get over the finish line first? They've done it, Clem. The Banks Composite, possibly the Black Mountain Composite in second, and Melbourne might have just slipped behind. They'll have to be satisfied with third. The unofficial results, Banks Composite in 3.4, very fast time, followed by Melbourne and Black Mountain. And the Canberra Composite coming in for 4th position in that race. It was very, very close.
And up next is race 182. It's the Mixed Masters Division 1 double. And in lane 1 we have from Newcastle, Catherine Dadd and Bill Todd. In lane 2 from Cairns Rowing Club's Peter Thorin and Kylie Pedder. Lane 3 from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Andy Menzies and Zan Yansi de Jong. In lane 4 from Murwillumbah Rowing Club is Doug Cryer and Cassandra Murphy. And in lane 5 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Sally Watson and John Olsen. Lane 6 is the Powerhouse Rowing Club from Victoria, Jodie Johnson and David Mays. Lane 7 is Essendon Rowing Club's Dale Bell and Tony Sorotic. And in lane 8 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Tanya Nishibata and Gregory Onions.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what's going to come out of the Melbourne crew for this race. Clem, Tej Nishibata and Gregor O'Neens. She's going to be keen to put her footprint on this race early. She did win the championship yesterday in the D pair. That was a composite crew with Catherine Boland, and how exciting to see this mixed D pair doubles. They're off the starting blocks. Newcastle in the far side, Cairns, Surfers Paradise, Murwillumbah, Newcastle, Powerhouse, Essendon and Melbourne, a true nationals Division 1 race with 2 New South Wales crews, 3 Queensland crews and 3 Victorian crews. And we're welcoming to the pontoon now the winners of the Mixed Masters G8. That's the Banks Composite crew, which is coming in now. And we'll be able to congratulate them for their gold medal in the Mixed Masters G8. Looking onto the course now, it does look like Tanya Nishibata and Gregor O'Neens are having a corker of a race. They've got some good water over their nearest competitors next to them. Essendon is Dale Bell and Tony Sorotic. But it looks to be the Surfers Paradise crew of Andy Menzies and Jan Jans de Jong who are giving the Melbourne crew a race. They've got their hands full with a race between lane 8. They're powering through that 500 now, and it is the Melbourne in 1:45 that have crossed the 500 just ahead of the Murwillumbah team of Doug Cryer and Cassandra Murphy, and following on Andy Menzies and Jans de Jong from Surfers Paradise. In fourth place so far, the Essendon's Dale Bell and Tony Sirotic, and then Newcastle in fifth and sixth position at the moment, followed by Powerhouse in seventh. That's the combination of Jodie Johnson and David Mays. But storming down the course here, Clem, it is Tanya Nishibata and Gregor O'Nines that look to have this Division 1 race in the bag. They'll need to keep their eyes closely on the Surfers Paradise crew of Andy Menzies and Jans de Jong,
as well as the Murwillumbah crew as well in lane 4. I think Melbourne was ahead in the tally in terms of medals as of this morning, and it looks like this race is going to add to that tally with lane 8, Melbourne, Tanya and Gregory coming in strong. It does look like the finish is starting to really put on some pressure there for the second and third place between Surfers Paradise and Murwillumbah. But looking like the Surfers Paradise crew is still holding their ground.
I think they're going to wind up here though, Clem. I think Tanya and Gregor are not going to let this go. It is going to be lane 8, the Melbourne crew, who take out the gold medal. Tanya's looking over to her right. She knows that she's a boat length ahead of lane 4's Murwillumbah's Doug Cryer and Cassandra Murphy, who crossed the finish line, and it is lane 3, Surfers Paradise, Andy Menzies and Jans de Jong, who have come across in bronze, just ahead of Essendon's Dale Bell and Tony Sirotic. It is Powerhouse, Jodie Johnson and David Myers, just a half canvas ahead of Newcastle's Sally Watson and John Olsen. It's a pretty exciting race, including a really photo finish, the unofficial photo finish. We'll get those results to you as soon as they're posted.
And now on the podium, we're being awarded the medals for the Mixed Masters G Class 8s. And in silver, we had the crew from...
did you write it down? Yeah, okay, yeah, trust that. Okay, so this is tricky. So that's, I think, I don't know how to use this. Can you... So they're congratulating down on the pontoon the crew from Black Mountain, David Nash, Stephen Trowell, Richard Martin, Philip Winkworth, Jane Clues, Yvonne Poles, Leslie Hodgson, Jeanette Gasson, coxed by Kathy Nash. And congratulations to the Black Mountain from the ACT for their medal in the Mixed Masters G8, as we also congratulate the Banks to Wong and Noosa composite of Lynette Brown, Joanne Taylor, Heather Warren, Marion Elliott, Stephen McRae, Peter Gell, Scott Warren, Jim Lowe, coxed by Bill Webster. For the first race of day 3, please put your hands together for the winners of the Mixed Masters G8.
Congratulations, and on the course right now is race 183, the Mixed Masters Division 2. And in lane 1 is the Toowong composite of Tim Moran and Christine Gilbert. In lane 2, Wide Bay composite of Wide Bay and Winduri Ballarat of Tracy Robinson and Cameron Watterson, coached by Cameron Watterson. In lane 3 is the Barnsdale composite of Barnsdale and Powerhouse, Chris Schlicht and Belinda Pownell. In lane 4 is the Leichhardt composite of Leichhardt and North Shore, our own Olivia Tong and Richard Medway from Leichhardt, coached by Guy Morgan and Steve Sherry. Lane 5 is a Lake Eildon composite, which includes Glebe there. It's Kate Warham from Glebe and Mario Lang from Lake Eildon. Lane 6 is a Union composite. It's Union Canterbury and Barnsdale, Joe Campbell and Chaz Todhunter. In lane 7 is Newcastle and Newcastle's Phoebe Sanders and Brad Smith. And in lane 8 is Wide Bay's rowing clubs Simon Dunn and Leafield, coached by Cameron Waterson.
And that's fantastic, Clem. You've brought us up to a really nice point in this race with Olivia Tonge and Richard Medway, who came through in first position at the 500. But there seems to be a shift in the dynamic here. The Toowong composite over in lane 1 is pressed ahead of Wide Bay, who are just lagging behind the Barnsdale composite. But it is that Leichhardt composite of Tonge and Medway that are taking a lead now as they power up and wind into the finish. They're going to want to hold on to this. Lake Eildon composite is back in the field, slightly behind the Union composite of Campbell and Todd Hunter. But I think we should keep our eyes on this Newcastle rowing club, Phoebe Sanders and Brad Smith. They have let them slip away as the Leichhardt composite storm into the finish line. They look strong and relaxed. They are going to take the gold medal in this Masters Mixed D double, followed by Phoebe Sanders and Brad Smith in lane 7, having a fantastic race. It is going to be a battle, though, for third spot between Joe Campbell and Chaz Todd Hunter and the crew from Barnsdale Composite. But congratulations must go to the Leichhardt Composite, followed by Newcastle Rowing Club. And it's a very, very tight race between the Union Composite, who I think they might have just been smashed out by Barnsdale Powerhouse by just a slither of a stroke. So it is Leichhardt North Shore, Newcastle, the Barnsdale Powerhouse Composite, then the Union Barnsdale Composite, followed by Toowong Noosa in 5th place, Wide Bay Wenduri in 6th place, and Lake Eildon and Glebe Composite, 3 syllables, in 7th place. Congratulations, that was a very exciting race. Finishing now, the Wide Bay combination of Simon Dunn and Lee Field, coached by Cameron Waterson. Gracefully collapsing across the line. Those two are very happy to have finished. As
we're turning now to race 184, the Mixed Masters Division 3. And in lane 1, we have Lake Macquarie's Melanie Sakavaris and Greg Evans. Lane 2, we have a Yarra Yarra composite, including Footscray City, Jeff Walker and Lisa Bates. In lane 3, we have Union Rowing Club of Canterbury, Tanya McDonald and Stuart Wade, coached by Stuart Wade. In lane 4, we have the Brisbane Grammarians composite, including the Dragons, Carolyn Connolly and Brett Cribb. In lane 5, from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Joe Emerson and Gil Hosier, coached by David Doyle. In lane 6, from Dragons Rowing Club, Tracy Capes and Patrick Mulrooney. In lane 7, we have a Leichhardt composite in Corio Bay. It's Richard Axe from Corio and Nikki Lopresti from Leichhardt. And closing it off in lane 8 from Glebe is Cecile Fair and Kenneth Major, coached by Kenneth Major.
And they've kicked off this race now, Clem, and they'd all be trying out their engines in this first race of the day. I sometimes find the first race, you get all the gremlins out and you often perform, well, I can only talk for myself, better in the second race of the day. It'd be interesting to see in this full field how they start to separate as they come down the field. And it looks like there's an early break with the Yarra Yarra composite of Jeff Walker and Lisa Bates. But in this part of the race, they'll be thinking about their race plan and their strategy, and those leaders who can see the field in front of them will be focused on keeping their stroke length consistent, evaluating whether they need to put a push on now to separate themselves
in the field. Middle part of the field looks fairly evenly matched, although the Leichhardt composite of Richard Axe and Nikki Lepresti do seem to be making a small push to bring their nose ahead of the crew from Noosa of Joe Emerson and Jill Hosier. But it looks like that crew over there with the Yarra Yarra composite are having a terrific race so far, urged on by Union's Tanya McDonald and Stuart Wade just to their left. Let's see keep our eye on what's happening in the middle of the course here though. Might congratulate that double on the pontoon at the moment. Congratulations on their medal. The others might have nipped to the back paddock already to get ready for their next race. But Clem, looking at the race in front of us now, the Yarra Yarra composite crew is putting the pressure on that crew from the Leichhardt composite in lane 7s, Richard Axe and Nikki Lepresti, who look to have the lead in this last 25 strokes or so as they come into the Red Boys. Looking very strong in that Leichhardt composite crew, and with no mishaps and with their good sit back and run on the boat, they will be the very likely winners of this Division 3 race. And over there in the Yarra Yarra composite of Walker and Bates look comfortable, although they're getting some pressure now from lane 5, Noosa's Joe Emerson and Jill Hosier, who have wound up a little bit here, but they're getting some more pressure from the Glebe crew of Cecile Fair and Kenneth Major. I think that lane 8 are going to just take it. That was a fantastic finish from Cecile Fair and Kenneth Major. They came out of nowhere to take it off Noosa's Joe Emerson and Jill Hosier in the last 1 or 2 strokes. And it is going to be the Leichhardt Corio Bay composite who take first place. There is a photo finish for second between Glebe and Noosa. I think Glebe had it, but we'll wait for the official results. And Noosa also in the 4th position. They've taken it. 5th position was the Yarra Yarra Footscray City of Walker and Bates. And the Dragons came in 5th, Capes Mulrooney, Unions McDonald and Wade, and Lake Macquarie's Scavaris and Evans.
And at the start line now, we have race 185, the Mixed Masters Division 4. In lane 1, we have from Essendon Rowing Club, Ricky White and Simone Richardson. In lane 2, from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Harry Davis, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. Lane 3 from Drummoyne Rowing Club is Nicholas Brown and Renate Lipma, coached by Rob Glendenning. Lane 4 we have Brisbane Grammarians Composite and Dragons, that's Carolyn Connolly and Brett Cribb. In lane 5, the Melbourne Composite and ANU crew of Anna Cicognani and Stephen Reynolds. In lane 6 from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Rayleigh Ison and Sean Ryan. Lane 7, Phoenix Composite and Murwillumbah's David Hughes and Tony Milne. And in lane 8, Dragons Rowing Club, Rachel Foster and Simon Dunlop. And they are underway.
Yeah, they had a good start in this race. We've got the starter, Phil Gunning, up there at the start line, and starter 2, Stuart McQuaid. And the judge at the start is Charles Appleton. I had a fun time just downstairs having a chat with Jeff Northam, the chief judge of this regatta. Jeff is from Canberra and said that he was roped into umpiring and judging when his 3 daughters were rowing in Canberra. I asked him how he got into it. He said he was just haplessly on the sidelines when somebody came up to him and asked him would he umpire for a few regattas. He is now the chief judge. Phil Fraser is his judge, backing him up in the Rowing Australia jury today, and super nice guys down there. So thanks to the umpires Dave Grubert, Steve Pennington and Paul Knight. And as we look to race 185, the lovely Rayleigh Ison, who I had the
really a fun conversation. She's got such a beautiful smiley face, and she's rowing with Sean Ryan from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. They're in lane 6. They look to be having a cracker of a race. The field does look fairly spread out now, and we seem to have a clear leader over there in lane 3. That would be the the Drummoyne crew of Nicholas Brown and Renat Ipma, coached by Rob Glendenning. We'll get the official results for you now, but it looks like Drummoyne was first at the 500, followed by Lake Macquarie, Phoenix Moolumbar, Shoalhaven, Melbourne ANU, Essendon, Brisbane Grammarians and the Dragons. Coming in on the tail of this race. Anything can happen though, Clem. The tide can turn with one or two strokes as they are.
And in the smaller boats, there's only the two of you, so it's always the last 40 strokes in a small boat that really test your endurance and test your ability to remain calm to push through. And now we have down on the pontoon, we have the winners of the race 184, the Mixed Masters Division 3.
Yeah, they'd be pretty happy to get those medals after a full season of putting the training in. And congratulations to the crews who are getting their medals now. I think it might be a bit tight to call their names out, as we really need to do justice to the race in progress 185. And it is going to be the Nicholas Brown, Renat Ipma, who are having a fantastic row into the last 20 strokes of this race. They are getting a challenge now from the Lake Macquarie's Rayleigh Ison and Sean Ryan, but there's way too much clear water between these gold and silver positions. It is going to be the Shoalhaven crew of Harry Davis and Katrina Davies, Katrina and Harry Davis, who are going to be putting the heat on to the Lake Macquarie crew for the silver medal. I wonder if they're going to be able to hold that very narrow lead over there in lane 2. Harry Davis and Katrina Davis with Rayleigh Ison and Sean Ryan. I think we're going to have to wait for the umpires. Same goes for lanes 5, the Melbourne Composites, Anna Ciccione and Stephen Reynolds, and the Phoenix Composite of David Hughes and Tony Milne. That would have to be a photo finish as well. I couldn't see any light between their bow balls at all when they got to the finish line. And I would like to bring to everyone's attention that the medal presentations for the state races today are going to happen immediately following the conclusion of the race. So for the interstate races, please do not paddle off to the back paddock, the back lake, because the medal presentations will not be held later this evening. The medal presentations will be held directly following the race. That's a change in format to previous interstate medal presentations. If all state rowers could take note that the presentations will be immediately following the races.
And the race underway is race 186, the Mixed Masters Quad, Division 1. Lane 2 is the Murray Bridge Composite of Murray Bridge, Riverside and Port Adelaide with Colette Barry, Bernadette O'Neill, Brian Glawson and Graham Hunt. In lane 3 is Hawthorn Rowing Club, Mark Oliver, John Stewart, Ruth Oliver and Julie Cochin. In lane 4, Drummoyne Rowing Club's Gabrielle Haythornthwaite, Gary Foster, Caroline Vernon and Rowena Stewart. In lane 5 is an Essendon, St George, Melbourne and Richmond Composite of Geraldine Goss, Angus Reynolds, Christine McCready and Tim Jostvowitz. In lane 6 is the Tablelands Country and Mackay Composite. From Queensland is Cherie Rolfe, Jane DeGora, Lachlan McDonald and Doug Rolfe. And in lane 7 from Carrum Rowing Club in Victoria, David Rafter, Stephen Haberecht, Mary Hunter, Elizabeth Ritchie, coached by Drew Holman.
Yeah, Drew's the head coach down there at Carrum, and he's very well known by many in the rowing community, and very esteemed rower himself, representing Carrum in the States, in nationals at Henley, and various boat classes since the 1990s. So he's got a lot of credentials himself as the coach down there at Carrum, and they have a rowing partnership with Frankston High School. It's a fantastic pathway if high schools are associated with rowing clubs in their areas and can field the new and next generation of rowers. So in this race here, the Essendon Composite are making a fantastic bit of headway here. That's the combination from St George, Melbourne and Richmond of Goss, Reynolds, McCready and Dufalzit. The Essendon Composite were through the 500, but nothing in it at all from the top three positions in this one. They're all very, very close. That Carrum crew is lagging behind a bit. I think they're not in contact with the other boats in this race, but certainly every other boat that is fielded in this race over from lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 might just be slipping behind now. It looks like it's going to be a race between Essendon and Murray Bridge Composite. Look at the aggression in that drive that they've got over there in that Murray Bridge Composite. They do not want to let this one go. They're putting the pressure on, and they're putting every little bit of leg drive into this Division 1 Mixed Masters 4. It's about finding that extra gear when they get into this part of the race. Look at them striding out now as they've come into the red buoys. But it's going to be the Murray Bridge Composite of Barry, O'Neill, Glosson and Hunt that are really fighting it out here against lane 5.
Lane 5's Essendon Composite, St George, Melbourne and Richmond.
Go on.
And it is going to come down to half a boat length in this last stretch. Can Lane 5's Essendon's Composite hold? They look like they are going to hold quite comfortably. In Lane 2, Murray Bridge Composite also holding comfortably. And in Drummoyne's coming in at third, Gabrielle Haythorne-Waite, Gary Foster, Carolyn Vernon and Rowena Stewart.
But Drummoyne did want to come just ahead of the Tablelands Composite crew there. They were holding on to the very last stroke, and they got over the line just in third place. The Drummoyne Rowing Club's Haythorne-Waite, Foster, Vernon and Stewart over the Tablelands Mackay group of Cherie Rolfe, Jane DeGuara, Lachlan McDonald and Doug Rolfe. And finishing to round out this race is the Carrum crew of Rafter, Haberek, Hunter and Ritchie.
And on the course is race 187, the Mixed Masters F grade Division 2 quads. In lane 2 is from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Linda Eddington, Robin Wakefield, Bradley Sewell and Oliver Radich, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 3, Perth Rowing Clubs, Craig Huxtable, Adele Chapman, Deb Barry and Bo Tang, coached by Vanessa Grant. And lane 4 from Abbotsford Rowing Club, Terry Borella, Melissa Veach, Catherine Nato and Michael Hayes. In lane 5, Canning Bridge from WA, Alan Barry, Linda Pepple, Melissa Harpley and Kenneth Price. In lane 6 is a Perth composite of A&A and Melbourne with Stephen Mollard, Edwina Foster, Adam Ramshaw and Kathy Ride. And in lane 7, a Cairns Riverway composite of Wayne Roy, Jacqueline de Jong, Peter Thorne and Kylie Pedder.
And it was really exciting what happened at the start just then, Clem. The Cairns composite, the last one you just read, absolutely gunned it out of the fingers up there at the start line. They had a phenomenally good start. I wonder if they can hold that early surge that they had as they approach the first third of the race down and put behind them. The Cairns composite crew of Roy, De Jong, Thorin and Pedder had a fantastic start. You can see them there in lane 7. They still look to be up in very much the front part of the field, as is the Shoalhaven Rowing Club of Linda Eddington, Robin Wakefield, Bradley Searle and Oliver Raddick, coached by Andrew Parry. So on either side of the course, those two boats seem to be holding their own out front. Perth Composite might be putting on a bit of a challenge to keep Cairns on their toes. That's Stephen Mollard, Edwina Forster, Adam Ramshaw and Kathy Ride. And the boats in the middle part of the course, Canning Bridge and Abbotsford, have the work to do in this race. The inverted V, I call this one, Clem, where the outside lanes are leading the pack and they're nicely battened down by the boats on either side, and the middle lanes have the work to do. So look at that pattern, it's pretty cool. It is the Cairns Composite, the chevron.
The chevron.
It's moving into a bit of a zigzag now, I think, though. But what a race. You can see that these rowers are all about getting into their stride and their rhythm and making each stroke long and clean. I think that Cairns Composite boat has held the lead from the very start. They took off like a rocket and they haven't let up.
And we did manage to miss calling the awarding of the medals that were on the podium just now, which was the Mixed Masters D grade Division 4. So congratulations to those winners. We're just trying to catch up with all the race calls as we make up for the lost time from the mist this morning.
And it is this crew from the Cairns Composite that are having a fantastic race in the Mixed Masters F quad. And it's a fine line between getting the boat moving fast enough while maintaining your efficiency. You don't want to waste any energy at the early part of day 3. That Cairns Composite Riverway crew of Wayne Roy, Jacqueline de Jong, Peter Thorin and Kylie Pedder are comfortably going to take the win in this Mixed Masters F by at least 2 boat lengths. It's a fight for second place. It looks that the Perth crew and the Perth Composite, in fact, Perth and Perth Composite are coming through. I think lane 6 have it. The ANA and Melbourne Composite of Mollard, Foster, Ramshaw and Ride will take second place, with third place going to lane 3, Perth, Craig Huxtable, Adele Chapman, Barry and Tang, with lane 2, Shoalhaven's, Eddington, Wakefield, Searle and Raddy. Crossing the finish line ahead of lane 5's Canning Bridge, Barry, Pepple, Harpley and Price. And rounding out this race is the Abbotsford Rowing Club crew of Barella, Vetch, Nato and Hayes. So some differentiation there in the Mixed Masters F quad, with some differences in the times, nicely separated by kind of 9, 3, 5, 10, 7 seconds. So quite a spread out field as we move now to race 188, the Mixed Masters C4. Over to you, Clem.
And here we have in lane 4 the UNSW Composite, including North Shore, our very own Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong, with Nicholas Lazarou and George Lazarou, coxed by Angela Zeng. In lane 5 we have the Australian Defence Force Rowing Composite, with ANU, the Judith Hughes, Brianna Murray, Peter Gibson, Rowan Jayawadena, coxed by Sarah Davarin. And this will be an interesting race because our friends from North Shore, the lovely Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong, they raced in the New South Wales State Masters with the Lazarou family, and in that mixed 8 really showed what was possible. And we'll see now, going up against that ADF rowing composite, whether or not the same is true at the Nationals.
Yeah, they'll really be wanting to put their mark on this, I think, those Lazarou brothers with Tonge and Boland, coxed by Angela Zeng. The nice thing about a coxed 4 is that you don't have to think about anything but your rowing. And, the straightest course, where the rudder can just stay in its position, is a smoother race. It's not going to slow the boat down. But that ADF rowing crew of Use, Murray, Gibson and J.O. Warderner do have a lot of experience, and they're both sea crews, the ADF rowing composite and the University of New South Wales composite. So only one place is going to be taken in this race. When there are two crews racing, there is only one medal awarded. So both boats, both of those composites will be grinding the gears to bring it up a notch. It does look like the University of New South Wales composite with North Shore might just have an early lead on the ADF crew. They're going to be hungry to win this race and stamp the Mixed Masters C4 into the record books. Let's see what they can pull out. There's a bit of pressure on them now.
And at the halfway mark, there's a comfortable 6-second lead for the UNSW North Shore composite crew there. And on the podium now, we also see some medals being awarded or about to.
Okay, so the Essendon composite of Geraldine Goss, Angus Reynolds, Christine McCready and Tim Jufasic. In second place, the Murray Bridge composite of Colette Barry, Bernadette O'Neill, Brian Glawson and Graham Hunt. And the winners of the Masters Mixed F Quad, Gabrielle Haythornthwaite, third. Apologies, bronze, Gabrielle Haythornthwaite, Gary Foster, Caroline Vernon and Rowena Stewart. But there's a very, very comfortable lead here by the University of New South Wales composite with North Shore, Catherine Boland, Olivia Tonge, Nicholas Lazarou and George Lazarou, coxed by Angela Zeng. I doubt it will be their last race together. The girls are backing up in bow and 2 with the boys in 3 and stroke. Congratulations on winning the Mixed Masters C4 coxed is the University of New South Wales and North Shore, with the ADF rowing composite crossing the line, coxed by Sarah Davarin, that is Judith Use, Brianna Murray, Peter Gibson and Rohan Jayawarda.
Yeah. And on the lineup now is race 189, the H class, the Mixed Masters quads. In lane 1 is the Drummoyne Balmain composite of Lydia Miladinovic, Maurice Sizzi and Alex Warner with Graham Wern. In lane 2 from Victoria, we have the Nangambie Melbourne University composite of Josephine Bant, Wendy Cotter, John Straps and David Andrews. In lane 3, we have the Commercial Brisbane and the GPS Toowong Sunshine Coast composite of Julianne Kelly, Gavin Kirk-Lauritsen, Ian Holtzberger and Joe Cook. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club is Bruce Sharp, Peter Armstrong, Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell. In lane 5 from Melbourne Rowing Club, we have Philip Wright, Irina Benjamin, Val Dowell and Michael Dakich. In lane 6 is a Sandy Bay, Buckingham, Derwent Mercantile Collegiate and Canberra composite of Judy Walsh, Eve Beecroft, Tom Ott and Chris Potter. In lane 7 we have Port Macquarie Newcastle composite of Susan Kemp, Fiona Wallace, Peter Kemp and David Baker. And in lane 8 we have a Goolwa composite, and unfortunately I cannot see the names on this printout. But yes, the Goolwa composite and Black Mountain in lane 8.
Yeah, this will be great to see what happens here with this all sorts of a race. Good to have the Sandy Bay team up here from Tasmania, Sandy Bay, Buckingham, Derwent Mercantile Collegiate and Canberra.
And have you managed to row in Sandy Bay? Have you been down there?
Well, my son was at the Sandy Bay campus of UTAS, and we went down to see all the sheds down. It's a fantastic setup down there with all the schools have sheds lined up in a very big complex. Beautiful access to the river. I didn't row there in Tassie, but I love the experience of going down on the Spirit of Tasmania with the car and you know, just how they get those trailers down the ramp. It's unbelievable. As the Lake Macquarie crew in this race have come through the 500 in first position, followed by Ngambie, Melbourne Uni and the Sandy Bay Composite. Between third, fourth, fifth, there is absolutely no water between them. So Sandy Bay Composite, Goolwa Black Mountain and Port Macquarie Newcastle are having a fantastic race in the middle of the field, as are Melbourne, Commercial Composite and Drummoyne. It does look like Lake Macquarie and the crew of Peter Sharp, Peter Armstrong, Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell did have a narrow lead at the 500. Let's see if they can hold on to it. Because the Ngambie Composite do look to be having a fantastic middle session of this race, with Lake Macquarie just in stroke for stroke, bow ball to bow ball. Look at them there in lanes 2 and 4. On the course, they're starting to spread out now. It's going to be a cracker of a race as they come into the red buoys between the Ngambie Composite and Lake Macquarie. There'll be some competitive spirit in both of those boats for this race, Clem.
I know, and it looks really, this is too hard to call right now, because even with, let's say, 30 strokes left, it does look like lane 4, Lake Macquarie, has a slight lead, but you know, the parallax angle might also mean that Ngambie in lane 2 is actually making a push, and it does look like
I think lane 2 are starting to put their strides in now. They've picked up their stroke race quite significantly. Lake Macquarie may have just left that lift a little bit too late. They're coming into it now, but I think Ngambie made their move about 3 strokes ahead. It is going to be very, very close to call. It's either going to be the Ngambie Composite by a bow ball over Lake Macquarie or the other way round. Here come Lake Macquarie now. They're storming in. I think they're going to take it.
Yep,
And
Lake Macquarie
Macquarie
defends with at least a canvas there maybe, and you have Ngambie making that push there.
And the Port Macquarie Composite of Kemp, Wallace, Kemp and Baker came in for third, just over lane 6. Sandy Bay Composite of Walsh, Beecroft, Ott and Potter, and the Melbourne crew of Wright, Benjamin, Dowell and Dakic. That was a really exciting finish to race 189, the Mixed Masters H to M Quad. Congratulations to Lake Macquarie, who just got it over a nose from the Ngambie Composite. Thanks, Clem, for coming to the rescue there.
And on the lineup now is race 190, the H grade Mixed Masters Quad and Division 2 in lane 2 from Riverside Rowing Club in South Australia, and Pennington, Laurel Kenner, Richard Clark and Hugh Orr. In lane 3 is a Balmain Central Coast Composite with Anne Pham, Anthea Waldersea, Robert Keane and Paul Hannon. In lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club is Ross Jenkins, Michael College, Gillian College and Janie Corrie. In lane 5 is a Melbourne Exeter Composite of Terry Phillips, Louise Phillips, Julia Wood and Rod Stewart. In lane 6 is a North Shore Rowing Club combo of Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder. In lane 7 is Melbourne University's Pamela Whiting, Mike Kerrin, Tom Wood and Jennifer Bingham. And in lane 8 from Riverside Rowing Club in South Australia, Leslie Lewis, Janet Lawrenson, Peter Hendy and Paul Gunson.
Yeah, that Riverside Rowing Club, established in Adelaide in 1943 on the River Torrens. It's a really large storage facility at the West Lakes Boat Shed. And the main regatta facility in South Australia. The Torrens Lake Clubhouse down there is near the weir on the south side of the river. And their club motto, Clem, is they won because they thought they could. And
we're going to go into this I race now. They were off a handicap of 17 seconds, and maybe they will win because they just thought they could. Riverside off 17, North Shore also off 17. They were the middle starters in this race. Melbourne University were off 32, as were the Melbourne Composite and the Balmain Composite. Whereas the other Riverside boat was a J and were off go with the Canberra Rowing Club. So let's see how this is panning out. They look to be zigzagging down the course. That is one ahead, one behind, one ahead, one behind, ahead, behind, ahead. Okay. That gives us a good start on this. It looks like the Riverside J crew, who were off go of Anne Pennington, Laurel Kenner, Richard Clark and Hugh Orr, are holding their place in the front four of this race. Balmain Composite, who were off 32, they've got the work to do now, but the Canberra Rowing Club combination of Ross Jenkins, Michael Coldridge, Gillian Coldridge and Janny Corrie, also holding their position in the front of the pack. But it looks to me that the North Shore crew off 17 seconds, Walter, Susan Wannon, Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder, are adding that special Kool-Aid to their drink bottles because they do look to be picking up some good boat speed now as they challenge the Riverside crew of Leslie Lewis, Janet Lawrenson, Peter Hendy and Paul Gunson over in lane 8, closest to the grandstand. Let's see if they can hold their lead here, this North Shore crew of seasoned athletes, Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder. I think they've got it in them to take out Division 2 of the Masters H to M quad.
And I think, yeah, by this point in the race, they would have made up for any handicap that they enjoyed with those that went on the go. So it looks like they've done that. They've eroded that handicap and now are well ahead and looking quite comfortable in their lead. The question then is, who will second place go to?
Well, I just think they are such a delight to watch them row because they are in their pairs now as well. So Kim and Michael go out in their double fairly often, and obviously the Walter Wannon combo has offered them much success over many, many decades. And we're going to cheer for the North Shore crew now as they come in to take Division 2 of this race, but it will be the Melbourne Composite with Exeter, Terry Phillips, Louise Phillips, Woody and Rod Stewart, who are going to take second place in this race. Also fine pedigree on those rowers, and the Riverside I crew of Lewis, Lawrence and Hendy and Gunson are cramming everything they can into the last 5 strokes of this race. They will come in third, and the crew over there from Riverside.
Well, it looks like lane 7, the Melbourne University team crew, it's too close to call between them and the Riverside crew.
They left it just,
2.
I reckon, 1 stroke too late, lane 7, the Melbourne University. 1 more stroke and they would have definitely got their bow ball over first. But congratulations to the North Shore crew in a time of 4 minutes and 16 seconds, with Exeter and Melbourne just 5 seconds shy behind them, and the 2 Riverside crews coming in third and fourth. That is the unofficial result for the Mixed Masters H, but they have just left the starting blocks in what is going to be a very exciting race, the Mixed Masters E8. And Clem, there are 5 boats in this race. They are all composites bar the Yarra Yarra in lane 4. So we'll go through the roll call. I'll bat over to you when we get to lane 5. But we've got the Old Collegians composite with the University of Queensland and River City Women's. Petrus Lapis, Angela Noland, Saborn Stafford, Sonia Gustafsson, Doug Ray, Chris Nielsen, Cameron Hall, Todd Clements, Cox by Sebastian Aird. The Yarra Yarra, pure Yarra Yarra Rowing Club crew of Kathy Tagaris, Seri Bennett, Rachel Golonka, Rebecca George, Stuart Critchell, Zane Lockley, Andrew Gray,
Peter Millington Cox by Sam Lincoln. And the University of Queensland composite in the middle of the five, Jennifer Conn, Nikki Hughes, Bruce Bedgood, Andrew Clough, Tony Bolden, Roger Gould, Marguerite King, and Sarah Hale Cox by Ethan Stokes.
And in lane 6, we have a Brisbane Grammarians Noosa Albert Park South Melbourne composite of Lisa Lettich, Jane Fitzpatrick, Joanne Taylor, Jane Swinton, Brett Cribb, Greg Miller, Peter Rowe, Michael Beeston Cox by Angus Blackwood. And in lane 7 is a St George Barnsdale North Shore composite crew of Julia Heslip, Jenny Wilson, Nikki Blackwell, Lynn Broad, Cromwell Oliver, Christopher Jones, Stephen Harrison, Alan Robertson, Cox by Jackie Pele.
And that's the crew that is out in front at the 500, Clem. That's St George composite crew with some very seasoned rowers in it, but they are being pressed very, very hard by the University of Queensland and old collegians because there was nothing in it. You couldn't even say there was light between their bow balls. It is going to come down to a race, I think, between the old collegians composite and the St George composite. That is the Heslop, Wilson, Blackwell, Broad, Oliver, Jones, Harrison and Robertson crew. It's going to be a right Royal Rumble here for place 1 in this Mixed Masters E8. It's going to come down to the St George composite, and can they hold off the University of Queensland composite of Conn, Hughes, Bedgood, Clough, Bolden, Gould and King with Hale and Stokes. I'm taking a deep breath here, Clem, unless you're ready to call it.
Well, St George is definitely up the rating before that, but then it looks like it's been matched by the Queensland composite. There's not much in it here. It looks like maybe it will come down to a bow ball, especially at this last stretch, but it does look like lane 7 St George composite, the Barnsdale, the North Shore composite ahead there, crossing the line first.
They knew what they had to do, Clem. I saw them looking over to their right. They thought, bugger this, we are going to take that crew down, and they did. It's a fight for third, but it is going to come down to the Yarra Yarra crew taking it, the Old Collegians composite, taking it by 1 seat from Yarra Yarra, followed by the Brisbane Grammarians composite. So the final and unofficial results of race 191, the St George composite had it in first place, followed by the Queensland University Old Collegians, followed by the Old Collegians composite. Both Queensland crews in second and third, with Yarra Yarra settling for fourth. They really are. I saw the determination on that St George composite, particularly the bow 4, who just thought, nah, we're not going to let them get away with this. They're off now on a 1 second handicap in the Mixed Masters A and B race here in race 192. They got a good release from the starting blocks. We have lane 2's ADF rowing, Ben Lim and Rachel Cope. The Dragons from Queensland's Alicia Alton and John Dixon.
In lane 4, you have Yarra Yarra from Victoria, Gareth McShay and Lisa Bates. In lane 5, you have a Ulverston Black Mountain composite of Jane Reynolds and Jason Dobell.
And then we go to the Glebe crew, who are a B crew of Ben Nagapa and Jacqueline Harris. The Nepean Lower Clarence combination of Candice Jago and Jason Waddell. And rounding out lane 8 in this race is the A crew of Lauren Affinity and Mitchell Harringskapel.
So yes, I don't know if that 1 second handicap does make a difference. I suppose at this level, when it's an A and a B, it does make a difference. It is that little bit of a kick at the start.
Yeah, I definitely think that it gets you into your gear maybe a little bit faster if you get that mental 1 second handicap. And it seems to have worked as far as the Nepean composite and the Glebe go. They were hungry because they got off go. They were hungry to catch up that second, and they look to have done a fine job at that. That's Candice Jargo and Jason Waddell fighting it out against Ben Nagapa and Jacqueline Harris from Glebe. But it is those two boats from this angle that look to be in the lead at coming into the 500. The Glebe crew just ahead of the Nepean Lower Clarence Composite. The Dragons are storming up to third, just ahead of Yarra Yarra and the 2ADF rowing crews, with Ulverston Black Mountain look to be in the last three positions in this race. So Yarra Yarra square in the middle, but they're going to have the work to do against Glebe and the Nepean Lower Clarence Composite of Candice Jargo and Jason Waddell.
But the battle for first and second between Glebe and Nepean Composite does seem to be holding, but we do see on the far side ADF rowing, Ben Lim and Rachel Copen, the Dragons, looking like they're still at it. It is now becoming an endurance race for the last 250 metres.
Yeah, and that Nepean Composite, they're really pushing the pace against Glebe, matching each other stroke for stroke. The Glebe crew might just have dropped back by a little nose here as the Nepean Composite take advantage of that that position and are pushing now through to a lead in this race. The Nepean Composite of Candice Jargo and Jason Waddell are out in front. That is lane 7, the Nepean Composite. Let's see how they're striding out now. They're getting great run on the boat. It's pushing them ahead. They are now look to be just half a canvas short. Separating them now, it is going to be the Nepean Composite that come in to win the Mixed Masters A and B double. It is going to be Glebe who take out the second place comfortably by half a boat length over Yarra Yarra crew of Gareth McShay and Lisa Bates. And pushing right to the finish line is lane 2's ADF rowing. Ben Lim and Rachel Cope just snitching a spot from the Dragons, Alicia Alton and John Dixon. Finishing off very strongly there, the ADF's Lauren Fennerty and Mitchell Happens-Capel, but they're not going to be far behind the Ulverston Composite of Jane Reynolds and Jason Dolbell finishing that race. They're congratulating each other. They're happy to be across the line. So full send to the end there from the Ulverstone Composite with Black Mountain crew. Congratulations.
And on the lineup is race 193, the Mixed Masters A and B doubles. In lane 2 from Essendon Rowing Club is Federico Arellano and Louise Barker. In lane 3 from Cairns Rowing Club in Queensland, Hayley Biddle and Tom Coates, coached by Charles Betts and Chris Holliday. From lane 4 is Mossman's Rowing Club's Jem Lambert and Alexander Deutsch. In lane 5 from Grafton Rowing Club is Daniel Lang and Elizabeth Stanford. In lane 6 is Essendon Rowing Club's Ben Stevenson and Cheryl Stevenson. And in lane 7 is Footscray City and Carrum Composite of Jackie Diebel and Timothy Nadenbaum.
Yeah, they're waiting for the starters call up there. So even though we're not calling the podium finishes right now, I do want to acknowledge all of the athletes who are on the podium. There's a huge amount of work that goes into getting to this part of a nationals regatta. And if you look at the athletes there, no matter what club they're from, they are it's a reunion of sorts. They see each other at different events, they know each other, they get to know personal stories about their families, their children, and it's so fantastic at the Nationals to see this massive melting pot of athletes all around Australia coming together, reunion, meeting old friends, making new ones. It's a fantastic community, and anyone who's listening on the live stream, and you know that your loved ones out here for this 4 days, all the sacrifices that are made at home to allow us to do these regattas, Clem. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've had neighbours feeding the dogs, I've had the dogs feeding the children. I mean, you've just got to pull out all stops for partners, husbands, wives, lovers, friends to help you get out here. So congratulations to all of the athletes who are in medal positions down there on the pontoon.
And thank you to all the families and friends that support these athletes. We know #RowersLife is tough, and we appreciate that support that couldn't be delivered. This result could not be delivered without that support.
And let's be real here, Clem. It's a fashion statement, rowing. I mean, what other sport can you wear socks with Nike slides? I want to know that.
Including wet socks.
It's really, so every sport's got their particular fashion statement, don't they? But rowers, like you can tell a rower, when I'm at the supermarket sometimes, at 6:30 in the morning, and I see someone who looks the same as me, I think, oh, you're a rower. They're also usually like 6'3" or, hugely athletic and tall. Let's come to focus on race 193 on the course now, just coming into the 500, and it is the Canned Rowing Club's Hayley Biddle, Tom Coates, coached by Charles Betts and Christopher Holliday, that are out in front. Behind them, Grafton and the combination of Daniel Lang and Elizabeth Stanford. And Essendon in lane 2, Federico Alario and Louise Barker. But there's nothing in it then for the following 3 crews. The Footscray City, Carrum, Essendon and Mossman are respectively in lanes 4, 5 and 6. I think we should keep our eye on that Canned crew, and I know that Chris Holliday will be jumping up and down, as will, not likely, his 3 daughters watching from the Sunshine Coast, the Gold Coast, but it is the Canned Rowing Club from Queensland who have a very comfortable lead in this Mixed Masters A and B double. Hayley Biddle and Tom Coates, coached by Charles Betts and Christopher Holliday, have got a very comfortable lead out there in front. The gap's widening now, and their efficiency is what they're going to be looking at, settling into that rhythm, focusing on maintaining their speed with as little effort as possible. They don't need to do any more than they're already doing, and it is going to be the Canned crew in lane 3 from Queensland who are going to take out gold in this race. And they are followed by, you call the rest of that then, Clem?
No, I think that there's going to be a battle for bronze with the Footscray City Composite really in lane 7 making a big push. I saw the rating go up. But in lane 5, the Grafton crew really trying to meet that. Lang and Stanford really just trying to lean back and just keep calm. But there will be a battle between the Mossman crew in lane 4 and the Footscray City Composite. It looks like Mossman just nudged ahead of that lane 7 Footscray City Composite to take the bronze.
Beautifully called there, Clem. That was ripper. And I love the look of the pontoon now. If you're in the stands or on the live stream, just cast your eye to the pontoon. It is a jigsaw of boats. It looks like the head of the Yarra about 3 years ago when 4/8s were in a tangle just on the Big Bend. But these boats are in perfect control of their vehicles as they pull into the pontoon. Not an easy feat. But just look at that. It's a beautiful thing to see the 8s mixing in with the quads and some smaller doubles here coming in to get their medals. And just a reminder that the state races are starting to get ready in the back paddock there. They are going to be thinking about their race plan and focusing on what needs to be done in the races that are coming up in the program at mid-morning. So we're not quite there yet, but we will be heading to a break. And Ben Homer is going to... Hold on, where are you going, Clem? Ben Homer's going to warm up his vocal cords with my mic. I'd like to say thanks so much to Clem Zhang, who has been awesome from North Shore on the commentary this morning. And I am so in awe of having an opportunity now to have a bit of time on the mic with Ben Homer. He is standing next to me. He's all warmed up. I'll let him make his own introductions as we look to the next race on the program, which is race 204. G'day, Ben.
Hey Kath, how you going? Beautiful conditions. The fog's burnt off, so it's just going to be magnificent, magical conditions for the Interstate Regatta, which is coming up very, very soon. Can't wait for that. I've just been writing a few notes, getting a bit of a history lesson. 2002, I should say, was the first year that we had the Interstate Masters. and there could be some history made today. There's a few good crews that from states that have never won specific events, so I'm looking forward to taking you through all that as we move through. So it's going to be a big morning.
And I mean, maybe it's this year that New South Wales will write this one in gold ink in their diaries. Who could say? Have you got any tips, tricks, top picks for any of the interstate quads or eights, Ben, or are you just going to wait to see how it unfolds?
Well, I'm not going to give any predictions.
Leave that to Chris McCarthy, hey? He's usually spot on.
I know. I'm not going to give any predictions on the mic because I feel like that's not the right thing to do when I'm up here. If I was on a podcast, then I could make predictions. But I'll just sort of present a few storylines, and then we'll have the break and we'll be underway. So just to let you know, we are underway at 10:30 in the men's Interstate Masters quad. So all of these quads, if you are new to Masters rowing, it's an average age of D, which is 50 or above. And all of these crews are D crews, except the Interstate PR races. They're single races, so they're going to be taking place after the quads and the eights, and they've been a new addition the last 4 years. So we've got the men's Interstate Masters quad on at 10:30, then the women's at 10:35, the men's Interstate 8 is on at 10:45, and then the women's Interstate 8 at 10:55. Then we've got the Interstate Men's PR3 single at 11:05, and the women's PR3 single at 11:15. So just on the men's side of things, we've got we've got strong crews across the board, but quite interestingly, New South Wales have never won this event. 22 previous events, they've never won it. Victoria, 17 wins. Queensland have 3. Tasmania have won the last 2. South Australia have also never won it, and they've got a very strong crew coming in here with, I know, some members who have been part of their victorious 8 in previous years. So it's going to be a very, very hot race in the men's quad. Then we've got the women's race, and this has been absolutely dominated by Victoria of late. So Victoria have won the last 7. They've got 14 wins in total out of the 22 events. Queensland, the 1 win. Their last victory came in 2008. Tasmania have never won it. South Australia have never won it. New South Wales's crew is very, very strong, and they last won the event in 2011. That was part of a 3-peat. So it's been a long time for New South Wales, and they've assembled a very strong crew. ACT have won that 3 times. They're not in it. WA have won it twice. They're also not in it. And in terms of the men's D8, so this is going to be very intriguing as well. We've got Victoria, who have won it 9 times, but their last was in 2012. So a long time ago for Victoria. They dominated the early days of the men's 8. Queensland, they also went through a decade of dominance. They have won it 8 times, the last in 2019. South Australia have won the last 4. New South Wales have won once in 2017. Tasmania have never won that event. So lots of storylines in that. And then the women's 8, Victoria, they've won it 5 times, last in 2014. Queensland with 11 wins, but they haven't won it in a few years, since 2002. South Australia, though, across the men's and women's 8s, they've been dominant lately. They have won the last 2. WA have a couple of wins, but their last was 15 years ago in 2010, and New South Wales, their last was 16 years ago in 2009. So I'm really excited about this. I think we're going to get some history made across those events. And the interstate races, so we've got in the men's PR3 single, we've got Stuart John from the ACT. So great to see the ACT and Stuart, one of our fellow commentators. He is in that one against Kevin Wall from New South Wales. Now, last year that was won by Michael Taylor from Tasmania. Kevin Wall won the 2 previous, and then Jed Olschwager from South Australia in 2021. And in the women's event, that's been taken out for the last 3 years by ACT and New South Wales before that. And in the interstate women's, we've got Victoria Kim Hampton, Sue Donahue from ACT, she's won the last 3, Katrina Reynolds from Queensland, and Mika Kelly from New South Wales in that race as well. So we're going to get pretty excited over the next 20 minutes as we build up towards the Interstate Regatta.
Yeah, it's really interesting to break down that data. Ben, you did a fantastic job finding out all of those years. He came in here a minute ago and said, Kath, I just need to get the draw so I can do a bit of research. I mean, I don't even know where you uncover that kind of data, but there must be something in the water in South Australia or in the beans in Queensland, because they seem to have dominated the state outcomes over the last decade. Now, I'm really looking forward to that, and maybe if you are in the back field and you've got your legs up after some racing this morning, that you can mosey over the hill and come and have a look at those state races there. Maybe the penultimate races of this event, because we've got the Champion of Champions tomorrow afternoon and some other fantastic finals that are going to be lining up here. But the state races are really a mixing and melting pot of the very best rowers in the country. I'm really excited to see the lineup in those races, and none of this would be possible if it wasn't for the collaboration for this Nationals regatta between Rowing Australia and Rowing New South Wales. So without, nobody wants to necessarily be the name called out, but I do want to thank Stephanie Krippner, who has been the lead at Rowing New South Wales on the organisation for this regatta, Owen Nix, Elliot Shadcloth Bertonetti, Neve Geraghty on volunteers, and Paige Critchlow on volunteers. Sam Boland been doing a fantastic job on the communications and socials, and has really upped the game in terms of the newsletters that come out and keeping on top of things. So if you've got stories, if you've got news that you want spread out through over the winter break about your club, what you're doing, what you need, what you've got, what you hope for, why don't you contact the Office of Rowing New South Wales and let them know so that that can get into some circulars with a bit of distribution. To Nick Whalen as well, under the leadership of Melissa Ashton-Garrard. All of those New South Wales rowing staff are here at this regatta and working closely with Australian Rowing, Chris Grumet, with Ian Hume and Bianca Chiera, Alice Evans down in the finish tower, and all of the boat race officials. So massive thanks to everyone who has put this regatta on. And a reminder that the medal presentations for the interstate races will be directly following the race. And those athletes who do secure a position in the interstate finals, could you please make your way to the podium straight after your race? Do not go back under the bridge. Come and let us congratulate you on the incredible achievement of your nationals medals. So I'm going to say goodbye, farewell and adieu for my commentary spots at the Nationals this round. And I've learnt a lot commentating alongside Ben and Chris Holliday and Rob Glendenning. Have been fantastic commentary buddies. I will leave you in the capable hands of Lynn Charge and Ben Homer for the second session, and good luck to all the athletes for the remainder of your races. I'll be sitting in the grandstand and cheering you on. All the best.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Kath. She's been on the mark now, and it's Lynn Charge and Ben Homer waiting for the start of the interstate races at 10:30. And while we're waiting, you will have noticed down on the pontoon, Andrew Guerin is down there. And Andrew Guerin has been taking all the photos. So if you're looking for where to find all of that, and I've just lost my cards, I'm looking for it now. You can go to Australian Rowing Images, which is australianrowingimages.com, or Andrew Guerin at bigpond.com. So all of the images, all the photos that Andrew has been taken for the Australian Masters Regatta 2025 are on australianrowingimages.com. Have a look at those. We've got a couple of minutes before the interstate races start. Under the sails, we've got the regatta shop, we've got pontoon, we've got Domenico, the jewellery guy has turned up, so go and get your commemorative jewellery there. And down in the boat sheds, there's Row Fit, Perfect Balance, Wintech, Croker. So have a look around at all our wonderful suppliers and supporters down there. Bont is here, as is 776. And while we're waiting for the interstate races to start, let's thank all our volunteers that are at the boat holders. You can see them on the screen now, getting ready to hold our boats for these interstate races. Thank you to all our volunteers, our boat race officials, and Rowing New South Wales and Rowing Australia.
So we've got the crews lining up at the start line for the Men's Interstate Masters Quad. It is a D average event, this one. In lane 3, we've got South Australia, New South Wales in lane 4, Victoria in 5, Queensland in 6, and Tasmania in lane 7. Ben Homer up here alongside Lynn Charge now. We are getting underway at 10:30, so we're a few minutes away from the start. And Lynn, just take us through those crews.
I certainly will, Ben, and welcome. In lane 3, we've got South Australia, Rob Ellis, Matt Russell, Christopher Morgan, Damien DeLeek, and the coaches there, Rob Cheeseman and John Bentley. In lane 4, New South Wales, Terry Bridges, Andrew Goldstein, Ayrton Granger-Ramis, Andy Wigan, and the coach Rob Glendenning. For Victoria in lane 5, David Kelly, Justin Negri, Duncan Ashby, Gregan Irons, coached there by Jeff Walker. Lane 6 is Queensland, Gurren Guramaris, Gary Betts, Matthew Napper, Toby Rogers, and coached by Hamish Parry. And Tasmania in lane 7, Michael Wilson, James Cowley, Tom Wilcox, and Phil Hutton. Now, Ben, what would you see is the leads there?
Well, just going back on the history of this event, so Tasmania, who are closest to the screen there, a couple of wins, and both of those coming in the last 2 years, including on home water last year. Wilson, Cowley, Wilcox, and Hutton, but only Michael Wilson is the remaining member of that crew that took it out last year. Tom Wilcox, though, in there from Lindisfarne. So it's a Lindisfarne heavy boat. Cowley, Wilcox, and Hutton all from Lindisfarne. Michael Wilson from Ulverston. Queensland, their last win in 2021. And they've got Gumaresh, who won the B single yesterday. Matty Napper in there as well. Bronze medalist in the A double. Toby Rogers from Commercial. So Rogers and Napper from Commercial. Betts from Willumbar and Gumaresh from Gold Coast Masters. Victoria have dominated this event, but haven't won it in a few years. 17 times they've won the Interstate Men's Quad. at this Masters Regatta. So Kelly and Ashby, both from Corio Bay, Negri and O'Niens rounding out that crew. Negri from Yarra Yarra, O'Niens from Melbourne. New South Wales and South Australia, both on the far side of the course. New South Wales one in there in lane 4. Terry Bridges from Leichhardt, Goldstein, Andrew Goldstein from Drummoyne, Ayrton Granger Ramos from St George, and Andy Wigan from Glebe Rowing Club. New South Wales, incredibly, this is, you think about a state like New South Wales, it's very surprising that they have never won this event. South Australia have also never won this event, and that is a crew that includes Damien DeLeek from Adelaide Uni, who is dominating this regatta again this year. He did so last year in Tasmania, picked up a glut of medals and has been part of the South Australian men's 8 that has won this Interstate Regatta, and they've won the last 4. He's into the quad this year, so they're just mixing it around South Australia, maybe looking to make some history. Chris Morgan, a bronze medalist in 2012 at London. We're underway here. Early stages in this men's Masters D quad. Matt Russell and Rob Ellis, both from Torrens Rowing Club. And really good start from both sides of the course. Tasmania are going to be strong, as we mentioned. They have won the last 2 of these events, and last year was on home water at Lake Barrington. But South Australia on the far side of the course, they are going to be very, very strong as well. So we're riding here with Queensland and Victoria. Victoria, Lynn, 17 times they've won this, but it's been a few years since they last claimed victory in the men's quad.
It has been a few years, and it's interesting, we've got the GoPro on the umpire's boat, really watching those rowers now, seeing their blades going in and out. They've trained hard, a lot of these guys. They're not a regular crew, but they've been put together, they've been selected to row together, and they are, having done the training now, this is their big event. So we're coming up to the 500 metres now. That's going to be where we're going to get our times to see exactly where everybody is sitting.
Well, this is going to be very, very interesting. As we mentioned, South Australia, they've got a very strong crew this year. Chris Morgan, bronze medalist, as I mentioned, in the men's quad in the 2012 Olympics at London. So he's going to be riding them through here. Tasmania also moving nicely. It is South Australia that are through the 500 in front, 132.32. Remembering they have never won this event in the 22 previous editions of the Men's Interstate Masters D Quad at the Australian Masters National Championships. But you can see we're expecting a tight race. There is absolutely nothing between them in the race for the podium. Tasmania in the silver medal position, New South Wales sitting in bronze, Queensland in 4th, Victoria in 5th, but no one is out of it at this point in the race. There are 400 metres to travel, and you could basically throw a blanket across them across this course. This is what we were hoping for in the Interstate Masters D Quad. Victoria dominating this race down the years. 17 wins. Queensland, it's been 4 years since they last won it. Can Tasmania make it 3 in a row, or is South Australia going to make some history? New South Wales just slipping off the pace maybe. Victoria really moving nicely. So too are Queensland, and Tasmania on the flanks up against South Australia. You feel like it's between those two. Maybe there's a move here coming from Victoria in the centre of the course. They are approaching the last 100 metres. South Australia on the outside, looking for their first win in this event in the history of the Australian Masters Championships. Victoria firing through the middle. So too at Tasmania, looking for the three-peat. Here they come, South Australia. Russell, Ellis, Morgan and DeLeek. They're going to make some history. The South Australians win the Men's Interstate Quad for the first time. Silver and bronze is going to require a photo between Tasmania and Victoria. New South Wales miss out. So too to Queensland. The grandstand applauds. What an unbelievable race that was, and what a win for South Australia.
Wow. Fantastic calling, Ben. Thank you. And South Australia, look, they've made the journey here, and it has not been without rewards. So they will be ecstatic that they have got that. We've now got the women's D quad shortly. The presentations for these races, the men's D quad will be after the women's D quad has been raced, so the presentations will be after that. So we're now looking forward. The ladies are in the starting blocks. Lane 3 Victoria, Lane 4 Queensland, Lane 5 Tasmania, Lane 6 South Australia and Lane 7 New South Wales. They're sitting forward, ready to go. The tension will be building for them all. Beautiful conditions here. No need for any of those bow seats to be tapping away to keep them straight. We're sitting there waiting. They've got a line. Are you watching on the big screen if you're in the grandstand?
So just some confirmation as we get underway in the men's, I should say the women's quad. I'm just giving you confirmation from the men's race. Tasmania, silver medalist, Victoria, bronze, 0.03 the gap. So Tasmania, silver, Victoria, bronze in the men's quad. This is the women's quad though. We're underway and it's Victoria over in lane 3. And that's Klein van der Mullicum, Eben Walter, Sekfi, Camilleri, and they are coached by Virginia Lee. Queensland in lane 4, Painter, Taylor, Schmieder and Reed, coached by Ray Smith. Tasmania, Kirkwood, Wilson, Hilliard and Anderson in 5. South Australia in lane 6, Bell, Holland, Gray, Gardner and Malcolm in 6. And then in lane 7, Borgett, Downey, McDonald and Phillips from New South Wales, coached by Peter Waldersee. And this New South Wales crew, it is a strong crew. They have not won this event since 2011. 3 times they've claimed it. Queensland have dominated this event, 14 wins, including I should say Victoria, 14 wins, including the last 7. So it has been utterly dominated, this women's Masters D quad by the Victorians. Queensland just the 1 win in 2008. Tasmania and South Australia have never won it. So we are going to make some history either way here. New South Wales on the flank here with this crew that includes Trudy McDonald, who won the silver medal in the D single yesterday. Bronwyn Downey was a member of the Australian team at the 2012 Olympics in the lightweight double. And they look to have a good start here, New South Wales.
As we come up to the 500 metres, we see that Queensland is in the lead, followed by Victoria, New South Wales in 3rd place, South Australia in 4th and Tasmania in 5th place. Not very much separating 1, 2 and 3. It's still anybody's race. Yeah,
well, Queensland were right there and thereabouts, 1.4252 through the 500 from Victoria. New South Wales not far behind in 3rd. So you feel like in this particular race, it is the top 3 separating themselves from the rest. South Australia and Tasmania, both who I mentioned have never won this event before, are just slipping themselves off the pace, and it's between Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland. And it's New South Wales who were in 3rd position at the 500, Borgett, Downey, McDonald and Phillips, who last won this event in 2011, silver medalist last year, New South Wales. Victoria, who have won the last 7 of these women's Interstate Masters D races, and they are still firing on the far side. Queensland maybe just slipping off it. You sense once again it's the bookends going at it on either side of the course. It is New South Wales versus Victoria. Queensland maybe just slipping into the bronze medal position. New South Wales, who haven't won it since 2011. Victoria looking for 8 in a row. They come down to the line. It is going to be almightily tight. There's about 50 metres to travel. Victoria, can they extend the dynasty, or will New South Wales break the drought? Victoria and New South Wales, they come down to the line. The dynasty will continue for Victoria. 8 in a row. New South Wales miss out. They win silver, and it's bronze for Queensland. They just cannot be beaten, the Victorians, in the Women's Interstate Masters D quad. 8 in a row. Tasmania 4th, South Australia 5th. That'll make you pretty happy, Lynn, the Victorians.
I'm happy just to see some exciting racing, and nothing gets better than the interstate races. So great calling there, Ben. And the Victorians will be very excited that they haven't let the big V down. So we're going to go shortly to the presentations for the men's Interstate Masters D quad. We're just waiting for the crews to line up there, and presentations will start shortly. We're starting the presentations for the men's Interstate Masters D quad scull. In third place, Victoria with David Kelly, Justin Negri, Duncan Ashby, stroked by Gregor Irons, and the coach there, Jeff Walker. In second place, silver medals to Tasmania, Michael Wilson, James Cowley, Tom Wilcox, stroked by Phil Hutton. And for the very first time, South Australia in the gold medal position of Rob Ellis, Matt Russell, Chris Morgan and Damien DeLeek. Well done to all our winners in the men's Interstate Masters D quad scull. Men's Interstate Masters D8, Victoria, lane 3, New South Wales, lane 4, Tasmania, lane 5, lane 6, South Australia, and lane 7, Queensland.
So Victoria over on the far side, Inglis, Jacker, Tulloch, Lucado, Wells, Nevins, Holman, Gilbert, and Connor Smith, coxed by Angelique Everett, coached by Eric Schrader. New South Wales, Dinny, Giblin, Spiteri, Raymond, Pritchard, Hourigan, Beachley, McNeil, coxed by Brad Wooten and coached by Skyman Glascott. Tasmania in lane 5, Broad, Pitt, Bird, Gibson, Marshall, Ajita, Wrigley, Burt Whistle and coxed by Claire Gregg. South Australia in lane 6, Nat, Dombrowski, Sullivan, Tankard, Walters, McLeod, Labinas, Walsh and White is the Cox, coached by Rob Cheeseman and John Bentley. And then Queensland in lane 7, G, King, Thomas, Austin, Tannehill, Cryer and Horder, with Mark Flower as well, and coxed by Lauren Robinson, coached by David Bellamy, the Queenslanders on that near side. Victoria winning this event 9 times, the last though in 2012. They dominated the early stages of this. This is the 23rd running of this Interstate Masters regatta. New South Wales have won it once in 2017. Tasmania have never won it. South Australia have won the last 4. And Queensland have won it 8 times, the last coming in 2019. So since the COVID break, it has been all South Australia in the Men's Interstate Masters D8. And we are very close to a start here. So we've got to start in the Men's Interstate Masters D8. Victoria over on the far side, New South Wales, Tasmania in lane 5 with that yellow boat, South Australia and Queensland. You can see South Australia have gotten off to a very impressive start. Winners of the last 4 of these events, so you'd probably expect them coming in here as one of the favourites. Victoria are looking to break a drought of 13 years, 2012 the last time they won this event.
And these men's Interstate 8s are competing for the Brian Veer Cup. Brian Veer, one of Victoria's major contributors to this interstate regatta. He put it all together. And will South Australia in the 8s make it a double with the South Australian quads? At the moment, there's very little between all of these 8s as they keep coming down the course.
Yeah, well, South Australia have dominated the 8s across the men's and women's. They've won the last 2 in the women's, and they won the last 4 in the men's. And here they come up towards the halfway point of this race. You can see the yellow boat of Tasmania just sitting a little bit off the pace at the moment, maybe in the bronze medal position at the moment. There are the Victorians. Over on the far side, it's South Australia, though, who are leading them through the first 500 metres. And it looks to be Victoria in the silver medal position, Tasmania sitting in bronze right now, New South Wales in 4th, just from Queensland. So the state of origin rivals, they're sitting off the podium at the moment. It's South Australia, Victoria and Tasmania who are sitting in the top 3 right now as they bear down on the last 500 metres. So this South Australian crew, there was a little bit of mixing and matching this year. Moving into the quad, of course, Damien DeLeek, who was part of that crew that end of the drought for South Australia, their first ever victory in the men's quad. Can they repeat the dose in the men's 8 as well? They are looking very, very efficient and strong in the centre of the course. So it's South Australia right now from Victoria and then Tasmania. You just wonder whether there is anything at the back end here for the Queenslanders. They were the last crew outside of South Australia to win this event back in 2019. Can they get themselves onto the podium? New South Wales as well. They've got some work to do if they want to get themselves inside the top 3. But it is South Australia utterly dominant in the men's 8. They have won the last 4 titles. And it was Victoria who dominated this in the early days. Well, there is no doubt about this. It is South Australia who are the dominant force in the men's Interstate Masters 8 in the 2020s. They're going to make it 5 in a row, South Australia, in the men's Interstate Masters 8 by at least a boat length. That was dominant. Victoria wins silver, Tasmania bronze, New South Wales 4th, Queensland 5th, but it's all about the South Australians.
It certainly is. South Australian men in the quads, South Australian men in the 8s. And that is a very convincing win for those crews.
That is absolutely huge. More than a boat length in the 8 over 1,000 metres. That is an absolute domination from South Australia.
We go now to the medal presentation for the Women's Interstate D Quad Scull. In third place is Queensland. In third place, we have Queensland, Andrea Painter, Christine Taylor, M. Schmieder, stroked by Janine Reid, and coached by Ray Smith. Our silver medalists, New South Wales, Daniela Borgert, Bronwyn Downey, Trudy McDonald, stroked by Christine Phillips, coached by Peter Waldesy. And our gold medalists, Victoria, Bea Klein van Mullicum, Ebony Ebenwalder, Sarah Sekfi, stroked by Christine Camalier, and coached by Virginia Lee. They will receive the Veterans Cup. Please congratulate all our medal winners.
All right, so we are back down to the start now. Congratulations to Victoria, 8 in a row in the women's interstate quad at this Masters Regatta. So impressive. And now it's the interstate women's 8.
And in lane 1, we have Victoria, Patton, Lloyd Smith, Harridge, Martin, Dyball, Pearce, Nishabata, Tonna Joyce, coxed by Felicity Nutter, coached by Lucy Lawson. Queensland in lane 4, Anderson, Carrera, Townsend, Filkin, Donaldson, Borsbaum, Brew, Parker, Loveday, Michelle Loveday the Cox, coached by Michael Hawke. And in Western Australia, Bravelli, White, Thornton, Bell, Lyer, Flecker, Clark, Foster, coxed by Nicholas Rogers. In lane 6, South Australia, Ellis, Tebnoff, Too Good, El Khoury, Bursell, Jankowick, Ross, Franco, Mitch Parker is the cox and the coach is Darren Potts. And in lane 7, New South Wales, Ahern, Huggett, Davies, Heinke, Klein, Lindahl, Luft, Zonga, Kelly Marsh is the cox, coach is Jeff Patterson.
So the Victorians on the far side of the course, 5 wins in this event down the years. Last coming in 2014, so it's been more than a decade for Victoria. Queensland, 11 wins in this one. 2022, the last time they won it, before South Australia have won the last 2. Western Australia have also won it twice. Back in 2010 was the last time they claimed it. Previous to that, 2007. And for New South Wales, just 2 victories in this one, 2009 and 2005. So we're just waiting for a start. As you can see, the crew's not quite in their positions to get this one underway at the moment. Just while we're waiting for this Interstate Women's 8, there is a double that is on the pontoon behind the finish tower, and that needs to be collected. It's got bow number M4. If that is your boat, can you please remove that as soon as possible? That is the strong advice from the officials. So if that's your double scull that's been abandoned on the pontoon behind the finish tower, can you please go and collect that as soon as possible. So here we go. Looks as though we're just getting close to a start here in this Interstate Women's Masters D8. And then we've got the two para events, the PR3 men's single, the PR3 women's single, that are coming up straight after this one. So we've got to start in the Women's Interstate Masters D8. From the far side of the course to this near side, it's Victoria, Queensland, Western Australia, South Australia, and then New South Wales on this near side. Good solid start from South Australia in the blue boat, and they are the crew that has won this event over the last 2 years. New South Wales sitting alongside them. 2009 the last time they won the Women's Interstate Masters D8. Queensland, the most recent crew outside of South Australia to claim it back in 2022. But early days in this 8 race, it was South Australia dominant in the men's. Can they repeat the dose in the women's? So South Australia taking out the men's squad, Victoria the women's squad, South Australia the men's 8. Who will it be to win the women's 8? Will this South Australian domination continue in Sydney?
South Australia is certainly making a very strong statement with their racing in these interstate races. Victoria and New South Wales, all of them, it's great to see our teams there competing in these interstate races, and the 8s women are really putting it out there. We can see also the ducks on the water. They're getting a bit disturbed as well, but the 8s now doing a great job. They'll be coming up to the 500 metres very shortly, and we can see that it is the crew on the far side seems to have a very good lead here. But parallax arrow, but we're going to see the blue container now. We're going to get our 500 metre splits as they're coming up now, and it is South Australia leading by 2 seconds, New South Wales, Victoria, followed by Queensland and Western Australia not far behind. It is still anybody's race in these 8s.
Yeah, so New South Wales sitting a couple of seconds back in second place from South Australia, who are looking for 3 in a row for the first time in this women's 8. They hadn't actually won it before they took it out in 2023, and now they've got 3 in a row. So maybe that could be a sign of things to come with South Australia in that men's quad as well. It has been such an impressive Interstate Masters regatta for them. Can they continue the gold medals flowing? It's New South Wales sitting alongside them. They're tracking over the boys here, New South Wales. They are just finding things difficult. That is not going to help them as they moved over towards their bow side, and that has allowed South Australia to just make more of a break on New South Wales. In this battle, can New South Wales just turn up the dial here? Maybe that just loss of composure has just inspired them, and they are trying to push it back on South Australia, who still have the commanding lead out in front. You've got Victoria sitting in the bronze medal position. It's going to take an almighty effort from New South Wales. South Australia, who have won it in the last 2 years, looking to make it 3 straight with 100 metres left to travel. It is still New South Wales in silver, Victoria in the bronze medal positions, Queensland and WA out of it at the moment. South Australia, it is another coronation. They have absolutely dominated this Interstate Masters regatta, and it's another gold medal for South Australia. 3 in a row in the Women's Interstate Masters 8. New South Wales silver, Victoria bronze. WA are going to come through in 4th place, and then Queensland in 5th. So South Australia with 3 wins out of 4 across the quads and the 8s this morning.
What a spectacular finish to a great race, and those South Australians were exciting. So pleased. We see the white flag going up from the boat race officials declaring that that race is official, and we've called for a photo for New South Wales and Victoria to see who is silver and who is bronze. It was a very close finish at the very end there, and I think it was the New South Wales on the surge, just ahead of Victoria by 0.87 of a second. So the unofficial results at the moment: South Australia, New South Wales, Victoria, Western Australia and Queensland. But we go now to the presentations of medals for the Men's Interstate Masters D8. Tasmania, in the bronze medal position, Shane Broad, Jonathan Pitt, Patrick Bird, Pete Gibson, Gregory Marshall, Robert Ojeda, Robert Wigley, stroked by Dion Birtwistle and coxed by Claire Gregg. Our silver medalists: Victoria, Nick Inglis, David Jacker, Conrad Tulloch, Brett Lucadale Wells, Jason Nevins, Drew Holman, Stuart Gilbert, stroked by Shane O'Connor-Smith, coxed by Angelique Everett, and the coach, Eric Schrader. Medals, do we have a name who is presenting these medals? And our gold medalists: South Australia, Bill Natt, Un Omborowski, Tom Sullivan, Kevin Tankard, Greg Walters, David McLeod, Thomas Lubinas, stroked by Alistair Walsh, cox Bonnie White, coaches Rob Cheeseman and John Bentley. They will be presented with the Brian Veer Cup. And our presenter is Stephen Donnelly, President of RA. Please congratulate all our medal winners. And Andrew Guerin down there taking photos. To get copies of these photos, go to australianrowingimages.com. These will all be on the website, australianrowingimages.com.
Now, as we just wait for this PR3 men's single scull, we're just waiting for Kevin Wall and Stuart John to move themselves onto the finger for a start in this men's PR3 single. We've got a big announcement, and that is that the 2026 Australian Masters Championships will be held at Champion Lakes in Perth from the 27th of May to the 30th of May 2026. So we're off to Western Australia for the Australian Masters of 2026. Cannot wait for that one.
That will be fantastic. Perth is a great venue over there, and to go over there from this fantastic venue as well will be a real thrill for all the athletes that are here. So start making your plans for Western Australia, 27th of May 2026.
Yeah, love South Australia. I love Western Australia. I love South Australia as well, but the beach is magnificent, even though it's going to be a bit chilly. Nice for a little bit of an ice bath at the end of your racing. And Champion Lakes there, which I believe is going to host the Open Nationals again soon. We were there in 2023 for the Open Nationals there at Champion Lakes.
It was very windy.
Well, it was windy on some days, but I tell you, when it is glassy there, it is absolutely spectacular. And it was at times. It was amazing conditions there. So can't wait to head there to Champion Lakes. We're just waiting for a start here. Interstate Men's PR3 single. Stuart John from the Australian Capital Territory in lane 4. Kevin Wall from New South Wales in lane 5. Kevin Wall has won this event in 2022 and 2023. It was won by Michael Taylor from Tasmania in 2024. Jed Olschwager in 2021 won the first edition of this event. Jed, Olympic gold medal, I should say Paralympic gold medalist at Paris 2024 in the PR3 mixed double with Nikki Ayres. So some famous names have won this event down the years, and it's going to be a Henley race. This one, 1v1, Wall v John. Now, Stuart John. Now, in the para category, there are handicaps because it's not a D average in these single events. So Stuart John is off go, being a C athlete. Kevin Wall is B. He's off 3 seconds, and that also takes into account the impairment level. So that's why Stuart John is a C. He's off go. Kevin Wall off 3 seconds as well. So that is taken into account in this event, in this PR3 category of the Interstate Men's Single Scull. And Stuart John, who's done a magnificent job in the commentary, and he was working with us at the Australian Rowing Championships as well. So can he hold off Stuart John in this one? In the Interstate Women's, we're just waiting for them to move into that starting position. In the Interstate Women's PR3, as I said, so handicaps in this one based on your age. And we've got Kim Hampton, who's a D, off 21 seconds. Sue Donahue, who's won this event the last 3 years, off 9 seconds from the ACT. Katrina Reynolds from Queensland's off 29. And then Mika Kelly from New South Wales is off go, who is a G athlete. So as I said, working the same way as it would with those handicaps based on your Masters category in this PR3 event. So they're all classified as PR3 athletes.
And we have seen some of these PR3 athletes rowing earlier in this regatta on days 1 and 2. So Mika Kelly, Sue Donahue have been already down the course, as I think Stuart John has. So they're experienced rowers, they know the course, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this race pans out. The two of them going off 3 seconds apart, and they're just getting ready now for a start.
They take a bit of time. So we're underway here in the Interstate Men's PR3 single. Stuart John off go, being a C category. And Kevin Wall, a B category in this PR3 single scull. Kevin Wall, twice a champion for New South Wales in this event, 2022 and 2023. It was Michael Taylor from Tasmania who won it in 2024. Jed Olschwager, the winner in 2021. So can Stuart John, who is the first ACT athlete we've seen in this Interstate Masters Regatta, we will see Sue Donoghue in action very, very shortly. I can tell you that in the mixed event which took place in this regatta already, that was won by Kevin Wall and Katrina Reynolds. They won that in 4:36. Kevin Wall from Lake Illawarra, Katrina Reynolds from Toowong Rowing Club. Stuart John and Sue Donoghue won silver.
And while you look on the big screen at the PR3 race, we're starting the medal presentations for the Women's Interstate Masters D8. In bronze medal position, Victoria, Karen Patton, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Emily Harridge, Leanne Martin, Kate Dyball, Helen Pearce, Tanya Nishabata, stroked by Justine Tonner-Joyce, coxed by Felicity Nutter, and coached by Lucy Lawson. In silver medal position, New South Wales, Sarah Ahern, Susan Huggett, Alison Davies, Monique Hankey, Carissa Kleinman, Heidi Lindahl, Jennifer Luff, stroked by Jennifer Zonga, coxed by Kelly Marshall, and coached by Jeff Patterson. And gold medal to South Australia, Simone Ellis, Kate Tebneff, Tori Toogood, Emily Elkhorey, Christina Bursell, Belinda Jankowski, Susie Ross, Angie Franco, coxed by Mitch Parker, and the coach, Darren Potts.
So as we congratulate South Australia in that Women's Interstate Masters D8. We've got the Interstate Men's PR3 single coming down the course, and it's New South Wales's Kevin Wall who is in front. He led at the 500 by 0.77 over Stuart John. John having a 3-second advantage over Wall from the start. John, a C athlete. Kevin Wall is a B category in this PR3 single scull, and it is still Kevin Wall with about 150 metres left. New South Wales have had a rough day when it's come to the Interstate Regatta, but they're going to have smiles on their faces here because Kevin Wall, he is about 100 metres away from New South Wales' first gold medal in the Interstate Masters Regatta of 2025. He's looking to win this event for the third time after claiming it in 2022 and 2023. Stuart John is behind by maybe a boat length and a half at this point. Kevin Wall with just strokes remaining in this race, looking for New South Wales' first gold medal. Stuart John from the Australian Capital Territory, silver medalist in the mixed PR3 double yesterday, with Sue Donoghue, who's coming up very, very soon in the women's event. But it's Kevin Wall who won gold in the mixed double yesterday. He is going to win gold in the Interstate Men's PR3 single at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Kevin Wall, for the third time for New South Wales, wins this event. Stuart John finishes in second. And a first gold for New South Wales in this year's Interstate Masters Regatta.
Well done to our PR3 rowers over there in perfect conditions here, really glassy conditions as they make their way around. Our next race will be the Interstate Women's PR3. Victoria Kinhampton in lane 3, ACT lane 4, Sue Donoghue, Queensland in lane 5, Katrina Reynolds, and lane 6, New South Wales, Mika Kelly.
So Donahue has won this event the last 3 years from ANU. I mentioned just before she was in the mixed PR3 double with Stuart John earlier in this regatta, winning a silver medal. Katrina Reynolds won gold with Kevin Wall in that event. So Hampton, Donahue, Reynolds, Kelly as they move across the course. Kelly is off go from Glebe Rowing Club, Katrina Reynolds from Toowong, Donahue from ANU, Hampton from Bendigo.
And while we're waiting for a start in our PR3 women's single, Rowing Australia Foundation, if you would like to support our Australian rowers, including the paras, juniors and under-23s, and would like to keep in touch with the teams throughout the year, please visit the Rowing Australia Foundation stand at the end of the grandstand and sign up to the foundation to receive regular newsletters from the team and learn how you can support them. So that the Rowing Australia Foundation stand is at the end of the grandstand. Sign up there to receive information about our paras, juniors, under-23s and our opens, and keep in touch with our teams the whole way through. Presentations for the Interstate Men's PR3 Single Scull. Silver medalist from the ACT, Stuart John. And gold medalist from New South Wales, Kevin Wall. Please congratulate our medal winners. You see, and they've only got the gold up there. See, they haven't got the silver.
Yes, they don't.
I know. As we wait for a start in our Interstate Women's PR3, it's an opportunity for everyone in the grandstand to thank the volunteers that are here today that make this event such a great event. We've got our pontoon officials there holding boats, our boat race officials, the people on bow numbers, the gate officials, all of the volunteers in the blue shirts. And in the grandstand now, you could give them all a great round of applause for everybody that is helping this regatta to run smoothly.
Can you please call and now they're at the medal table.
Yep, she is. Just a quick announcement, there's been some lost glasses handed in. If you lost them, I think they were around on the grass hill, head down to the medal tent and collect your lost glasses, okay? Yep, thumbs up, okay. If you have lost your glasses, I think they're on the hill. I don't know the brand. Maybe they're some Oakleys. Don't everyone run down there at once. No, I don't know the brand. But if you lost your glasses, maybe go down and tell the people at the medal tent the brand of glasses, and then you will get them back.
Because you'll want to be watching this race, so you need your glasses
Well,
to
if
watch.
they're prescription, you definitely want to get them back very, very quickly. So we're going to get underway. Now, this is important to note. Kelly over here is off go in lane 6. Now, she will have a boat going alongside because of her visual impairment. So this is you can't give coaching. You just basically tell her what those of us that don't have a visual impairment can see. So basically where the other boats are in the race, whether she's got to go harder on stroke side or bow side. So that's why she's over in lane 6. So there's no impact of wash on the other scullers in this event. So if you're wondering why is there a big gap, that is the reason for it. And she will be off go. Hampton in lane 3 from Victoria is off 21 seconds. Donahue from the ACT off 9 seconds. Reynolds from Queensland off 29 seconds. Kelly off go. Kelly from Glebe, Reynolds to Wong, Donahue, ANU, Hampton from Bendigo, and coached by Bill Barton. So.
Thanks for explaining that, Ben, because people can wonder why there is that big gap and why there is the boat following them. And we're still waiting for a start in this Interstate Women's PR3 single scull.
You can see hands raised by the athletes, so they're all just getting checked, ready for the start. And they're into positions now. So the final event of the Interstate Regatta at this Australian Masters Championships of 2025. So Kelly in position here, off go. So the Interstate Women's PR3 single is underway. Micah Kelly off go. Sue Donahue the next to start from the ACT off 9 seconds. She's getting rolling now, and then Kim Hampton from Victoria is off 21, so should be getting underway right about now, 21 seconds into the race. And then Katrina Reynolds off 29 seconds, so that is ticking over now, so she should be on her way. So we have all four getting started in the Interstate Women's PR3 single. Donahue, the three-time defending champion, in lane 4 from the Australian Capital Territory. Lisa Greisel from New South Wales, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, the only other athlete to have won this event, which began in 2021 at the Australian Masters Championships. And as you would expect, Kelly out in front early days, but Donahue is tracking nicely. Katrina Reynolds from Queensland has got 20 seconds to pull back on Donahue. Hampton, 12 seconds. And right now, via the naked eye, it would seem that Donahue has overtaken Kelly to put herself in the gold medal position, but she has got Katrina Reynolds and Kim Hampton tracking her down, looking to end her domination of this event over the last 3 years at the Interstate Masters Regatta. 500 metre mark is approaching. Still Donahue. Kelly in the silver medal position. Bronze is Reynolds. Hampton from Victoria looks to be back in 4th place over on the far side of the course. You can see in view now, that is Sue Donahue, silver medalist in the mixed double yesterday with Stuart John. Katrina Reynolds won gold with Kevin Wall. Did pull back an 8-second handicap on Donahue and John in the mixed double. So can Reynolds pull back a 20-second handicap on Donahue? This time around, Donahue an F athlete, Reynolds B, Hampton a D, Kelly is G. So we're going to get those 500 metre split times coming through. And it is Donahue from Kelly, remembering that Donahue's already pulled back 9 seconds on Kelly and now has taken the lead. So unless Kelly's saving a bit of juice for the back end, you would expect Donahue would probably extend that lead. Reynolds is 9 seconds, 10 seconds off the pace of Donahue. So she's pulled back half of what she needs to in the first 500 metres. So that would probably give you an indication that she's going to be very, very, very close to Sue Donahue when they approach the last 200 metres. Kim Hampton is about 23, 24 seconds from first place, and that is a little bit more than what her handicap was of 21 seconds. So she's going to find it difficult to move her way onto the podium at the moment because she's sitting at least 20 seconds behind Kelly, who is sitting in bronze at the moment from New South Wales. Kelly certainly not giving up without a fight. 9 seconds was the gap that had to be pulled back on her by Donahue. So it's Donahue in the gold medal position. Reynolds, though, Katrina Reynolds had to pull back 29 seconds on Kelly and maybe is just about to overhaul Mika Kelly. So it was Donahue from Kelly and then Reynolds. Reynolds has done most of the work in the first 500. She pulled back about half that advantage, more than half that advantage. And now, with about 200 metres to travel, Katrina Reynolds from Queensland. Queensland have never won this event in the Interstate Women's PR3 single. It was New South Wales in 2021. It's been the Australian Capital Territory with Sue Donahue winning it the last 3 years. Is Katrina Reynolds about to end the streak of Donahue? Donahue is giving it absolutely everything with 100 metres to travel. They are coming down to the line together. It is Queensland versus the ACT. New South Wales in the bronze medal position. It is going to be very, very tight. Out of it at this point is Victoria in 4th place, but it's a drag race right down to the line between Reynolds and Donahue. Just a few strokes remaining. Reynolds off 29 seconds, had to pull back 20 seconds on Donahue. Just a couple of strokes now for Katrina Reynolds. She's done it. She wins it for Queensland. The Interstate Women's PR3 single. Queensland win it for the first time. Queensland with their first gold medal today. Donahue edged out for a 4th straight year by 1.2 seconds. It was that close to making it 4 in a row. And Kelly finishes in 3rd. It will be Kim Hampton from Victoria in 4th place. Well, you have to be so impressed by that effort from Sue Donoghue. So nearly held on to that advantage to make it 4 wins in a row in this one. But it's Katrina Reynolds, the new champion in the Interstate Women's PR3 single.
That is such an exciting race to finish our interstates, but don't leave the grandstand yet. We still have our presentations for our women's PR3 single sculls. So they will be coming up to the presentation pontoons very, very shortly to receive their medals. And what a fantastic interstate event this is. We see now that the boat race officials are coming in for their break. After these presentations, their next race will be at 12:15, which is the Women's Masters F Single Scull. So we've got a bit of a break until 12:15 after these presentations. So hang around. This will be very nice to see these PR3 women up on the podium, enjoying their moment of medal presentations. So at the conclusion of our interstate competition, we say thank you, Ben Homer. He's getting off now to race. So give us a roundup, Ben, of these interstate races.
Yeah, well, I don't think you can go past South Australia, Lynn. Absolutely dominant. They won the men's quad. They won the men's and women's eights. What about Victoria, though, in the women's interstate quad? 8 in a row. They claimed it from New South Wales, who many thought going into that were probably one of the favoured crews looking to end the drought of 14 years, 2011 the last time they won that. And then in the interstates, it was New South Wales and Queensland getting their first gold medals of this Interstate Masters regatta. So you can't take it away from South Australia, though. Absolutely dominant. 3 out of 6 gold medals for South Australia. So congratulations to Rowing SA on a wonderful interstate regatta once again at these Masters Championships.
Congratulations, South Australia, and thank you very much, Ben. I look forward to watching you come down the course later on in the day. presentations for the Interstate Women's PR3 single scull. In third place, New South Wales, Mika Kelly. In second place, and silver medalist to Sue Donoghue from ACT. And our gold medalist from Queensland, Katrina Reynolds. Please congratulate all our medal winners in the Interstate Women's PR3 single scull. And we have a slight break now in racing until 12:15, where we will start later on with the Women's Masters F single scull. Remember the Rowing Australia Foundation. If you would like to support our Australian rowers, including the paras, juniors and under 23s, and would like to keep in touch with the teams throughout the year, please visit the Rowing Australia Foundation stand at the end of the grandstand and sign up to the foundation to receive regular newsletters from the team and learn how you can support them. And while you're thinking about supporting, we're thrilled to announce the 2026 Australian Masters Championships will be held at Champion Lakes in Perth from the 27th of May to the 30th of May 2026. Thank you to all our suppliers. While we've got a break in racing, visit our suppliers who are under the sails and down in the boat sheds. And for all the images that are being taken today, go to australianrowingimages.com.
I just want to discuss again about the Rowing Australia Foundation. If you would like to support our Australian rowers, including the paras, juniors and under 23s, and would like to keep in touch with their teams throughout the year, please I ask you to go visit the Rowing Australia Foundation stand at the end of the grandstand and sign up to the foundation to receive regular newsletters from the team and learn how you can support them. I think it's a great initiative, and obviously we want to support our Australian rowers as they are heading into their international campaign. I believe the seniors departed yesterday for their preparations for World Cup 1 coming up in a couple of weeks. Got exciting block of racing coming up. Really looking forward to seeing what some of these crews will produce this afternoon. We've obviously had an exceptional interstate regatta this morning, but now we move back into our club scene. So lining up at the starters blocks, we have the Heat 1 of the Women's F Single Scull. In lane 1, Mercy, represented by Alison Kirkwood. In lane 2, North Shore, represented by Louise McCoach, coached by Ken Ambler. In lane 3, Canning Bridge, Melissa Harpley. Lane 4, Glebe, Catherine Maxwell. Lane 5, University of WA, Evelyn Bowen, coached by Lucy Earden. In lane 6, Fremantle, Michaela Main. It looks like we do have a scratching in lane 7. Lane 8 will be Julia Wood, and lane 9, Noosa. Oh, it looks like we've had a couple of scratchings actually. That's lane 5, the University of WA. Lane 7, North Shore. Lane 8, Exeter, and lane 9, Noosa. So only 5 boats lining up. The first 4 progressing through to the final, the rest of the crews. So the 5th place sculler will be eliminated. This is the first heat of the Women's F Single Scull. We have 5 bows in a line as our rows have been handed to the starters, and we hear that beep. The first race for this afternoon's session, and they've got it off to a fantastic start. Early stages, it looks to be our sculler in lane 6 from Fremantle, Michaela Main, who's taken an early lead, but very, very closely followed by the North Shore sculler of Louise McCoach, hot on her tail. Those two boats definitely managed to get out the blocks just that little bit faster than their competitors in the remaining lanes, but at this stage still very, very early in the race, and things can definitely change. But those two scullers managed to do exceptionally great work out the blocks to manage to get their boats that little bit further ahead early on. I'm sure the competitors in this event, they know they've got a simple job to do, just remain in the top 4 to progress through to the final. So really cool, calm and collected rowing as they just managed to edge their bows that little bit further ahead. It does look to be still the sculler in lane 6 from Fremantle, having taken the early lead, then closely followed by our scullers from Mersey and North Shore respectively in lanes 1 and 2. With then a battle out for that final qualification position in lanes 3 of Canning Bridge and 4 from Glebe Rowing Club. But as we approach the first 500 metres, we'll get those scores on the board, and I'll hand it over to Rob to give us a bit of a shout out from that point there.
Yeah, well, thank you, Chris, and welcome to the commentary this afternoon. So we're coming down the 500 now, and just walked in, so I'm just gathering my senses a little bit here, but it does look like that Fremantle sculler, Michaela Main, who is just come through, or maybe not. It was Louise McCoach from North Shore Rowing Club, followed by Alison Kirkwood from Mersey and Michaela Main from Fremantle, but there was absolutely nothing in it coming through that thing. We don't have a time, but the 3 scullers going through very, very close. So it will be interesting coming into this last 500 metres, but only one of these scullers to miss out, so at the moment, the race is really on at the back of the pack there, Chris, for those for that final coveted 4th position to take them through to the final.
Oh, look, absolutely. I think those first 3 scullers have done enough to make sure they've secured themselves a spot in the final. So the real race here is between lanes 4 and 5. That's Glebe Rowing Club of Catherine Maxwell and the University of WA, Evelyn Bowen. They're the ones fighting it out for that final qualification spot, and I think that's where the real race to watch is this afternoon.
But as we come down to the 250 metre to go, it's really the Mersey sculler, Alison Kirkwood, Louise McCoach from North Shore, and from Mantle's Michaela Main, who have cleared out from the other 2. It does look like the Glebe sculler, Catherine Maxwell, has just gained a bit of an advantage. Perhaps not. Well, I think we've called it wrong again. It was the Canning Bridge's Melissa Harpley has pulled about a length and a half over Catherine Maxwell from Glebe, and if she can hold that position, it's straight through to the final for Melissa Harpley. But no trouble at all at the moment for these scullers out the front. Louise McCoach just putting on a little bit of a lift in rating as she's coming down to the line. Just once again, just into the last 100 metres. Probably just trying to go for that one of those middle positions in the final, Chris.
Yeah, no, she's definitely wanting to secure herself a position in one of the centre lanes. She just did that little stroke lift up there to make sure she cleared the 2 other guaranteed qualifiers of Alison Kirkwood and Michaela Main, but those 3 scullers have definitely booked themselves tickets into the final. So the real race here, as you said, Canning Bridge, Melissa Harpley done a great job to pull up a length. She's really just making sure she can get that 4th qualifying spot into the A final. But we can guarantee that our first over the line there was the North Shore sculler of Louise McCoach. Second place, Mersey of Alison Kirkwood. And third there was the sculler from Fremantle, Michaela Main. They're through to the A final. And that 4th qualification spot will be going through to our sculler from Canning Bridge, Melissa Harpley. So well done to all the scullers in this race, and a big round of applause from our sculler, our local sculler from Glebe, Catherine Maxwell, as she crosses the line now.
Yeah, another great race, and already out on the course and well into this next race. Race 205, the Women's Masters F Single Scull, Heat 2 progression once again. A reminder, first 4 through to the final, and I think we're counting out there, we've got about 7 in this heat, so it's going to be 3 to miss out. In lane 1, Endeavours, Diane McShane, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 2, Commercial Rowing Club's Dwayne Fay. In lane 3, Canning Bridge's Linda Pepal. In lane 4, Newcastle University's Alicia Sagar. In lane 6, Riverways, Jacqueline de Jong. Lane 7, Black Mountains, Mary Quilty. And in lane 8, Shoalhaven's Robin Wakefield. And as we come through, they're just coming through the 500 metre mark as we picked them up. Well, we thought they were. They're very, very close, just coming through the 500 metre mark. And it does look like the Endeavour sculler right over in the far lane, in lane 1. Oh no, it's lane 2, the Commercial sculler.
Kenwyn Fay, she's done an absolutely fantastic job just getting us clear length out in the blocks early on. You know, the spread of the field a little bit greater at the 500 metre mark at this point. Kenwyn Fay followed by Jacqueline de Jong and Diane McShaw in third. And then it's getting pretty close for that 4th and final qualification spot yet again. A bit of fuller field here, so I definitely think we're going to see the tempo being that little bit higher in this race, as there's a little bit more uncertainty for the 4th place position.
So it does look like Kenwyn Fay from Commercial Rowing Club holding a very handy lead. It does look like the Riverway sculler Jacqueline de Jong, who's been certainly in a lot of races over the last couple of days, and continuing on with that mode. She's well placed in second. It's the Black Mountains Mary Quilty that is holding down third at this point, but it does look like a fairly even race between the Endeavour sculler, Diane McShane, and in the and back over to this side, the Shoalhaven sculler perhaps for that 4th place. But we'll have to wait and see as we get a little bit closer. But it certainly is no trouble at all for Kenwyn Fay, and she is just powering away at the front of the field.
Well, 6.5 seconds there at 500 metres, Rob, is phenomenal. I mean, barring a nuclear disaster, I think it's safe to say Kenwyn Fay will take out the first qualification spot in the second heat. But then the race really there is going to be for those final 2 spots. Again, as you mentioned before, our sculler, Jacqueline de Jong from Riverway, has done a great job to move away from the rest of the field and will take out her second qualification spot, looking very calm and composed, I think, knowing she's done enough work to book herself a ticket into the A final. 3rd place at this stage would be our sculler from Black Mountain in the ACT, Mary Quitley. You can hear some of the crewmates now starting to lift the vocals up. I think, again, once we're going to have an exciting race here for the 4th place there between lane 1, 3 and lanes 8.
Yeah, and certainly that's the case as the leaders come across the line. It is that real race for that last position. And oh my goodness, Robin Wakefield has just caught a crab close to the line, but slowed up her progress. And it does look like that may have let Diane McShane from Endeavour just jump a bit of a lead for there. So she'll rue that bad stroke she's just taken. And the Shoalhaven sculler looks like she's stopped before the line. So not wanting to hit the buoy. So she's missed out on that place in the final. So it was Endeavour's Diane McShane who's come through to get that 4th place.
Well, we've got some great news, guys, just to announce that the bar will be open at 12:30 for some wine and gin tasting. I'm sure Rob and myself would happily head down there to make sure we're lubricating the vocal cords for this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely, Chris. And I did go there yesterday, and my merch for the meet was a bottle of their rose gin. I tell you what, that's something else. But we move on to race 206, the men's F8, and it's well underway. And this is a great to see that we've got 2 full heats of this these men's F8. So we'll just run through the clubs in this race. It's the Adelaide University Composites, Adelaide University, Torrens, Riverside and Adelaide. Melbourne Rowing Club, Tablelands Composite, which is Tablelands, Cairns, Riverway, Mackay, Brisbane and GPS and Pine Rivers, quite the composite. The Glebe Composite of Glebe and Melbourne University, Manning River Composite, Manning River, St George, Lake Macquarie, and the Old Collegians Composite of Old Collegians and University of Queensland. As we just coming up to the 500 metre mark, it's a very close race there, Chris, as they come into the 500, and it's going to be extremely close. It was the Adelaide University Composite with a 0.78 advantage over Melbourne, followed by Manning Rivers Composite in 2.6 down from there, and just nothing in it for the next two crews, Glebe and the Old Collegians, only a second and a half behind each of those. So the race really on between these crews, particularly over those two over on the other side, the Adelaide University and Melbourne crew.
And it looks like those crews are both just keeping that stroke rate up and keeping the tempo nice and high. Obviously, once again, just trying to secure themselves the inside lanes for the final. I think both crews have managed to pull away that little bit further, getting about a length on. But the real race here is for those final two qualification spots. As we saw through the 500 metre, we had 5 crews still in contact. It does look to be that the Glebe crew and the Lake Macquarie Composite have managed to pull away from the Old Collegians Composite, the Queenslanders, just struggling to hold the intensity from those two crews from New South Wales. And in fact, they're definitely making a huge effort to not just only secure themselves a place in the A final, but actually challenge our race leaders through the 500. It really does look like that Lake Macquarie Composite has decided, you know what, we want to be in the middle ourselves, and have lifted that stroke rate up and putting pressure on that Adelaide and Melbourne crew in the outside lanes. What a race as we're coming into the final 100 metres here. Once again, we still got 5 boats fighting it out, 4 to 4 qualification spots. But at this stage, I think it's safe to say the Adelaide Composite, they will hold on to the lead, securing the win in this first heat. The real fight here between Melbourne and the Lake Macquarie Composite for that second place, but it will be Melbourne taking out second, Lake Macquarie third, and Glebe managing to hold off a phenomenal challenge from the Queenslanders, the Old Collegian Composite, and Glebe will take that 4th qualification spot. Unfortunate for the Queenslanders, but what a terrific finish.
Absolutely, a very, very tight finish, but those 4 crews going into the final will be Adelaide University Composite, Melbourne, it will be the Manning River Composite, St George, Manning River and Lake Macquarie, and Glebe Composite. But we move right along to race 207 in the starting blocks now and looking ready to get it underway. We have the Mosman crew in lane 3, James Aroni, Lawrence Nethery, Bruce Begbie, Harry Fine, Mark Luan, Richard Parry, Mike Solzer, Nathan Birch, and their coxswain Avril Richardson. In lane 4, Armidale Composites, Armidale Newcastle, Michael Robinson, Gregory Rolfe, Tim Bland, Anthony Stanley, Milton Kirkpatrick, John Grant, Richard Percy, Hugh Dowick, and coxswain Tim Rogers. In lane 5, Toowong Composites, Toowong Murwillumbah and Old Collegians, Jonathan Reagan from Toowoomba, Phil O'Dwyer, John Ryan, David Bellamy, Adrian Howard, Dean Horder, Gavin Keeley, Mitch Carr, and their coxswain Ethan Stokes. In lane 6, Yarra Composite, and it is David Jacker, Colin Rawson, Stuart Critchell, Jack Chikakumis, Andrew Gray, Peter Millington, Justin Negri, Nick Inglis, and their coxswain Sam Lincoln. And in lane 7, North Shore 3, Jeff Wannon, Pete Horton, Eric Luck, Stefan Kerr, Richard Lawson, Nick Johnson, Justin Peters, Jeffrey Franklin, and their coxswain Sydney Krieger, and they are away. And it's a very, very fast start from that Yarra Composite crew there, Chris.
Mate, they've just pushed their stern right away from the blocks there. Bow in the lead, as we'd like to make sure the bow is in the front of the boat. But what a start from that crew from Yarra, taking a good quarter of a length in the first 3 strokes. Really trying to be showing their dominance early on, but obviously very early in the racing. We still have 5 boats neck and neck fighting it out for those 4 spots. The 5th place will unfortunately have to sit out of the final.
Yeah, they've actually had a flyer from the start there, this Yarra crew. See if they can maintain that for the rest of the race. It does look like now that the it could be the Armidale Composite going out with them. So it does look like there's a bit of a chasing pack. I'm not sure that they're going to get close to them coming through the 500 metres, but we'll wait and see. Certainly, as we're looking from the umpire cam, we're seeing that the crews are still all in touch, overlap all the way through the remainder of the crews. So as we come down to the 500 metres, we'll give some sort of indication about how they're travelling.
Unfortunately, it does look like the North Shore crew has dropped off the pace early on, but we still got 4 boats battling it out to dictate their lane positionings for the finals. Mossman have seemed to have done a really good job to challenge that crew from Yarra Yarra. I think those 2 crews fighting it out for the lead. It was Yarra Yarra crossing the 500 metre first. Toowong Composite very close. Mossman right next to them, and the Armidale Newcastle crew in a close 4th. I mean, those 4 boats really battling it out for supremacy here. North Shore, just that little bit off the pace, unfortunately. So I would say you've actually got a race here for lanes between those first 4 crews. North Shore definitely not letting their positioning drop the intensity there. They're just definitely going to be putting pride on the line and trying to challenge those crews, hoping they can make up some water in the second half of this race. But really, it does look like it's the Mossman, Yarra Yarra crew fighting it out for first and second. Toowong right alongside them there, and the Armidale Composites sitting in the 4th place. Those at this stage fighting it out for those qualification spots.
And no doubt about it, this Yarra Yarra crew is put about a length over the chasing pack. The Toowong crew coming out hard there now. So once again, trying to get their place and then time improved, their position improved to get those better lanes in the middle of the field for the final. And it does look like both these crews now are pulling just slightly ahead of the Mossman crew over there in lane 3. Just a little bit back now to the Armidale Composite crew. And it does... a bit of a big push from the North Shore crew. Will they have enough to come back over Armidale? Armidale losing a bit of pace now, but no trouble at all for this Yarra Yarra crew. They look like they've brought it down a notch, and they're just conserving a little bit of energy. It will be the Yarra Yarra crew who will cross the line to take first position, just followed by about just on a length to the Toowong Composite crew. It will be the Mossman crew crossing for 3rd place, followed by Armidale, and a little bit of a distance back to the North Shore crew. So the crew's going through to the final: Yarra Yarra Composite, Toowong Composite, Mossman, and Armidale Composite.
Yes, I think that Yarra 8 just showed their dominance early on and followed through with that till the finish line. What a great race there. I'm sure we will see an exciting final. As we turn our heads now back to the start line, we're in Heat 1 of the men's C double sculls. Once again, first 4 progressing to the final with the rest eliminated. In lane 2, Lindisfarne, James Crowley and Phil Hutton. In lane 3, the Drummoyne Composite of Brad Smith from Newcastle and Andrew Goldstein from Drummoyne Rowing Club. In lane 4, North Esk Rowing Club, Patrick Bird and Dion Birdwhistle. In lane 5, Murwillumbah, Doug Cryer and Mark Flower. Lane 6, Black Mountain, Nathan White and Michael Simmons. In lane 7, Wendouree Ballarat Composite. That is Josh Frishot from Hamilton Rowing Club and Andrew Lehane from Wendouree. And in lane 8, Essendon, Ben Stevenson and Tony Sirotic.
Yeah, and Chris, the Lindisfarne crew in lane 2 has withdrawn. And they're away, and it's a nice clean start by all those remaining crews. So we have, once again, the progression in this men's C double scull will be first 4 through to the final. So we only have 6 boats in this race. It will be 2 to miss out. So once again, off to a great start. A flyer was the Wendouree Ballarat combination of Frisho and Luhan. And they do look like they have got a bit of a jump on the rest of the field as we head down over that first 250 metres. So once again, a lot of racing already had by a number of these competitors in this field, and we'll see how that is starting to wear on them as we get through this race. Certainly the final for this race in about another hour and a half, so they've got a little bit of a time for recovery. Conditions out on the course are still amazing, and beautiful rowing conditions. A little bit of a breeze, a puff of breeze coming across about the 400 metre mark, but nothing that's going to upset the flow for these guys. It does look like now the Essendon combination in lane 8, Ben Stevenson and Tony Siritic, have just fallen off the pace a little bit. We go over to the other side of the field. It does look like the Drummoyne composite, Drummoyne Newcastles, Brad Smith and Andrew Goldstein, and the North-Est combination of Patrick Bird and Dion Birtwistle look to be out the front of the field, closely followed by Murwillumbard's Doug Cryer and Mark Flower. So nothing in it for the moment, but these guys will be absolutely aware that any slip up here will allow the fast crew to come through and take their position. So it does look at the moment that it could be the Black Mountain crew who's now sitting in fifth place. So they've got all the work to do. And if they plan on being in this final. But certainly the rating up all the way across the course here. And certainly I'm looking over at the Newcastle and Drummoyne crew. I'm thinking they're up around 36, 37 strokes a minute. So certainly not leaving anything to chance. The crew in the middle now, the Murwillumbah crew of Doug Cryer and Mark Flower, certainly got some good pace, as have the Windermere Ballarat composite of John Fisher and Andrew Lahan. So it's going to be a real race for the line for these guys. Once again, if that Black Mountain crew of Nathan White and Michael Simmons want to get in that final, they've got a lot of work to do. They're about a length and a half behind these four boats who look to be pretty much level across the field. It does look, though, the Windermere Ballarat combination of John Fisher and Andrew Lahan have now pulled about a length's lead over the Murwillumbah combination, a little bit further back to the Drummoyne composite. The North-Est boat of Patrick Bird and Dion Birtwistle looking like they are really comfortable. They look the most controlled of any of these crews at the moment, and certainly probably underrating the other crews by a point or two. Doesn't look like they're stretching themselves too much as they come down towards the line. Black Mountain pulling everything out to try to come back, as are the Essendon crew of Ben Stevenson and Tony Siritic. But I don't know if they're going to have enough. They've got to overtake the Black Mountain crew and get one of these other crews, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that. But it will be the Windermere Ballarat composite of Frisho and Lahan who will come across the line to take first position. It will be the North-Est combination of Bird and Birtwistle taking out second. Third will be Murwillumbah. Fourth, the Drummoyne composite, followed closely by Black Mountain and Essendon. And so the first four crews going through the final will be the Windermere Ballarat composite, North-Est, Murwillumbah and Drummoyne composites. As we move up to the start for race 209, the men's Master C double scull heat 2. The progression once again, a reminder of the first four through to the final. We have 7 crews in this race. In lane 2, Riverside Composite, Tom Sullivan and Anthony Lee. In lane 3, Newcastle's John Olsen and Bill Todd. In lane 4, Glebe Rowing Club's Andy Wigan and Tim Spiteri. In lane 5, Brisbane and GPS's Julian Wright and Michael Newham. In lane 6, Dragons, John Dixon and Patrick Mulrooney. In lane 7, Lindisfarne's Matthew Brown and David Palmer. And from Commercial Rowing Club in lane 8, Jeffrey Peerboom and Bill Peerboom.
We saw those two brothers there, I'm presuming, from Commercial, giving themselves a little bit of a high five before the start of the race, and they're off.
I don't know about you, Chris, but I had a go at rowing with my brother some time back, and it wasn't a great mix.
Oh, you never know. It's either going to work or it's not. But what a start we have in the second heat of the men's C double scull. At this stage, too close to call. 7 boats just side by side, surging out of the blocks. At this stage, it does look like that lane, the Riverside composite of Tom Sullivan and Anthony Lee, just being that little bit more physical out the blocks and taking an early lead. But again, we're only 100 meters into the race, Rob, so it's too early to call our race leaders at this stage, but they definitely seem to jump the start that little bit better than the rest of the opposition in the second heat.
Yeah, I'm hoping they're not trying the fly and die strategy, but it does look like they're fairly comfortable, and they really have from where we sit at the moment, do appear to have put quite a bit of gap over the rest of the field. That crew in Riverside Composite over there in lane 2, but as we come down towards that 500 metre mark, we'll get a better idea where they're all sitting. But it does look like to be a race in 2 parts here at the moment, with the lanes 2, 3 and 4 a little bit ahead of the crews over on this side in 5, 6 and 7.
Yeah, definitely a impressive start there. I don't think there's too much concern of the old fly and die. I mean, we've got a stadium full of doctors, so these guys will have no concerns over their health, but it does look like they have managed to maintain their lead as we progress through to the 500 metre mark. Only a couple of meters to go before we see those screens, see those times coming up on the screen, but I would say it is Riverside at this stage. And the commercial crew, in fact, has actually managed to come up and challenge them through that last 100 meters to put themselves in front of that crew from Riverside. But Riverside and commercial fighting it out for our first and second place, followed there by Glebe and Brisbane and GPS. But there's not much in it from 3rd through to 6th. So we will see an exciting race as we progress through to the final 100 meters or so to see which crews are really going to be battling it out for that final qualification spots. But again, Riverside and commercial definitely being just that little bit stronger than the rest of the field. They haven't seemed to drop the tempo down, which means they're definitely looking to qualify in the best lanes. Maybe they know something we don't about what's going to happen with the wind this afternoon. But I would say again, once again, Riverside and commercial just battling it out either end of the course. They've seemed to move away from those lanes in the middle, but actually looking really, really composed as we move through to the last 250 meters of this race.
Yeah, and it does look like that Riverside combination has increased their lead, maybe taking the commercial with them, but being on either side of the course, quite difficult for them both to get an idea of where the other's at, but it won't be troubled at all. These guys have had a great strategy. They've gone out hard and maintained that right through the race. Certainly probably having a bit of a look across now, just making sure they've got it covered. About 100 metres to go now as they come into the Red Boys, and the commercial crew over in lane 8 of the Peerboom brothers look like they're fairly safe in that second place. A big race on between Glebe and the others for that 3rd and 4th.
Well, Glebe have done a fantastic job to come back onto this crew from commercial. I do think commercial still managing to hold on to that second place, but the real question is going to be who get those final qualification spots. Glebe was taking 3rd, and it's too close to call. Wow, I'm going to have to say we're going to have to wait for the cameras on that one. That was a fantastic finish between 4 boats. Glebe there just edging themselves out in front to get that 3rd qualification spot, but we're going to have to wait for the officials to give us that final spot between the crew from Newcastle and the crew from Brisbane and GPS. It was just too close to call. Unfortunately, I think both those crews just edged Dragons out of the runnings there, but we will wait for the official result for the second heat of the men's C double scull.
Yeah, and certainly the unofficial results showing that Newcastle just got there, but not so sure, and I think I'm pretty sure they'll be checking that in the photo, so we'll find out very soon what that result, the official result is. And moving, we've got a bit of a gap now, haven't we? So we're not moving on that quick at all, really. It's 12:40. Our next race is at 12:55. The women's H2M double sculls have been cancelled. I'd say they've been consolidated into a final. So our next race will be 2:12, the Women's Masters E8. Once again, a great field of 2 heats in this event, and that will be at 12:55.
Yeah, we're definitely not shy on the entries. It's great to see these heats being full lanes of crews from across the country, and it's definitely making up for some terribly exciting races. We do see that the 8s have made their way up to the starters' blocks, but we will have a couple more minutes than usual as we wait for these crews to line up.
Rowing New South Wales would like to extend our gratitude to the sponsors and partners who have helped make the 2024-2025 season a success. Bentley's our major event sponsor, Quest Penrith, our official accommodation partner, the Regatta Shop, our official event clothing partner, V Insurance, Penrith City Council, Pontoon, Web Urban, Race Clocker and Bont Rowing, proud new sponsor of our Bont Boat Race officials. We thank all the sponsors for this event that have made all this possible and continue to be long-term supporters of Rowing New South Wales and indeed the Australian Masters Rowing Championship. While we're on announcements, once again a reminder that you can come and discover the rich culinary landscape of the Penrith and Blue Mountains region at the AMRC 25. That's tonight. There will be an event in the Lakeside Restaurant where we can experience the Flavour Trail, an artisanal showcase of locally produced food and drink. It's the perfect way to unwind after a big day of racing. It'll be trying wines, gin, and whiskey from the Rosevere's whiskey. So you can go to the event website on Rowing New South Wales and purchase tickets there. And certainly, as said Chris, I sampled the gin yesterday afternoon and not a bad drop and came away with a bottle. So I'd encourage everyone who is free. It's open now from 12:30. And I think that's the bar's going to run open all the way through to the event tonight. So I'd encourage all to get involved in that event. Always a big deal on a Saturday night at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships.
Well, Rob, I really wish somebody could run me up one of those gins. I'm still sitting here eagerly awaiting the official result in that second heat of the men's double scull. I'm sure we'll be seeing that very shortly. But as we look up to the course, we can see those eights are now starting to move towards the starters blocks. So I'm sure we're going to see some more exciting racing coming down as we have the 2 heats for the women's E8.
Just another announcement. We've had a pair of tortoiseshell prescription glasses handed in. They were found on the hill beside the grandstand. If anybody has lost a pair of tortoiseshell prescription glasses, they can come to the tower and they'll be at the, see someone in the tower and we will hand those glasses back to you.
And the final 8 has just backed themselves into the hands of their starting pontoon. Coming up now with the Women's Masters E8. Once again, we will see 4 crews progress and 5 crews in the event. In lane 3, Newcastle, Fiona Wallace, Sue Brown, May Solivia Bell, Phoebe Sanders, Catherine Dadd, Susan Deemer, Bonnie Tratt, Sally Watson, and Cox by Conrad Bond. In lane 4, the Essendon Composite, represented by Essendon, Union Canterbury, Phoenix, Burnsdale, North Esk. Mary Gonzalez, Heidi Frey, Julia Hillsop, Lynn Broad, Tony Milne, Tanya McDonald, Cindy Neenan, Lisa Gandolfo, Cox by Claire Gregg. In lane 5, the Karam Composite of Kareth Hawthorne and Nagambie, Sally Steffenson, Karen O'Shaughnessy, Ruth Oliver, Wendy Cotter, Julie Cochin, Frances Graham, Elizabeth Ritchie, Helen Kelly, Cox by Tessa Plant. In lane 6, North Shore, Helen Brown, Julie Wass, Renee Venables, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, and Cox by Jane Kavanagh, and coached by Kim Rudder. And in lane 7, it is Balmain, Istanthi Ganawadrana, Juliet Anand, Marta Bacco, Luella May, Oswald, Maria O'Connor, Victoria Clay, Jacqueline Warner, Sasha Myton, and Cox by Kit Hartley. And we have all these boats have gotten off to a fantastic start and are very, very quickly approaching the 500 meter mark. At this stage, definitely have 5 crews still in contact. My early call would be the race leaders being the crews in lane 7 of Balmain. They've definitely come out the blocks that little bit more stronger. Sorry, forgive me. North Shore have done a great job of coming out those blocks that little bit faster than the rest of it, taking an early length up on the crew inside of them, the Karen Composite. But Karen's still very much in connection with that crew from North Shore. And then it's a very close field between our final 3 remaining crews, but we've still got 5 8s very much in contact with each other as we're progressing through to the second half of this race.
And Chris, we've just had it pointed out to us that Tessa Plant, the coxswain of the Karam Composite crew, was indeed the coxswain for the Parrot crew for 2 years in the head of the Yarra. And so I think those crews were very grateful to have someone of the skill level of Tessa steering them down the Yarra River, and certainly doing a good job here. I think Karam currently sitting in second place. It is that crew of North Shore crew, once again, that very experienced crew. You know, the Wasp, Venables, McCoach, Byrne, Lash, Kennedy, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, and their coach Jane Kavanagh, who are out to a very good lead here. The Karam crew is chasing, the Karam Composite crew is chasing. Remember, once again, only one of these crews to miss out. So the race is between this Newcastle crew in lane 3 and the crew in lane 7, Balmain. And it does look like at the moment there's nothing in it between these 2 crews, but it does appear that the North Shore, Karam and Essendon Composites are holding down those first 3 positions. But Balmain now have seen the sniff the grandstand and the finish line and have just turned it on a little bit and may well have pulled ahead slightly of that Newcastle crew, but no trouble whatsoever for the North Shore crew. This is, once again, a very experienced. They've won a lot of races. The Karam Composite in second place, and it does look like that's how they will finish, Chris. And as we come down towards the line, the real race is on between these other 3 crews.
Listen, that dominance North Shore have shown early on in the race has got them through to the final, and we can see that they're doing a fantastic job maintaining their length and just striving out that little bit further to claim the win in this race. Karam have obviously given them quite a challenge and will take second, but really, as you just said, that race for the final qualification spot, that's what we're looking for now. Third will go through to the Essendon Composite, and what a finish there by the Newcastle crew that just edged off over the Balmain crew there. So it does look like our qualifiers will be the North Shore, Karam Composite, Essendon Composite and Newcastle. Unfortunately, Balmain missing out on the A final, but definitely gave us an exciting race there. Sorry, I just held the official results also come through from that men's double scull, and I can confirm that it was Newcastle. At this stage, it looks like we've got a dead heat of Newcastle and Brisbane and GPS, both claiming 4th position there, which is phenomenal. So at this stage, our gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen downstairs haven't been able to actually give us the official 4th place, and it is a dead heat between Newcastle and Brisbane and GPS. So we might actually see that there'll be 9 crews in that final, which will be exciting to see. I'm sure those 2 crews might want to enjoy that rematch to see who might actually have been the official 4th place in that race. But what a race.
Yeah, absolutely, and so we'll wait until we get some official word on how that final will be set out. We move on to race 213, the Women's Masters E8, Heat 2. Progression was won first forward of the final, the rest eliminated. In lane 3, Torrens Composite, Torrens and Port Adelaide. Carol Cooper, Alison Smith, Colette Barry, Robin Gray-Gardner, Simone Ellis, Gina Bell, Tori Toogood, Emily Elcurry, and their coxswain Alicia Berginetti. In lane 4, Corio Bay, Pam Westendorf, Meredith Williams, Nisha Hall-Sullivan, Tanya Sutherland, Phoebe Kelly, Jandy Watts, Karen Patton, Justine Tonna Joyce, and their coxswain Caitlin Murphy. In lane 5, North Shore Composites, North Shore and Newington Masters, Leanne Johnson, Gail Donkin, Judy Tanner, Rebecca Tombolo, Catherine James, Bryony Short, Christina McCulloch, Elizabeth Buzo, and Jacqueline Marks is their coxswain. In lane 6, Storm King Composite, Toowong, River City and North Shore. Michelle Loveday, Patrice Lapis, Angela Nolan, Janelle Filkin, Christine Gilbert, Britt McCormick, Daniela Anderson, Kate Reardon and their coxswain Jennifer Pollock. And in lane 7, University of Western Australia Composite, A&A and Fremantle, Fiona Bell, Alex Lai, Alexandra Thornton, Carolyn Foster, Indra Sivakalundu, Sandra Clark, Sarah. And our sheets have run out and we haven't got the rest of that crew on our sheets, but they're certainly away to a great start here. And we've done a bit of digging and it appears that the Storm King Club is located near Stanthorpe on the Storm King Dam. And it is just inside the New South Wales-Queensland border on the Queensland side. So I'm sure they're wishing they were about 5 kilometres to the southeast on Wednesday night, but not to be. But it is a out to a great start. Once again, 4 crews here that will go through to the final. It does look like the North Shore Composite crew in the middle of the field has slipped back slightly. Interestingly, Newington Masters in this North Shore Composite crew, because Newington is actually going co-ed next year. There's been a bit of a battle on about whether they would go co-ed. It's a private school in Sydney, GPS school in Sydney, so that's going to change the dynamics of that school for sure. But as they came through the 500 metre mark, it was the Torrens Port Adelaide Composite crew ahead of Corio Bay, nothing in it, back to the Storm King Composite, University of Western Australia Composite, North Shore and Newington Masters Composite coming through to round out the field. But it does look fairly safe for these Torrens, Corio Bay, Storm King and University of Western Australia Composite crews who look to hold down those first 4 positions, but nothing in it as we look across the field, Chris.
Well, Robert, we saw the dominance of the South Australians in the interstate race earlier today, and they have just come back and shown up again. That crew from South Australia doing a fantastic job to just continually edge their lead out as we move into their latter end. A little bit more of a spread. I think it's safe to say that the 4 crews taking out the first 4 positions have got that little bit of confidence now, knowing that they have secured themselves a place in the final for this event. But again, we will see these crews from Corio Bay, Storm King and the University of WA just trying to decide which lanes they will be in for the final. A little bit of steering going on there in the crew from the University of WA, maybe giving a a little bit of hope there to that North Shore composite. They're definitely lifting their intensity, just thinking, hey ladies, we've got one last shot at this. Let's make sure we can do what it takes to put ourselves in that final. But let's just turn our heads to the race leaders here. This South Australian composite crew doing a fantastic stride, driving themselves through to a very, very dominant victory in the second heat of the E8. These ladies have done a terrific job, and look at them crossing the line in glorious fashion. The Storm King composite doing a fantastic job to secure themselves the second qualification spot, with Corio Bay hot on their heels taking third. WA coming in fourth and will take that final qualification. But let's give a hand to these ladies from North Shore doing a great job. They threw the gauntlet down and put everything out there, and they've just crossed the line in fifth place.
Yeah, and Chris, that heat was some 9 seconds faster than the previous heat, but so we don't know how hard they were getting pushed, but it didn't look like the Torrens composite crew was getting pushed too hard in that one. So they certainly looked the goods in the final, but we'll have to wait and see. And certainly the North Shore crew first in the first heat will have something to say about that, I am sure. But moving straight on now, and we've got to start in race 214. It's the Men's Masters E4 Heat 1, progression first four to the final. Run through the cruiser, St George, Eden Granger Ramos, Christopher Jones, Cromwell Olivia and Alan Robertson. The Union composite in lane 2, Adam Ramshaw, Stuart Wade, Tim Moran and Chaz Todd Hunter. In lane 3, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Andrew McKenzie, Frank McHugh, Terry Bridges, Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 4, Brisbane Grammarians, Brett Cribb, John King, Marcus Mulholland and Scott Austin. In lane 5, Manning Rivers, Roy Halliday, Nick Johnson, Glenn Herbert and Rhett Patterson. In lane 6, Lake Macquarie's Sean Donza, Stuart Boyd, Sean Ryan and Jeremy Smith. Lane 7, Tablelands Composite, Michael Wolfert, Richard McGrath, Peter Thorin and Doug Rolfe. And finally in lane 8, North-Est Composites, Michael Wilson, Tom Wilcox, Roberto Ayeda and Robert Wrigley. And certainly a very fast start by that. Looks like the Leichhardt crew has got out to a bit of a flyer, as has, I would suggest, the North-Est Composite crew. A few of these guys have just come down in the interstate races.
Oh, look, Rob, the intensity of those two crews just throughout the blocks was phenomenal. Just sheer power, and both crews surging ahead very early on. Very exciting as we move through the 500-meter mark. There's not much in it between them, but I would say it is that combination from Leichhardt that will cross the 500-meter mark ahead. Just 1.5 seconds about the competitors there from Tasmania, and then the rest of the field just hot on the heels. I mean, this race still is anyone's. As we progress through to the second half, I'm really excited to see this one as we approach the grandstand. I'm hearing the energy lift as these crews are surging towards the finish line, but Leichhardt and North-Est definitely dictating the intensity of this race.
Yeah, and that's St George crew over in lane 1, typically very fast finishes as well. So they'll be looking across and making sure that they've got that third place covered, but nothing in it. We're looking across the field there between the Brisbane Grammarians, Manning River, Lake Macquarie and Tablelands Composite, and over to Union Composite, and looks to be nothing in it for those crews. It does look like the crews from Manning River and Lake Macquarie are having a great tussle, and they may have come up and made some ground back on the St George crew over in lane 1. So it's going to be extremely tight coming into this last 150, 250 metres.
Well, Rob, I think St George heard you there, because they've just lifted the pressure up. They've had a look over their shoulder, and they know they're in this race. The intensity moving up into these final 100 metres is phenomenal. Really, this race, once we enter the Red Boys, is going to be incredibly exciting. We can see Leichhardt responding to the effort there from the St George crew. North-Est looking over, obviously being a little bit further on this side of the bank, but they're responding to what a race as we come into the finish line. Leichhardt just sitting up tall, holding their stride as they move into clear race leaders now. But what a race we've got between 4 crews for the final 3 qualification spots. St George have done a fantastic job. They've really worked well through that 500. It's going to be neck and neck. North-Est just managing to hold off the challenge from St George, with the crew from Tablelands Composites taking the 4th spot. What a finish. Sorry, forgive me, Lake Macquarie taking out that 4th qualification spot. over the crew there from the Union Composite. What a finish there, though, in the men's E quad.
And in the starting block, we have race 2:15, the heat 2 of the men's E quad scull. And they're all set for a start there. In the lane 2, we've got Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis, Zane Lockley, David Jacker, and Justin Negri. A number of those guys, or all of them, have just come out of the interstate races. In lane 3, Wide Bays, Simon Dunn, Jim Stafford, Kenneth Davey, and Cameron Waterson. Cameron Waterson is also the coach. In lane 4, Murwillumbah Composite, Murwillumbah Commercial and Service Paradises, Andy Menzies, David Hughes, Toby Rogers, Anthony G, Robert G. And in lane 5, Torrens Composite, Rob Ellis, Matt Russell, Damien DeLeek, Kevin Tankard. Lane 6, Shoal Havens, Bradley Sewell, Oliver Radich, Stuart Drury, and Mark Whitaker, coached by Andrew Parry. Lane 7's Toowong Composites, Kelly Armitage, David King, Tom Coates, and David Bellamy. And finally, in lane 8, Corio Bay's Peter Abelay, Peter Jeffrey, Duncan Ashby, and David Kelly.
And our crews now just starting out, and it's a great start for a couple of them there. And interestingly enough, even though we've got a number of composite crews in this particular race, we've got a few of them, all of our composite crews are all from the same state association. So you've got a Murwillumbah Commercial and Surfers Paradise. Murwillumbah, for rowing purposes, is affiliated with Rowing Queensland. It's not just a state of origin thing, that's in Queensland. The Torrens Composite is Torrens and Adelaide University, both from South Australia, and then the Toowong Composite, Toowong Cand and the University of Queensland. So all in there as we just see the view there from the BRO boats. They're coming up towards the 500 metre mark, and it is the two crews in the centre of the course that are looking quite nice at the moment. So that's the Murwillumbah Surfers Paradise and Commercial Composite, Torrens Adelaide University Composite, and closest to the grandstand, Corio Bay, also looking quite good at the moment. So we'll get a bit of an idea as to our top 4. It's first 4 again to go through to the final in the men's E quad sculls, and you can see there it's about 5 different crews going for 4 different spots in that final. It is going to be an absolute cracker. It's Corio Bay leading Yarra Yarra, Murwillumbah Composite, Torrens Adelaide University, and then Shoalhaven sitting in 5th place, Toowong Composite back in 6th, and then it does look to be a little way back to the team from Queensland in the Wide Bay Rowing Club, so up around that Hervey Bay area. Beautiful, beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, and certainly is. It certainly is. And going through there, was that like only less than 2 seconds between 1st and 5th. So a big race coming over the last 400 metres now as they get into the really in swing for the race home. It does appear that Murwillumbah Composite might be still holding a little bit of an advantage with the Yarra Yarra. I think the Yarra Yarra might be conserving their energy a bit. A lot of talent in the Torrens and Yarra Yarra crews as well as the others, but certainly that's where the race is on at the moment.
Yeah, we just see them now into the red buoys. It's 250 metres left to go. We've still got the 5 crews coming down the course. 4 spots going through to the final. Corio Bay from Victoria, they've got the lead at the moment, sitting a couple across from them. Torrens and Adelaide University, that composite sitting quite nicely as well. And then on their right-hand side, the Murwillumbah Composite also up there. It's going to be absolutely bow ball to bow ball. There was no letting the energy go in this race. They've got about 100 or so metres left to go. You can hear the cheers from the grandstand. Are they able to put on one final surge? Shoalhaven, they need a big push over the last 50 metres or so. It's the Torrens Composite have now moved into the lead ahead of the Murwillumbah Composite, Corio Bay, Yarra Yarra and Shoalhaven. It's the Torrens Composite with that lead. We've then got next to them, it's going to be a photo finish, but it's going to be 2, 4 and 8 joining them. So that's Yarra Yarra, Murwillumbah Composite and Corio Bay. Shoalhaven, a brave row. They just missed out by about a canvas on qualifying for the final. The Toowong Composite in lane number 7, just coming across the line now in sixth place. I think they've missed one on the screen there, so we'll wait on the final confirmation on that one. And now the distinctive Zooties of the Wide Bay Rowing Club in Queensland just coming up towards the line. Now, they'll finish in 7th place, but what an absolutely cracking race. First race I've called all day, and they come up with that.
Yeah, absolutely. The depth in these E and F crews in this regatta is just sensational, and the racing out here is amazing. Look, we're just watching the replay across the line, and there is less than half a length between the first 5 crews. It was just an amazing finish for all crews. So Buildup 2 Shoalhaven, who appears to have just missed out on that spot in the final. But
yeah, we'll come back with because the timings that came up, I think they missed out on the Murwillumbah composite.
Yeah, it did. They had Shoalhaven in 4th, and I think they've just missed out on Murwillumbah, which I'm sure that they will be unhappy about. So they'll no doubt redo the results, and we will give those to you as soon as available.
So we're moving on now to the first heat of the men's G single scull. So top 4 through to the final. You can see them lining up at the on the fingers at the moment. So in lane number 2, we have from the Tablelands Country Rowing Club in North Queensland, Lachlan McDonald. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Carl Quitzow. In lane 4 from Commercial Rowing Club, Harry Fitzgerald. Lane 5 from Murwillumbah Rowing Club, John Ryan. Lane 6 from Wendouree Ballarat, John Irwin. And lane 7 from the University of Queensland, David Puller. And we've just got some confirmation on those results in the previous heat. So it was Torrens Adelaide University with the win, Corio Bay in 2nd, 0.01 seconds back to Yarra Yarra in 3rd. The Murwillumbah Composite, 0.24 of a second back in 4th. So that is 1.5 seconds between 1st and 4th. And then Shoalhaven tick over a second behind Murwillumbah back in 5th place. So Shoalhaven haven't done anything really wrong there. They've only finished about 3 seconds behind the crew from Torrens Adelaide University, and they've missed out on the final. That's rowing.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the time from the first heat and the second heat. It just makes for an amazing final. There's about 4 or 5 crews that looked like they could win, probably more than that, 6 or 7 crews that looked like could win that race. So it's going to be a great one to watch a little bit later in the afternoon, the men's E Quad Scull final.
We'll have to get the popcorn out for that one. But there's some great racing coming up this afternoon. We've got all the finals coming through. We've got some mixed races to finish up. Don't forget, we also have the function on tonight up at the Lakeside Bar, so you can get your tickets through Humantix. So it is taste the rich culinary landscape of Penrith and the Blue Mountains on later on this evening. So you can try Robert Oatley wines, 3 Cuts gin, and Rosevere's whiskey. For tickets, head to events.humanitix.com/flavour-trail-lakeside. Or check out the Rowing New South Wales Instagram page, because I believe they have the link on there.
Indeed, and it does look, as we come down to the 500 metre mark, it does look like the Sydney sculler Carl Quitzow, who is holding about a 1.5 second lead over Harry Fitzgerald, followed by Lachlan McDonald, John Ryan, and David Puller. So David Puller, this is the first 4 to the final, so it would appear that David Puller at the moment has a little bit of work to do. It does look like the sculler from, we're thinking, John Irwin from Wendouree Ballarat has a little bit tailed out the back of the field and may well have had a problem because he's rating very low as he's just coming through the 500 metre mark. But certainly there is a great race developing here as we look across the field, Stuart, and it does look that, once again, that coveted 4th position and the final place to the final. The final place to the final, of course, is looking very tight at this moment.
Yeah, it's been a big push here from David Puller. He was sitting, about 5 seconds back. He was nearly 4 seconds back of John Ryan in 4th place. So it's top 4 to go through to the final. But again, in the single scull, that's where the momentum can really change during a race. As they're in now to the Red Boys, we'll keep an eye out on how he's going there. He doesn't look like he's lifted the rate too much, but if one of the other scullers has just spent a few too many tickets early, then you might find a chance for David Puller as he comes in to the final stages. It is Carl Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club, still with that lead, being pushed all the way by Lachlan McDonald from the Tablelands Country Rowing Club. And you can see there with a very bright, I think it's fluoro pink hat that he's got on there. It's either way, I quite like it. Commercial's Harry Fitzgerald sitting in third place in the yellow shell, and then off to his left we've got John Ryan from Murwillumbah Rowing Club, and now David Pullard is making his push. So it's into the final stages now. Carl Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club. How many times have we called Sydney Rowing Club leading a race? Doesn't matter what kind of race it is, Sydney Rowing Club, chances are they're going to be towards the front. David Pullard's make a push, but he's just had a couple of dirty strokes. It's checked the momentum a little bit, but we'll see if he can make it up over the final 50 metres or so. It's Carl Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club. He's going to cross the line in first place. Second is going to be Lachlan McDonald from Tablelands. Third is going to go to lane 4, and fourth going to lane 5. So that's Lachlan McDonald in second, Harry Fitzgerald from Commercial in third, John Ryan from Murwillumbah in fourth. David Pullard, he had he made up a couple of seconds over that second 500 metres or so, and then just a couple of rough strokes with about 100 metres or so left to go, lost the momentum and unfortunately wasn't able to make it up and qualify for the final.
It's unfortunate when you're going for that last dig over the last couple of 100 metres and you're fairly tired. You are very prone to taking those bad strokes, and unfortunately for David, he lost all that momentum he'd just built and wasn't able to carry on and get into the final. But certainly Sydney's Carl Quitzow looking very relaxed as he went across the line. But we move straight on to race 217, the men's G single scull heat 2. Once again, a reminder, the progression is first 4 to the final. North Shore's Chris Walsh in lane 3. Riverside's Mark Johnson, lane 4. In lane 5, Noosa Gil Hosier, And in lane 6, Yarra Yarra's Colin Rawson. And in lane 7, Yarra Yarra's Jack Chikasukumis. And they look to be fairly even races. We look from up here. I'm not quite sure. There seems to be a big gap between two of these scullers. So I think one of the scullers has drifted a little bit in their lane. But it does look like there's no other problems, nobody out in this race. So it does look like the Noosa sculler of Gil Hosier has had a very good start, as have North Shore's Chris Walsh and Riverside's Mark Johnson. Probably a little way back, the one Yarra Yarra sculler at the moment is just a little bit off the back to the Yarra Yarra sculler outside of him in lane 7.
Yeah, Rawson and Chetsuyukumis from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club. They're the two in the red zooties closest to the grandstand, so they're the two. So it's top 4 to go through to the finals, so it does mean that one rower is going to miss out here, and it's fairly evenly spread. So as they're coming up towards the 500 metres, you can see there's not a lot, there's nobody out of the picture, and as they come up to that timing point, we'll get a bit of an idea. So Jack Chatziyakumis from Yarra Yarra just starting to move up a little bit, and so Chris Walsh from North Shore, he's got the lead. Gil Hosier from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club in second. Jack Yatsukumis in third. And then Mark Johnson in fourth. Colin Rawson in fifth place from Yarra Yarra, but he is only a second behind. So we'll see over the final 500 metres or so just who's been foxy, because this is the trickiness, isn't it there, Rob? Because you're going through to the final. You've only got to beat one person. You want to save a little bit of energy for the final, but you also don't want to completely miss out.
No, that's exactly right, Stuart, and certainly also thinking about getting those middle lanes. The middle lanes in the final are always better because you've got that, you're in the mix, and if you're out on one side or the other, you just feel a little bit remote at times. I think just thinking about the cruel nature of draws, and the Yarra Yarra scullers probably train against each other day in, day out, come to the Nationals and they're put in a lane in the heat side by side. I mean, it's cruel sometimes, but that's the way it goes. But it does look to be the North Shore sculler Chris Walsh and Noosa's Gil Hosier, and over on this side, Jack Chakasukumis, who are a bit ahead of the other two. It does look like Colin Rawson, the other Yarra Yarra sculler, has made a bit of a move and has moved up beside Mark Johnson from Riverside. And it will be a real race on for that last position. I tell you what, the other scullers just in front of them will want to watch out because they've got a lot of momentum now as we come down towards the last 150 metres. And there's a very good chance if the Noosa sculler Gil Hosier doesn't pick up the rate slightly, he could actually get caught by these scullers who are now currently pushing through. So it's going to be very, very tight coming down to the line, Stuart.
That's right, Chris Walsh from North Shore. He's looking comfortable. Jack Yakumas from Yarra Yarra. He's moved up into second place. Gil Hosier from Noosa. He's sitting there in third, and either side of him, it's Mark Johnson and Colin Rawson, and that's where the battle is. Mark Johnson, Riverside. He's starting to put a push. Here comes Rawson as well. There is nothing in this. We're coming into the final stages. One rower to miss out. Who's it going to be? It won't be Chris Walsh. He takes the win. Second place to Yakumas. Third place will go to lane number 5, that is Gil Hosier, and I think Mark Johnson has just got over the top of Colin Rawson by about the width of a bow number, if half a canvas at best.
We talked about those tactics, and there was a great example of that you just can't leave it to chance. And as we saw Gil Hosier really having to turn it on at the end, Colin Rawson coming and Mark Johnson coming through like a train, but it was Mark Johnson just scraping through to get that 4th position to get to the final. But what a great heat again.
Yeah, we've had some absolute cracking races so far, and now we're going to see it even more again. It's the women's D double sculls. We've got 9 crews in this race, all lined up across the start, only the top 3 to go through. So in lane number 1 from UTS, we have Bronwyn Downey and Christine Phillips. Lane 2 from Noosa, Jill Hopkins and Fernanda Correa. In lane 3 from Lake Macquarie, Rayleigh Ison and Michelle Dizelle. In lane 4 from Commercial and Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid and Andrea Painter. In lane 5 from the University of Queensland, Nikki Hughes and Jennifer Conn. Lane 6 from Glebe Rowing Club and Skilton and Emma Hutchinson. Lane 7 from River City Women's up in Brisbane, they've got Emma Davidson and Bronwyn Mantle. In lane 8 from Essendon and Wendouree Ballarat, we have Leanne Martin and Christine Camilleri. And in lane 9 from Cairns and Murwillumbah, we have Tamsin Brew and Kylie Pedder.
And I just looking at those, the crew from Cairns Composite, one from Cairns and one from Murwillumbah. I'm sure that they get together too often for a row together. It's opposite ends of Queensland. It's a long way between them, but certainly a great opportunity when you come to these events to mix it up and catch up with old friends and row with people you've rowed with in the past and all in the place at the same time.
Well, maybe they go meet up in Rockhampton or something like that. You know, you meet about halfway, have a good steak in Rocky.
Oh, indeed. Can't you get a good steak in Rocky there, Stuart?
Get a great steak in Rocky.
It is a great place for a steak. I'm not sure about a rowing course, but for an international rowing course, but we're not going to get stuck on that one.
Rob, I'm gonna say the same thing I said to Lynn yesterday. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. We are waiting for the start here of race number 218, and they are now underway. So this is the first heat of the women's D double sculls. We've got 3 heats in this one, top 3 to go through, and they are very full heats. So we've got 9 in our next heat, another 9, so 27 entrants in this race, Rob. It is going to be an absolute cracker, and by the time we get to the final, they are going to be just absolutely elite level for this women's D double scull. So good start from Leanne Martin from Wendouree Ballarat and Christine Camilleri from Essendon. We've seen Christine do quite well throughout the regatta, as we just see now the view from the BRO boats. And conditions for the entire regatta have been absolutely perfect. So there's barely a breath of wind at the moment. You can see there the water is lovely and flat. I can personally vouch from being out there a little bit earlier on today that it's just beautiful conditions. You're not worried about what the waves are doing. You're not worried about the wash. You're not worried about the white caps. All you're worried about is your rowing and trying to stay in between the lanes, which can be a little bit tricky from time to time. But we can see there the 9 crews across the course. UTS Haberfield, Bronwyn Downey and Christine Phillips also off to an absolute flyer of a start through the early stages, through the first 250 metres. As again, we see that view from the BRO boats, and I think it's about 20 degrees, 19 degrees, my watch has it at the moment, so it's looking absolutely lovely out there. It's perfect conditions, and some great racing as they're coming up towards the 500 metre mark.
Yeah, and Stuart, this UTS Haberfield, Bronwyn Downey and Christine Phillips, the work that they've been doing in UTS to bring back a lot of these ex-Australian and Olympic rowers back into the fold, and certainly we've seen a lot of them out there over this weekend, and it's great to see them coming back into it after a lot of them are a fair while out of the sport.
Well, I think one of the best things they can do is, I'll get back to that, so it is UTS with the lead, Essendon, Wendouree, Ballarat in second, Commercial, Brisbane and GPS in third, then it is about 5 seconds back to Lake Macquarie, then Cairns, Murwillumbah, University of Queensland, And then now final two crews just coming through the timing point now. That's Noosa and then back to River City Women's. So I think one of the things of Australian sport is always that you get the people that go to the elite level, they go to the top and then they come back down again, and they're able to pass on that knowledge that, you know, you can learn so much from an Olympian, you can learn so much from a Paralympian, you can learn so much from someone who's represented Australia at the highest level, and particularly for the young up-and-comers, they can go, okay, well, this is what you need to do, and it's a great strength of Australian sport, not just in rowing. So it's great to see them coming back in, and I'm sure that the younger rowers, you know, UTS is a very proud rowing club, and they'll learn a lot from that.
Yeah, absolutely they will, and they're seeing at the moment you know, how that translates to these guys being back on the water, and certainly lane one holding down a bit of a lead. Remembering only the first three of these crews go through to the final, and it does appear to be the UTS combination, the commercial composite combination and Essendon composite, who are holding down those three positions at the moment as we come into the last 150 metres. It looks like they've just all backed it off a bit. The glebe combination of Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchison, though, they'd like a taste of this action, and they are pushing hard to try to bridge that gap, but I would expect at this point in time, with 100 metres to go into the Red Boys, that they have, these three crews out in front have the places fairly well covered. The crew over on this side, the Essendon composite crew, Essendon and Windery Ballarat of Leanne Martin and Christine Kemmeler, do look like they've got the momentum at the moment. It looks like they will go across the line and take out first place in this heat. It will be followed by the UTS crew over in lane one, and followed by the commercial composite crew. Then they will follow in order Glebe Rowing Club, a little bit further back to Lake Macquarie, just coming down to the line. They'll cross the line now. Across here to the Cairns Composite in sixth place. It will be University of Queensland. And a little bit of a race on at the moment between the Noosa and River City Women's, but it will be the Noosa combination of Hopkins and Carrera coming in to take the place ahead of River City Women's.
So confirmation of the results there. It is Essendon, Wendouree, Ballarat going through to the final with the heat win. Joining them will be UTS, Haberfield, and Commercial and Brisbane and GPS Composite. As we are now underway in our second heat, so lane number one, we have Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald and Daniela Bourget. In lane two from Albert Park, South Melbourne, Fiona Milne and Marie-Cecile Lacoste. In lane three from Leichhardt, Chanel Stokes and Lisa Molyneux. In lane four from Glebe, Kate Wareham and Sarah Norris. In lane five from Newcastle and Lake Macquarie, Jane Ferguson Palmer and Phoebe Sanders. Lane six from Fremantle, Carolyn Foster and Alexandra Thornton. Lane seven from Yarra Yarra and Melbourne, we have Bea Klein Van Mullicom and Sarah Sekfi. In lane eight from Commercial, Christine Taylor and Mary Wex. And lane nine from Dragons, Claire Fairley and Tracy Cape. So the view from the BRO boat again, and there's some pretty talented rowers in amongst all this, and so coming up towards that first timing point, I'm not entirely surprised to see the Leichhardt Lake Macquarie composite and the Albert Park South Melbourne crew, two of our leading ones, but I think we might be in for an interesting one here, because also Commercial and the Yarra Yarra Melbourne composite doing quite well. So we'll see four crews coming across the line, all very close together. It's only top three to go through. So it's Yarra Yarra Melbourne, Albert Park South Melbourne, Commercial, and then Leichhardt Lake Macquarie. So they're our four, and there's only about 2 seconds between our first four crews. Then we've got Dragons, Fremantle, Newcastle Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt, and then our final crew just coming up towards that first timing point at the moment. So that will be the crew in the middle of the course. So that is the Glebe crew of Kate Wareham and Sarah Norris. So as they're coming into the final 250 metres, Rob, four crews don't go into three places.
Absolutely, they do not. So looks like all the work to do at the moment is over to that Leichhardt composite crew. That's a very handy combination. So they certainly have the ability to make up a lot of room, a lot of time very quickly. Over here on this side, we've got the Commercial, Christine Taylor and Mary Wex, who are also there. So it's going to be very tight as we come down the line. As you say, just 3 into 4 doesn't go, so we're going to have to sort it out. But it does look like the Yarra composite combination of B. Klein Van Melcom and Sarah Sekfi have a good lead over the field at the moment, but a bit hard to tell because we're looking right across. It does look like our composites, Trudy McDonald and Daniel Bourget, are making their move now. And so they're trying to get past the crews just inside of them, the Albert Park South Melbourne combination of Milne and Lacoste. And certainly they have made up the ground, and they look like they're going past them. Also over on this side of the field, the commercial crew look like they've come up onto the shoulders of the Yarra Yarra composite, who are now having to lift their rating to try to stay ahead of them. So it's going to be nothing as they're into the last 100 metres. There is nothing in it at all. Over on the other side, we have the Leichhardt composite, the Albert Park composite going stroke for stroke. Albert Park just pulling slightly ahead again. Over on this side, the commercial, Christine Taylor and Mary Wex are also pushing hard towards the line. It does look like the Albert Park combination has got the better of the Leichhardt combination, but it will be, the one missing out will be lane 8, the commercial crew of Christine Taylor and Mary Wex, just missing out on that third place. It was the Leichhardt crew coming in third, and it was Yarra Yarra in first and Albert Park in second.
What a fantastic finish there. So we'll get the official confirmation of results there. Obviously, Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie didn't come first and second. As we just see our following crews come across, a commercial definitely in fourth place, Dragons in fifth, Fremantle in sixth, Newcastle Lake Macquarie in seventh, Leichhardt in eighth, and our Glebe crew just coming up towards the finish line now. So again, the draw, the luck of the draw, and we had 4 very talented crews. It just looked like the commercial crew of Taylor and Wex, just right towards the end, just again a couple of fatigued strokes, and it just meant they lost a little bit of momentum at exactly the wrong time.
Absolutely, and to miss out by that much in such a strong field, and certainly both these sculls very, very common. I think Christine Taylor once again was the leading point scorer at the last Australian Masters in Barrington last year, so a very good sculler, and her partner Mary Wex. But we're just waiting on that confirmation. It does look like it's come through, and I think I called it pretty well. Albert Park and South Melbourne were indeed the winners. Second was Yarra Yarra, Melbourne, and then third was Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie composite. The margins were 0.18 and 0.34, Stuart.
Absolutely nothing in it as we get ready for the final heat of the women's D double sculls. So lane 1 from Black Mountain Rowing Club in Canberra, Christine Young and Colleen Chapman. Lane 2 from Bairnsdale Rowing Club, Belinda Powell and Joe Campbell. Lane 3 from Sunshine Coast and Toowong, we have Christine Gilbert and Christy Nash. Lane 4 from Wide Bay and Wendouree Ballarat, Tracy Robinson and Lee Field. Lane 5 from Dragons Rowing Club, Rachel Foster and Rachel Bowman. Lane 6 from Abbotsford Rowing Club, Melissa Veach and Catherine Nato. In Lane 7 from Noosa Rowing Club, Yotton Rowing Club, we have Susie Orty and Joe Emerson. Lane 8, River City Women's in Brisbane, Sonia Gustafsson and Siobhan Stafford. And Lane 9 from Service Paradise and Murwillumbah, we have Cassandra Murphy and Zana Jansa de Jonga. And they are underway in this race. So again, only the top 3 to go through to the final. The Black Mountain Rowing Club represented there in lane number 1. And a very interesting thing they've got going, not so much through Black Mountain Rowing Club, but the Red Shed, who are affiliated with Black Mountain. They've got this thing called the Golden Oars, which are going to be held in November, and there is some pretty serious prize money up for grabs at that one. And it's a mixed event, so they've got it where it is I believe it's a 1.5k race, and then a 3k time trial, and then a 500 metre sprint to finish up. So it's open, masters, and also para events chucked in there as well, and a couple of underage events. So I think it's under Golden Oar on Instagram if you want to check that out. Also on the rowing details available on the World Rowing website as well.
Yeah, great to see these alternate events popping up, and I was certainly lucky enough to do the Outback Regatta last year, and what a great event that is as well. And
I would love to do the Outback Regatta. As a Queensland, I'd like to pretend I'm from the country, but I'm not. But as a Queensland boy, you know, going out to some of those places.
Look, I think the whole premise of the event, you know, based around that mental health and the likes of just health in general in the Midwest of Queensland, and just to travel some of the distances between these towns, and you just get an idea of the enormity of the state and the difficulties faced by the farmers and these people in remote communities as far as keeping contact. That certainly is an opportunity to get them all together and you know, build a community within the community.
And as they go through the 500 metres, we're getting a bit of an idea as to the challenges facing the crews in third and fourth. So Noosa have the lead, Surfers Paradise, Murwillumbah in second, Bairnsdale in third, Sunshine Coast, Toowong less than a second back in fourth, only the top three to go through. Wide Bay, Wendouree, Ballarat sitting in behind them, and then we go to the River City Women's, Black Mountain, Dragons and Abbotsford. So they're our 9 crews as they cross the 500 metre timing point, so we'll keep an eye out on lanes 2 and 3. Thankfully, they're very close together. So Bairnsdale from Victoria leading the Sunshine Coast to Wong Composite in lane number 3 as they're coming up, and it does look like lane number 2. The Bairnsdale Rowing Club have just made a bit of a move now. They've got themselves out in front. Lane 9, the Surfers Paradise Murwillumbah Composite, might just be dropping off the pace a little bit and are under a little bit of danger. We've got the Sunshine Coast Toowong Composite that are starting to fly up as well.
Yeah, it certainly is the case as we come into the last 250 metres. It is that Noosa Composite of Aughty and Emerson who have just piled it on a bit here. It looks like the Surfers Paradise Composite has realised their predicament and has certainly picked up the rating over the last 10 or 15 strokes. And look at actually very, very smooth here over in lane 9. We move right across to the other side, and it is the Bairnsdales, Pownell and Campbell who are holding down that third position at the moment. The work to be done is with the Sunshine Coast Composite crew of Christine Gilbert and Christy Nash as they come into the last 100 metres. And it does look like the Noosa crew of Aughty and Emerson will go across the line. They've just taken the pedal off the accelerator a little bit here, but certainly as they're coming down to the line, it is these first 3 positions look to be fairly safe now, and it will be the Noosa crew crossing in first place. Closely followed by, very close, but I think the crew at Surfers Paradise might have got the second. Across to Bairnsdale in third. It will be the Toowong Sunshine Composite in fourth. Followed back to the Wide Bay Composite. Bit of a race on here now between the River City Women's and Black Mountain, but it will be Black Mountain crossing the line, followed by River City Women's. And then we follow back to the Dragons, and closing out the field will be Abbotsford's Veitch and NATO.
So a great win there for the Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club. Aughty and Emerson, they'll go through to the final. Joining them will be Murphy and Janse de Jong from Surfers Paradise and Murwillumbah, as well as Pownell and Campbell from the Bairnsdale Rowing Club. So after the excitement of the heats, we are now on to the finals here on day 3 of the 2025 Australian Masters Rowing Championships here at the beautiful Sydney International Regatta Centre. So a couple of minutes till the start of our next race. So that will be at 1:45, the final of the men's Masters I single sculls.
Just a reminder of our sponsors and our suppliers presenting at this event. Down in the boat park we have Wintec, Rowfit, Croker, Perfect Balance and Row Pair, all showing off their wares. And beside them, and they're all for your boat parts, accessories. And I know that Sykes and Rowfit both had a great range of spare parts, as I'm sure Perfect Balance and the others do. Go down there and have a look at the Wintec and Perfect Balance for their selection of boats that they've got in place, and Row Pair. Up on the hill we have some apparel suppliers, Bond, who are suppliers of shoes, and 776BC, certainly a prominent supplier of clothing for the rowing market. Up in the shaded area in the near the grandstand, we have the Regatta Shop pontoon and stroke side jewellery. I encourage everybody to get up there, get your merch for the event, and also some great deals on a range of the shoes and 776 at shoes at Bont and 776BC's range of rowing apparel.
as we're getting ready for the start of the men's Masters I single scull. So in lane number 1 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Rodney Stewart. In lane 2 from Bendigo Rowing Club, Bill Barton. Lane 3 from Port Macquarie, David Baker. Lane 4 from Drummoyne, Branko Kovacic. In lane 5 from Goolwa Rowing Club in South Australia, David England. In lane 6 from North Shore Rowing Club, Kim Rudder. Lane 7 from Mossman, John Newcomb. In lane 8 from Manning River, Graham Nix. And lane 9 from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Peter Taylor. So lovely geographic spread here in the men's I single sculls. You can see the lane 8 there from Manning River, Graham Nix, father of Owen Nix, who works for Rowing New South Wales. He's the man doing the subs and the scratchings. And we are underway now in the men's first of the finals here in the afternoon session. It's the men's I single sculls. So Stewart, Barton, Baker, Kovacic, England, Rudder, Newcomb, Nix and Taylor, our scullers through in this final. So great start there for Graham Nix from the Manning River Rowing Club. So if you jump onto the Rowing New South Wales Instagram page, they are doing a fundraiser for the Manning River Rowing Club. There are some obviously badly affected by the recent flooding in central New South Wales. So if you do have the opportunity and you do have a couple of coins that you're able to chip in, any donation is gratefully accepted. So our thoughts go out to all the clubs and the schools that have been affected by the flooding in central New South Wales. So early stages now, and you can see there on the screen, there's not a lot to pick between our crews at the moment. Rodney Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club over in lane number 1. He's had a fantastic regatta so far. We've seen him partnered up with Peter McCartney from ANU on a regular basis, and they've walked away with quite the swag of medals, as we just see now our scullers in the middle of the course. So that does look to be lane 3, David Baker from Port Macquarie Rowing Club, and then we're looking across then to lane number 2, Bill Barton from Bendigo and Rodney Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club. So coming up towards our first timing point, and there is not a lot to pick between our rowers at the moment. Graham Nix from Manning River sitting nicely out in front over closest to the grandstand, ahead of Peter Taylor from the Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club. And we can see there Rodney Stewart over on the far side of the course, looking like he might well be out in front as we get a bit of a better view as the camera straightens up and looks out towards that 500 metre mark. So it is Rodney Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club. Graham Nix sitting in second place, David Baker in third, Peter Taylor in fourth, Bill Barton in fifth. But my word, there is not a lot to pick between them. So Rodney Stewart has a nice lead, but then Nix, Baker and Taylor and Barton second through fifth. It's only a couple of seconds between them. Kovacic sitting in sixth place, and then Newcomb, Rudder, and then back a little bit further to David England from the Goolwa Rowing Club. As you're in to the final 500 metres. It's our first final of the afternoon session. Rodney Stewart still with that lead. Graham Nix from Manning River Rowing Club. He's the next best placed challenger. And then we've got Peter Taylor from Noosa, and then David Baker from Port Macquarie and Bill Barton from Bendigo Rowing Club, all going for those minor placings.
Yes, those come down to the last 300 metres, just moving towards the 250 metre mark. Over on the lane 1, it is Rodney Stewart. Certainly a great performer over these last couple of days, and a couple of weeks ago at the New South Wales Rowing Championships, where certainly Rodney won a lot of events, and certainly if he was in a boat, it was going to go well. But we have over on this side a little race on between Graham Nix and Noosa's Peter Taylor for the second and third place. But the crews from Bendigo, Bill Barton and Port Macquarie's David Baker, certainly don't want to be left out of it. So it's absolutely on at the moment. It does look like Graham Nix has had a look across and has seen that he's in with a chance here, and has certainly wound it up. Over in lane 1, Rodney Stewart looking very comfortable though. He looks like he won't catch him, but it does look to be very close. The Bendigo's Bill Barton now bringing the rating up as he comes into the red boys with less than 100 metres to go now. It is David Baker, the Port Macquarie sculler beside him. It's going to be a race for third place, I think, between Manning River's Graham Nix and Port Macquarie's David Baker. The North Coast New South Wales race-off this would be, but it doesn't look like Rodney Stewart will be challenged at all as he comes down towards the line. Certainly, Graham Nix has made a big move now and has pulled ahead of the Port Macquarie sculler. It will be Bill Barton going across the line to take second. Graham Nix will hold out David Baker from Port Macquarie and will get that third place and the bronze medal. So a great race by those two. Now coming across the line is Noosa's Peter Taylor a little bit further back. And it's Mossman's John Newcomb coming down to the line. Drummoyne's Branko Kovacek crossing the line now, followed by North Shore's Kim Rudder. And just a little bit further back now to Goolwa's David England.
So a great row there from Rodney Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club, going home with yet another medal there for the Melbourne Rowing Club. And I think he's going to be pinged for excess baggage if he's flying back down to Melbourne. Second place in the silver medal going to Bill Barton from Bendigo Rowing Club, with Graham Nix from Manning River going home with the bronze. That was the men's I single scull final. And then we'll move on to the lightweight men's I single scull. So lane number 3, Craig Butler from Newcastle Rowing Club. Lane 4, Kenneth Price from Canning Bridge Rowing Club in WA. Lane 5 from North Shore Rowing Club, we have Michael Tyler. And lane 6, Michael Mills from Murwillumbah Rowing Club. So our 4 scullers on the line at the moment, and that looks like lane number 4 there, Canning Bridge, Kenneth Price. That looks like a wooden boat.
Oh, it's a beautiful wooden boat, and I'm not quite sure what brand it is. It could be an older Stamfley or even a Carl Douglas, I imagine, but it's a beautiful boat. You know, he certainly was putting some time in there yesterday in that boat, and there's nothing wrong with the timber boats. It's the durability is probably the only thing that you've got to worry about. Not so much the durability, the ability to get someone to fix them is the biggest issue with them. But certainly it'll be on weight and it'll be as stiff as they come. But beautiful looking boat and great to see.
So they are underway now, and you can see there Kenneth Price from Canning Bridge Rowing Club getting off to a nice little lead there. So I'm very curious, Rob, do you know the difference when you're rowing it? What's the experience like between the normal shells that we have nowadays and these wooden shells?
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of difference in field, and of course Stuart's asking me that because I'm a little bit older, so I would have spent some time in these as a youth. So you don't, no, not a lot of difference in the feel of the boat. They certainly are on weight. They're very stiff if made well. They get a bit looser as they get older, probably a little bit quicker than what a carbon fibre boat would do. But certainly, as you can see, I'm not sure if this one's a new old one or an old new one. So it's certainly there are manufacturers out there still making these boats. Not as prevalent as they are, but certainly the quality of them is outstanding, and they are great boats to row.
As we just see them coming down the course now, so you can see Kenneth Price there on the left-hand side of the screen, and off to the right, Michael Tyler from the North Shore Rowing Club. So this is the lightweight men's I single sculls. And then we'll have the women's F single sculls coming up a little bit later on as well. So that's our next race down the course. So we are now into the finals in the afternoon session. And as mentioned earlier, don't forget there is a function at the Lakeside Restaurant this evening, so starting at about 5 o'clock, where you can discover the rich culinary landscape of Penrith and the Blue Mountains. So experience the Flavour Trail, an artisanal showcase of locally produced food and drink. Perfect way to unwind after a big day of racing. Try the Robert Oatley wines, the Three Cuts gin from Turner Stillhouse, the Rosevears whiskey and more. For tickets, head to events.humanitix.com/flavour-trail-lakeside. So I think you tried the gin yesterday, Rob, I was hearing.
I certainly did, and came away with a bottle of the rose gin, and I can certainly recommend that. And get up there and give those products a try. They also had a range of vodka and some whiskey, some interesting mixes on the gin. But that's a little bit later on. I think I might be indulging again. But certainly no problems with this timber scull as it's coming through the 500 metre mark, with Kenneth Price going through with about 3.5 second advantage, a length and a half over the chasing pack. And it was Michael Tyler, followed by Michael Mills coming through that 500 metre mark. So he's certainly looking untroubled out in front at the moment. A bit of that gap back to Michael Tyler from North Shore Rowing Club, a little bit further back to Michael Mills. So that looks as though at this point in time how they might finish. I'm sure that Michael Tyler from North Shore has a different idea, but he's got a lot of work to do, Stuart, to catch up to Kenneth Price from the Canning Bridge Rowing Club, who is holding down about a length and a half's lead at the moment.
And it's a good effort to get it. If this is his boat that he uses over in WA, that's a good effort to get across the Nullarbor, because that's not a short trip. I've just had my father do the trip with my aunt going across, and the first time I did it was on the Greyhound, which I do not recommend under any circumstances.
Yeah, and I think that is a concern with these timber boats. When you've got to transport them, the chance of getting a hole in any boat when you transport it is obviously increased substantially. And these days we don't have that range of boat builders who are familiar with working with wood and certainly the refinery of these racing sculls. So you really don't want to get any sort of damage done to them all. So I'm sure that would have been wrapped up in ample bubble wrap, and certainly looking after the environment will have to wait because the boat comes first at the moment. So, but it is Kenneth Price putting on a great exhibition of sculling in this lightweight men's masters single scull, and still holding down about a 2 lengths lead over Michael Tyler as he's just approaching the red, out of the pink boys into the red boys, about 100 metres to go. He'll feel the roar from the grandstand, I'm sure, as he powers towards the line. About 15 or 18 strokes to go. Michael Tyler, though, the North Shore sculler, not letting the pressure off at all. He's not going to give Kenneth an easy ride to the line, but certainly Kenneth Price will not be troubled and is looking very, very comfortable coming down to the line. The Canning Bridge Rowing Club sculler, and he will come across the line to take out the Masters lightweight men's single scull, and a great win by Kenneth. It will be followed by Michael Tyler from North Shore Rowing Club, and a little bit further back to Willumbar's Michael Mills. The Newcastle sculler just a little bit off the back of the scullers, but will come across the line to take fourth. And I must say, the other thing, Stuart, is just the quality of and the amount of scullers coming, the amount of rowers coming out of the Willumbar Club at this regatta certainly must have grown substantially in the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's been a great showing from Willumbar, so a win there for Kenneth Price. The boat comes first when it comes to transporting, and certainly came first in the race itself. Second to North Shore and third to Willumbar. Women's F single sculls is underway, and it is Endeavour Diane McShane in lane 1, Black Mountains Mary Quilty lane 2, Mersey's Alison Kirkwood lane 3, Commercial Senwin Fay in lane 4, North Shore's Louise McCoach in lane 5, Jacqueline De Jong from Riverway in lane 6, Fremantle's Michaela Main in lane 7, and Canning Bridge Melissa Harpley in lane number 8. So again, a lovely geographic spread there. We've got from Townsville down to Tasmania. We've got WA chucked in there, someone from the ACT. It's very geographically spread from the entries. At the moment, though, it does look to be. So as they're coming up towards that first timing point, we've got Senwin Fay from Commercial Rowing Club in Brisbane leading out Jacqueline De Jong from Riverway Rowing Club, then Alison Kirkwood, Louise McCoach, Mary Quilty, Michaela Main sitting in 6th place, and then back a little bit further it will be the sculler from Endeavour, that is Diane McShane, and then our final one across the line across the first timing point will be Melissa Harpley from Canning Bridge Rowing Club over in WA. So bit of a gap back to our final couple of scullers, but certainly the race is on at the start. So Senwin Fay from Commercial Rowing Club with the lead now. They're coming in towards the final, coming up towards the final 250 metres. Off to our right-hand side, though, Mersey's Alison Kirkwood is looking to go through and potentially pinch a gold medal, and also a couple across to the left. Jacqueline De Jong has now started to make her move. So our first three just starting to separate themselves out, though. We don't know what order they're going to finish in, though. It is Faye, Kirkwood and De Jong all battling it out for those placings, and Jacqueline De Jong has now just moved out into the lead. The sculler from Townsville, she's managed to get her nose out in front. Here comes Senwin Faye though. She's looked out to the left and realised, oh, might be in a bit of trouble here. Alison Kirkwood from Mersey just dropping back into third place now as they're in now to the final 200 metres or so. It is De Jong leading Faye and Kirkwood. They're in well and truly into the red boys. Back a little bit further, Louise McCoach from North Shore Rowing Club, and then Mary Quilty from Black Mountain, and then back again to Michaela Main, Diane McShane and Melissa Harpley. As they're into the final stages now, Jacqueline De Jong, she was sitting second through 500. She's made a great move through the second 500 metres or so. And with a couple of big strokes left to go, it does look like it's going to be a gold medal going back to Townsville. Jacqueline De Jong from the Riverway Rowing Club is going to go through and take the win in the women's F single sculls. Second place, Senwin Faye from Commercial. Third will go to Alison Kirkwood from Mersey. Fourth to Louise McCoach from North Shore. And then it'll be back a little bit further again. We've got Mary Quilty from Black Mountain looking like she'll just hold off the sculler from Fremantle, Michaela Main, in the battle for 5th and 6th. And then over on the far side of the course, we have Endeavour's Diane McShane, who will finish ahead of Melissa Harpley from Canning Bridge.
And still, we're already well underway in race 227, the women's, lightweight. The lightweight women's F single scull. In lane 1, we have St George's Joanne Ward. In lane 2, Noosa's Jill Hopkins. In lane 3, Exeter's Julia Wood. In lane 4, Noosa's Jane Fitzpatrick. In lane 5, North Shore, Mary Walsh. In lane 6, University of WA's Evelyn Bowen. In lane 7, Lake Macquarie, Tess Fearon. And in lane 8, North Shore's Karen Knowles. And we're well into this race at the moment. It does look like the North Shore sculler, Mary Walsh, in the middle of the field, and the St George sculler, Joanne Ward, may look to have got out to a little bit of a lead. So we'll wait as we come down to the first timing point, the 500 metre mark. The scullers over in lane 6 and 7, University of WA's Evelyn Bowen and Lake Macquarie's Tess Fearon, also right up there and vying for these medal positions. So as we come down, as we come into the 500 metre mark, and it does look like it is actually Tess Fearon from Lake Macquarie, who has got out to about a length's lead and holding a very commanding lead coming through the 500 metre mark, some 3.5 seconds ahead of Julia Wood from Exeter's Rowing Club, Evelyn Bowen from University of WA, and Joanne Ward from St George. So that's where the places are going to come from. It's a bit of a gap back then to about 8 seconds back to Mary Walsh, Jill Hopkins, Karen Knowles and James Fitzpatrick. But Tess Fearon is really turned it on over that first 500 metres. The only one who can go is going with her at the moment is the Exeter Rowing Club's Julia Wood. Exeter, of course, is in the UK, and so Julia has been out here for a couple of regattas, including the New South Wales States and now the Nationals. And it looks like she is making a move and trying to move up onto the shoulder of Tess Fearon from Lake Macquarie. So it's going to be a ding-dong battle coming into the line. Not to be left out of it, University of Western Australia's Evelyn Bowen. Also right in there, and over in lane 1, St George's Joanne Ward. But it looks like Joanne Ward might have just slipped off the back of these three scullers as they come into the last 250 metre mark. It's very hard to tell from where we sit, but it looks like Tess Fearon may still hold a slight advantage over Exeter's Julia Wood as they come down towards the 200 metres to go. And certainly now bringing the rating up is Tess Fearon. Julia Wood also responding in kind and is got the chase on the University of Western Australia's Evelyn Bowen also in there. She seems to be wandering around the lane a little bit, so that won't be helping her progress, but certainly right up there, only a length back. They've pulled this lead that Tess Fearon held across the 500 metre mark. They've pulled it right back now. Julia Wood is now vying with Tess for the lead. It is the Evelyn Bowen also wants to get a part of this action. She's looking for better than a bronze medal. Over in lane 1, though, it's Joanne Ward from St George, and she's just slightly shading Evelyn in University of WA sculler. But it does look like Evelyn Bowen's run has just taken a bit of a falter, and it looks at this point in time like Julia Wood has actually pulled in front of Lake Macquarie's Tess Fearon and will go down to the line. She has indeed, and she's pulled out to about a half a length and will go across the line and take a length's lead over Tess Fearon into take first place. Tess Fearon from Lake Macquarie in second. It will be University of Western Australia's Evelyn Bowen in third, followed by Joanne Ward from St George Rowing Club. A little way back now to North Shore's Mary Walsh. And as the remaining scullers coming into the line, it will be Karen Knowles from North Shore, followed over on the other side by Noosa's Jill Hopkins. And then it will be Noosa's Jane Fitzpatrick coming across the line to close out this field. So what a great row by X's Julia Wood. She was some 5 or 7 seconds behind going through the 500 metres, so she's had an absolute dominant second 500 of this race and rode right through Tess Fearon from Lake Macquarie, who'll be ruining the fact that she had such a lead there and was unable to hold it to the line. But still, great rows by both of these Oars women.
So we are underway now in race 226. It's the men's F8. So Armidale, Newcastle Composite, Robertson, Rolfe, Bland, Stanley, Kirkpatrick, Grant, Percy, Dorwick and Rogers. In lane 2 from Mossman, Aroni, Nethery, Begbie, Fine, Lewan, Parry, Salter, Birch and Richardson. In lane 3 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Mollard, Dollison, Smith, Reynolds, McPherson, Tobler, Harrison and Marzi. Lane 4 from Yarra Yarra and Richmond, Jacka, Rawson, Critchell, Jatsi Yakumis, Gray, Millington, Negri, Inglis and Lincoln. Lane 5 from Adelaide University, Torrens, Riverside and Adelaide, Tideman, Dombrowski, Glawson, Tankard, Walters, McLeod, Ellis, Nat and White. Lane 6, it's a Toowong, Murwillumbah, Old Collegians composite of Regan, O'Dwyer, Ryan, Bellamy, Howard, Horder, Kylie, Carr and Stokes. Lane 7, Manning River, St George and Lake Macquarie composite of Smith, Boyd, Johnson, Shooter, Harrison, Grania Ramos, Robertson, Halliday and Peel. And lane 8 from Glebe and Melbourne University, McCowan, Nishka, Wentworth, Caldwell, Robillard, Galea, Titchin, Major and Graham Bushnell is their coxswain.
And so coming up towards the 500 metre mark, it does look like it's the Adelaide University composite. Once again, the South Australians proving a very dominant force in the rowing over the last couple of days, and they look like continuing that on. And this is a real mixture of Adelaide University, Torrens, Riverside and Adelaide. So we're getting a touch of everything in this crew. And they've gone through with about a 2-second lead over the Melbourne combination. It will be followed through by Yarra Yarra, Richmond, Manning River Composite, Glebe, Melbourne Uni Composite, Toowong Composite, Mosman and Armidale. And certainly not a lot of space there. A bit of a gap back between the Melbourne and Yarra Yarra composite in third. So it does appear that that's where the race is at the moment between the Yarra Yarra, the Adelaide University composite and Melbourne. And certainly we can see from our point here, they are really moving out there, Stuart.
Yeah, there's some great racing going on here. And it just, when they went through that 500 metre timing point, it just looked so easy for the South Australians over in lane number 5. It's they weren't trying to flog it too hard. They weren't trying to pull too hard. It just looked, when rowing is at its best, it's when it looks easy. So it's the Adelaide University composite leading out Melbourne Rowing Club by about a boat length, and then half a boat length back again to the Yarra Yarra composite, who are under pressure now from Manning River composite, Toowong composite, Glebe composite.
Yes, and it is this Adelaide University composite showing a clear set of heels, but the Melbourne crew not being left out of it, and they've certainly wound it up. You've got Matthew Harrison in that stroke seat is really driving this crew home. It does like holding a bit of an advantage over the Yarra Yarra composite. Over on this side, the Manning composite also coming home like a train. It's going to be a great race for that third place, but it will be the Adelaide composite crew just showing a clear set of heels to the Melbourne crew over there in lane 3, and they will go through to take out this win. It's absolutely nothing in between these two crews. The Yarra Yarra and the Manning River composite is going right to the... we can't pick that. We cannot pick that. That is a photo for sure, but great row by both those crews. Coming over the line now, Glebe, followed by Toowong composite. It will be the Mosman crew over in lane 2, coming through, followed by the Armidale composite crew. But what a great race, Stuart.
That was fantastic, and I tell you what, it is definitely down to the photo finish operators for third place. Manning River Composite and Yarra Yarra Richmond, that will be very, very tight. So we'll wait and see what's happening with that one. As we move on to race number 227, it's the women's C Coxless fours. So we have in lane number 1 from Richmond, Melbourne and Tasmania University, Kate Dyball, Jane Hilliard, Tanya Nishabata and Helen Pearce. Lane 2 from Noosa, Cindy Vermeulen, Joanne Taylor, Stacey Borsboom, Fernanda Correa. In lane 3 from Adelaide University, Joanne Malcolm, Christina Bursill, Susie Ross and Angie Franku. Lane 4 from ADF Rowing, ANU and Newcastle, we have Judith Oyce, May Saliva Bell, Liz Blower and Virginia Hayward. Lane 5 from University of Queensland, Jennifer Conn, Nikki Hughes, Marguerite King and Sarah Hale. In lane 6 from North Shore and Mossman, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Kelly Ross, Catherine Boland, Olivia Tung. In lane 7 from Carrum, Jess Fishman, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Angelique Everett and Jackie Diebel. In lane 8 from Mossman, Kim Laurie, Alexandra Walding, Sarah Hearn, Carissa Kleiman. And lane 9 from UTS Haberfield, Julia Bell, Monique Heinke, Alison Davies, Jennifer Luff. And this is a stacked field. There are some great rowers in amongst these crews. That Richmond composite, Kate Dyball, Tanya Nishabata, Helen Pearce and Jane Hilliard, very quick.
And we can confirm the official results for the men's F8 final, and it was the Manning River composite that got through with a .11 advantage over the Yarra Richmond composite. So what a great result for the Manning River crew. Not so much for the Yarra Yarra composite, but such a close race after a very, very fast race in 3 minutes 15 for an F8 is sensational as well. So we're at the start of the women's C4 final, Master C4 final, and we're just sitting there, just a little bit more aligning to be done. We're looking across the field at the moment. The crew closest to us is the UTS Haberfield combination, but certainly looks like we have a line now, and we're awaiting the start. We're just a couple of minutes behind time, but I'm sure that it certainly won't take much to make up. The crew's certainly coming forward now, so the start must be imminent. And
talking about fast crews, that crew from Adelaide University, also another fast one, Joe Malcolm, Christina Bursill, Susie Ross and Angie Franku. So they absolutely, it'll be a very tight race there. And I should also point out that the ANU rower in the ADF Composites crew, Liz Blower, turned 33 yesterday. So we went out for a lovely meal to celebrate that one. So probably one of the few people at this regatta who can rate their age at some point during a regatta, during a race. So as mentioned, we are under starters' orders. Getting ready to go. And we are underway in the women's C4s, and you can see there the UTS crew just getting the wheels spinning, getting the boat moving, and over on the far side of the course, it's no real surprise to see Adelaide University off to a cracking start. And as you mentioned earlier, Rob, South Australia, how much did they dominate in the Interstate Regatta? 3 gold medals for the Crow Eaters. They'd be absolutely stoked with that. That'll be a great party tonight.
Oh, I'm sure they'll have a great shindig tonight, celebrating their wins today and just the wins over the weekend. It's been sensational results all across the board for this, for the Adelaide, well, indeed the South Australian crew, so not just restricted to Adelaide. And as we get well underway now, we're just looking across the field. It looks like that everybody's got away to a clean start. It was that Adelaide University, the Mosman, probably the North Shore Composite and Queensland Uni getting away to really good starts. We're looking at, from the coaches launch at the umpires launch at the moment, it does look like Adelaide Uni has actually opened up a bit of a lead now from the crews that we can see, which is about from first 4 or 5 crews across the course.
Yeah, the ADF composite there on the foreground of the screen, so on the left-hand side. So that is yesterday's birthday girl, Liz Blower, in the stroke seat. And in behind them, you can see that Adelaide University crew absolutely motoring down. University of Queensland on the right-hand side of the course. They're looking quite good. And then over behind them, that North Shore Mossman crew as well. It's just some great crews in this race. And as they come up towards the 500 metre mark, we can see that Adelaide University, they were definitely one of my favourites, and they are well and truly out in front. So coming into the 500, we'll see exact timings.
Yeah, and I'm sure as we come into that 500, that the crew from Adelaide University has their rating up, still up around 32 strokes a minute. I don't have a rating watch, but certainly they've gone through the first 500 metres in first place, but it wasn't as big a lead as I thought they may have been. It's UTS combination just 0.78 seconds behind, Karam 0.89, Mosman 0.39, North Shore Mosman 0.7. So nothing in it amongst these first 5 crews. So they would all be vying for a medal here. Out of that, a crew about five of those first crews coming through the 500 are all in contention for a medal. But certainly the Adelaide University crew of Joanne Malcolm, Christina Bursell, Susie Ross, and Angie Franco turning it on out here. It does look like the Karam crew of Fishman, Lloyd Smith, Everett and Deeble have just put on a bit of an effort and have moved clear of the Mossman crew just to the inside of them. The UTS crew over in lane 9 also right up there. So that's where the race is at the moment. It's going to come out of those 3 for the places. But they are actually, the Karam crew is actually pulling along with the UTS crew up on the side of the Adelaide University. So they've got a bit of a gap from about 4 or 5 lanes apart. So it's going to be extremely close. I think it's going to be a lot closer than we anticipated as we come to the line, Stuart.
Yeah, it's still Adelaide University with that lead. Karam have put the motors on, as have the Richmond Composite over in lane number 1. UTS, they're starting to make a move. They've potentially got themselves ahead of Karam. Adelaide University still with that lead though. Are they going to be able to hold on to it? There's only about 50 or so metres left to go. Adelaide University, UTS have moved ahead of Karam now. UTS are into the 2nd place. They're going to take the silver medal. It's going to be Adelaide University by about a canvas over UTS. 3rd will go to Karam, 4th to Mossman, 5th will go to the Richmond Composite over in lane number 1. Then we've got the North Shore Mossman Composite in lane number 6, finishing in behind them. They're a couple of boat lengths ahead of the University of Queensland in lane 5. And in the battle for the final placings, we've got the ANU ADF Composite in lane number 4, just with their bow balls out in front of the Noosa crew in lane number 2. And it is going to be the ADF Composite who will beat the Noosa crew by about half a boat length, just coming across the line now. Great racing from Adelaide University, start to finish, but what a great finish from UTS.
Absolutely. We're just waiting on the official results. They're just a little bit mixed up on our screen, but we did have Adelaide first across the line, UTS in 2nd, Karam in 3rd, and Mossman in 4th. So we'll wait for that the officials' results to come out and relay those when they're available. We're out for race 228, the women's Masters C4. And it's well underway now. We have Melbourne University in lane 3. Kate Barnett, Carolyn Carr, Ingrid Just, Georgina Costello, their coxswain Alisa Fiddis. In lane 4, Powerhouse Composite, Powerhouse Bairnsdale and North Essex, Belinda Pownell, Joe Campbell, Lucinda Rodriguez, Jodie Johnson and Claire Gregg is their cox. In lane 5, Karams, Kelly James, Sally Glenn, Cindy Plowman, Sarah Hayward and Jessica Cuddy Coxon. In lane 6, Leichhardt Composite, Leichhardt North Shores, Wendy Miller, Leichhardt, Zeta Briones, Belinda Bingham and Nikki Lepresti. Kelly Marsh is their coxswain. And it does look like that Melbourne University crew, Stuart, is well out in front at the moment. But certainly the crew over on lane 6, Leichhardt Composite, not out of it at all. So we're going to wait as we come up to the first 500 metre marker, and it is the Melbourne University crew going through with about a length's lead over the Leichhardt Composite crew. A little bit further back to Powerhouse Composite and Karam, but certainly still not a lot in it. So the race is certainly going to be between these 3 crews, Leichhardt, Powerhouse and Karam, for that 2nd and 3rd place. It doesn't look like at this stage that they will be able to catch Melbourne Uni, who look to have, from our vantage point, extended that lead over the last 100 or so metres. It does look like the Leichhardt crew have put on a bit of a chase. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull that back that much margin as they come into the last 400 metres. But it is the Melbourne Uni crew of Melbourne Uni of Barnett, Carr, Just, Costello and Fittis who are holding down a handy lead. But it does, as I said earlier, doesn't look like the Leichhardt Composite crew is putting on a valiant effort to try to bridge this gap. And I think they've pulled back a lot of it, Stuart, as they're coming down to 250 metres to go.
Yeah, I think it's down to about a boat length at the moment. So have the Melbourne University crew just gone out a little bit too hard through the early stages. Powerhouse Composite, they've certainly put in a bit of a gap over Karam, so it's about a boat length back for them. So it's a boat length between first and second. It's a boat length each margin, basically, between first and second, second and third and fourth. They're into the last 200 metres or so, and it is going to be tight as they get towards the finish.
Well, Stuart, it does look like this Leichhardt Composite crew is drawn right up on the Melbourne University crew, and I would be surprised if they haven't gone past at this stage. So there's nothing in it for first and second, and it does look like they've got all the momentum coming into the last 100 metres of this race. And certainly trying to respond over there is Melbourne University, as they can see this crew coming through, this Leichhardt combination coming through over here in lane 6. And they have indeed taken the lead from the Melbourne Uni crew, and they look like they're going to be hard to beat from this point. The Melbourne Uni trying to respond, but it's not going to be enough. And the Leichhardt Composite crew, having a great row, have come through to take first place over the Melbourne Uni crew. It will be the Powerhouse Composite in third, followed by Karam in fourth place.
Yeah, you could just see at the end there, the Melbourne University crew just shortening up the strokes a little bit. It meant they weren't getting that momentum, they weren't getting that power through the drive, and unfortunately Leichhardt were just rowing a little bit cleaner through that last 100 metres or so.
And that is the difficulty when you've had that early momentum and a crew comes back at you and you respond and don't have the response you're looking for to keep that gap. It gets very, very hard, very, very heavy from that point. But we're moving right on to the final of the men's C double scull, race 229. In lane 1, we have Drummoyne Composites, Brad Smith and Andrew Goldstein. That's Drummoyne and Newcastle. In lane 2, Murwillumbars, Doug Cryer and Mark Flower. In lane 3, Commercials, Jeffrey Peerboom and Bill Peerboom. In lane 4, Winnery Ballarat Composite. It's Composite them and Hamilton, Winnery Ballarat and Hamilton. It's John Frisho and Andrew Lahan. In lane 5, Riverside Composites, Tom Sullivan and Anthony Lee from Renmark Rowing Club. In lane 6, it is North Esks, Patrick Bird and Dion Birtwhistle. In lane 7, Glebes, Andy Wigan and Tim Spiteri. In lane 8, Newcastle's John Olsen and Bill Todd. And in lane 9, Brisbane and GPS's Julian Wright and Michael Newham.
As they're coming up now towards the 500 metre marker, you can see here it is going to be tight at the top. So our leading crews now just coming into it, and we've just as they come up towards that timing point, it's about a half a boat length between Riverside Renmark and North Esk, and then another half a boat length back to Wendouree Ballarat, and it is Hamilton in there as well. Murwillumbah, Drummoyne, Newcastle in 5th, Commercial in 6th, Newcastle in 7th, Glebe in 8th, and Brisbane and GPS in 9th. So nice and tight at the top. This is how we like it in these finals. It's the men's C double sculls. And it is one of our regional crews, Riverside and Renmark from South Australia, continuing. Can they continue that Crow Eater dominance that we've seen throughout the 2025 Australian Masters Rowing Championships? They are under pressure though as they're coming in to the Red Boys, marking 250 metres or so left to go. It is Riverside Renmark in lane number 5, but they're being pushed, and my word, they're being pushed hard there. North Esk over on their left in lane number 6. Wendouree, Ballarat and Hamilton in lane number 4. And then over in lane 1, Drummoyne and Newcastle, Brad Smith, Andrew Goldstein. You'd expect to see them up in there. It is about 5 crews all at the top, in the lead at the moment. I'll try and use words. But certainly North Esk now, Patrick Bird, Dion Birtwhistle, they've moved up into the lead. We're in now to the final 100 metres. It's Bird and Bird and Birtwistle with that lead. They've moved ahead of Sullivan and Lee from Riverside and Renmark. And then over on the far side of the course, lane number 1, Brad Smith and Andrew Goldstein from Newcastle and Drummoyne. They've put the surge on. It's some crews absolutely motoring towards the line. But with a couple of big strokes left to go, it is going to be the Tasmanians, Bird and Birtwistle. They'll take a half a boat length lead ahead of Sullivan and Lee from Riverside and Renmark. Third place will go to lane number 1. That's Smith and Goldstein from Drummoyne and Newcastle, finishing just ahead of the crew from Wendouree, Ballarat and Hamilton. That's Frischert and Lahan. And then Murwillumbah in 5th, Commercial in 6th, Glebe in 7th, Newcastle in 8th, Brisbane and GPS in 9th.
Oh, you love to see these fast finishes, don't you, Stuart? Causes us a little bit of grief up here because there's so much happening out on the course. But that great move by the North-Est crew to come through the rest of the field over that, probably that 500 through to the 750 metre mark, and they certainly stamped their dominance on that field coming through there. The finish over the other side, we've come to know it as the Brad Smith grandstand finish, certainly was, they came from 5th place and shot past 2 crews to get that 3rd place. So some great rowing and great effort, and also from just a shout out to the Riverside Renmark crew. Obviously Renmark a little bit out of Adelaide, but still in South Australia up there on the Murray, and great to see them out here and competing as well. It's just a great result for them, I'm sure.
As we move on to the final of the women's H&M double scull. So we do have some handicaps in this one. We do have some very different age categories. So in lane number 1, Lake Macquarie, Jeanette Beaton and Marie Brown. They're off 40-second delayed start. Lane 2 off Go, Gillian College and Jenny Corrie from Canberra Rowing Club. Lane 3 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Susan Kemp and Sharon Butler off 40 seconds. Lane 4 from North Shore, Susan Wannon and Susan Walter. They're off 22 seconds. Lane 5 from Endeavour Rowing Club, Chris Brennan and Lindy Nisbet. They're off 40 seconds. Lane 6 from Drummoyne, Lydia Milendinovic and Alex Warner off 22. In lane 7 from Canberra and Derwent Mercantile Collegiate, we have Eve Beecroft and Judy Walsh. They're off 40 seconds. Lane 8 from Noosa, Rachel Metcham and Diane Crouch off 22 seconds. And lane 9 from Melbourne University, Josephine Bant and Pamela Whiting. They're off 40 seconds. And I think we are now all underway. And I think we might just be missing lane 7 in there as well. I just can't see a lane 7 coming down the course.
And it does appear from where we're sitting at the moment, it does appear that it's the Canberra crew, the J crew, as we'd expect at this point in time, going off Go, and certainly with the handicap crews chasing them down, would still hold a lead coming to the 500. We're waiting to see how much they've bitten into that handicap, the chasing pack, to gain an idea of what will happen towards the end of the race. But certainly the Canberra crew holding down probably about a 4 or 5 boat lengths lead, but it does appear to be that North Shore crew of Sue Wannon and Suzanne Walter, and they know how to win races, these pair. They love a handicap race. They generally will start off in going most of their races, and it's the chasing pack is after them. This time they are the chasing pack, and they are only, I'd say they've probably more than halved that handicap as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. So it augurs well for a great finish for them. Over in lane 8, it does appear to be the Noosa crew that is also coming back from 40 seconds, has made up a lot of ground, it would appear.
Yeah, as we go through that first timing point, it is the Canberra crew who have the lead, but they've been chased down by that North Shore crew of Wannon and Walter, so Susan squared. Noosa sitting in 3rd place. As we just see our next few crews coming across the line. So we've got across the timing point. So Endeavour sitting in 4th place, and then back a little bit further to our crews in lanes 9 and 6. So that's Drummoyne and Melbourne University. Not a lot to pick between those two. Lake Macquarie in 7th, and then Newcastle back in 8th place, and then no lane 7. So just the 8 crews in this one, and it does look like the North Shore crew, Wannon and Walter, have just moved ahead of College and Corrie from Canberra Rowing Club. They've made up the 22 seconds quite well, and they've now moved out into the lead, with the big challenge probably coming from the Noosa crew of Metcham and Crouch.
Also this Endeavour crew of Brennan and Nisbet coming through the middle of the field here. Remembering they had about 18 seconds behind the North Shore crew. So they've made up a lot of that ground. I'd say they're probably 10 seconds. Will they catch them? It'll be yet to be seen. But I'm imagining because it's an H2M, there will be medals out for the different divisions of this race. So they'll be looking well to get a medal in that respect. The Noosa crew, though, is still right in there with this North Shore crew. They started off on 22 seconds at the same time. So there's not much. They haven't given too much away at all to the North Shore crew. The Canberra crew working really hard to try to hold out the fast finishing Endeavour crew. And that's where all the momentum is at the moment. The Endeavour crew of Nisbet and Brennan, who have made a lot of ground. They've just had a couple of rough strokes there, so that certainly hasn't done a lot for them. But they look like they will come down to the line and take over Canberra. I think they would hope to do that within the next 100 metres.
Yeah, they're into the final stages now. It's North Shore, Wannon and Walter, the two Susans, a commanding lead with about 50 or so metres left to go, looking very comfortable out in front. It looks like they're going to go through and take the win in the women's H2M double sculls. North Shore Rowing Club, they'll head back to the North Shore with the gold medal in their possession. Susan Wannon, Susan Walter. Second place will go to lane number 8. That's Rachel Meacham and Diane Crouch from Noosa. And then third place will go to the Endeavour crew of Chris Brennan and Lindy Nisbet in lane number 5, making up 40 seconds there on the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Gillian College and Yanni Corrie, who finish in 4th place. 5th will go to Josephine Bant and Pamela Whiting from Melbourne University. And then back a little bit further, we've got a nice little race going on here between Newcastle, Drummoyne and Lake Macquarie. Drummoyne, can they just make up a couple of metres? I think they might be able to. It's going to be neck and neck, but I think Newcastle just finishing over the top of Drummoyne in 7th, and then Lake Macquarie back in 8th place. So we move on to the men's H Coxless 4s. They're already coming down the track. 5 crews in this one. Brisbane and GPS, Brian Cox, Bill McDonald, Ian Holzberger and Shane Wally. Lane 4 from Melbourne University, Mike Kerrin, Richard Parker, Anthony Langford and Greg Longdon. Lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Peter Armstrong, Robert Wallace, Peter Stevenard and Bruce Sharp. Lane 6 from Toowong, Black Mountain and Carrum, we have David Rafter, Philip Winkworth, Robert Gunningham and John Bliss. And then from ANU and Melbourne, Terry Phillips, John Dollison, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney.
And certainly a mix of states and territories in that Toowong composite crew. And they appear to be travelling fairly well at this point in time, as do the crews in Melbourne Uni crew of Kerrin, Parker, Langford and Longdon. They appear to hold the lead with the Lake Macquarie crew of Armstrong, Wallace, Stevenard and Bruce Sharp. So it's going to be a great race for these medals in this men's H4, Coxless H4. And it coming into about 350 odd metres to go. The crew over on this side, the ANU composite of Phillips, Donaldson, Stewart and McCartney. Remembering Rod Stewart was just up. He's just literally come out of a single, has won a single and jumped back in the 4 and headed up the start. That's versatility right there. But it does appear that the Lake Macquarie crew has just had a bit of an effort. I'm not sure that it's yielded some success. It's pushed them about half a length in front of the Melbourne Uni crew to their right, but it does appear to be this ANU composite crew is where the big challenge is coming from. Melbourne Uni now responding as we're coming into the 250 to go. It does look to be the ANU crew over on this side that now holds a slight advantage over the Lake Macquarie crew. So as we come into past the 250 metre mark to go, they have a lot of momentum in this crew. It does look like it's Peter McCartney in the stroke seat of this crew. The Melbourne rowers Phillips, Dollison and Rodney Stewart certainly backing him up. Lake Macquarie not wanting to be left out of it. Melbourne Uni now responding as they come down to the last 150 odd metres. But it is this ANU composite who've really turned it on over the last 150 metres. They have pulled out to about half a length's lead. But now the big response is coming from Lake Macquarie, and they are now pushing. They've upped the rating as they come down towards the line. They're into the red boys. 100 metres to go. It's going to be stroke for stroke. Melbourne Uni also in the mix here. ANU responding again and stick up another couple of points in rating. The Lake Macquarie crew just holding on, holding the Melbourne Uni crew out. It does look like it will be ANU who will hold on to this lead. They will come across the line and take a great win just ahead of Lake Macquarie. Less than a length between them and Melbourne University. It will be Brisbane and GPS crossing the line in fourth, followed by the Toowong Composite rounding out the field.
You could just see there, Peter McCartney in the stroke seat of that ANU Melbourne Composite was looking out to his right-hand side with about 100 metres to go and going, oops, might need to pull the finger out here and just make sure that we can hold off on that Lake Macquarie crew. I just want to point out the Brisbane and GPS crew, normally Brisbane and GPS in the very distinctive blue and green vertical stripes. At the moment, they've got a commemorative Zooty with the red, black and yellow of the old Brisbane Rowing Club and then the green and blue of GPS Rowing Club. It is 150 years since the Brisbane Rowing Club was formed, 100 years since the GPS Rowing Club was formed. The two merged back after World War II when there was a shortage of rowing equipment, and since then they have been Brisbane and GPS. And they've got some functions for that coming up. They've got July, they've got a twilight on the terrace at their boat shed in Brisbane, and then a gala dinner in October.
Yeah, what a great story, and great that they could put out a commemorative Zooty. I think that'll be a hotly chased item. And we move up to the start for race 233, the Women's Masters E8. We saw the heats of this earlier. No, this is going to be a cracker. Well, we've jumped ahead just a little bit. We're only up to race 232. It was going to be a hotly contested. I think this will be no less so. It is the men's H4 Cox 4, and it is in lane 4, Mersey Composite. It's Mersey, Sandy Bay, Canning Bridge, Buckingham and Yarra Yarra. Tom Oddie, Kenneth Price, Chris Potter, Simon Knoll, Sam Lincoln. In lane 5, Banks Composite. And once again, Banks, Toowong, Brack Mountain and Mercantile. Richard Martin, Peter Gell, Chris Gastine, Jim Lowe and Bill Webster is their coxswain. And in lane 6, Melbourne Rowing Clubs, Stephen Mollard, Michael Dakic, Kel Boynton, Philip Wright and Zena Marcy is their coxswain. So now that we've established the right race, this is a very close at the moment. It does look like the Melbourne crew over in lane 6 might hold a slight advantage over the Mersey, but it's going to be very close. It does look like they've moved slightly ahead of Banks Composite. So that's where the race is going to be on as we head down towards that 500 metre mark. And just another mention, we were just talking about Kenneth Price, who had that beautiful timber scull. So he's just jumped out of a boat and headed straight back up to the start as well, Stuart.
Yeah, he's in a full licorice all sorts boat. There's 5 different clubs that are in that Mersey Composite. So it's Mersey, Sandy Bay, Canning Bridge, Buckingham and Yarra Yarra. Sam Lincoln, the coxswain from Yarra Yarra. And in the boat in lane 5, you've got Banks, Toowong, Black Mountain, and then Bill Webster, the coxswain, is from Mercantile. So it's a couple, and then you've got the straight Melbourne crew. So just no licorice all sorts in that particular one. Just the same Zooty going down the course as they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. It is that Mersey Composite, half a boat length over Melbourne and then another half a boat length back to the Banks Composite.
Certainly the big move has come from that Mersey Composite. Not a great certainly a lead that could be pulled back in this 500 metres. Where the Banks Composite had lost a bit of ground to the other two, they seem to have recovered a lot of that ground and now contesting that second place. So it will be an interesting last 300 metres of this race. It does look like the Mersey Composite has got their mojo and certainly are holding down about a half-length lead. But Melbourne, as we've seen in all Melbourne crews, they're not going to let this one get away quite that easily. So they are now upping the rate and they are pushing back on this Mersey Composite crew. Meanwhile, in the middle of the field, the Banks Composite has had a big move and they've moved right up onto the stern of that Melbourne boat.
Yeah, it's only top 2 to get medals in this event. We've only got the 3 entrants, so it's only gold and silver. So the motivation is there for this Banks, Toowong, Black Mountain and Mercantile Composite to try and get themselves up into second place. And I'll tell you what, they're not a million miles off it. So we can see the Mersey Composite in lane number 4. They've still got that lead. It's now narrowed between Melbourne and the Banks Composite. There's about 150 or so metres left to go. So Mersey Composite in the lead. Melbourne sitting in second. Banks Composite Well, I think Melbourne might just have seen the danger off to the right-hand side. They're just starting to make a little bit of a move, make a little bit of a push, and get away from that Banks Composite in lane number 5. They're into the final 50 metres or so. It is the Mersey Composite who have that nice lead. They're looking comfortable, and it's going to be about a boat length between first and second. Another boat length back, so over 3 different boats. In fact, that's gone down to half a boat length. It was a great finish from Melbourne. Mersey Composite take the win in the men's H Coxless second place through to Melbourne Rowing Club, and third going to the Banks Composite.
And Stuart, it did look like Kenneth Price was in the stroke seat of that Mersey Composite and rode like a true sculler in the stroke seat. I'm going, you guys have just got to follow me. I'm taking off, I've got this race under control, just go with me.
Just hang tight and we'll get it going as we move on to the women's E8. So this is the final. It does look like lane number 7 might just be missing. So that's the Essendon Composite. So in lane 1, Newcastle Rowing Club. That's Wallace, Brown, Saliva Bell, Sanders, Dad, Demar, Tratt, Watson and Bond. Lane 2 from Corio Bay, Westendorf, Williams, Hall Sullivan, Sutherland, Kelly, Watts, Patton, Tonna Joyce and Murphy. In lane 3 we have Storm King, Toowong, River City, Women's and North Shore. That's Loveday, Lapis, Noland, Filkin, Gilbert, McCormick, Anderson, Dearden and Pollock. Lane 4, North Shore, Byrne, Wass, Venables, McCoach, Lash, Kennedy, McBride, Blackwell and Kavanagh. Lane 5, Torrens, Port Adelaide, Cooper, Smith, Barry, Grey Gardner, Ellis, Bell, Toogood, El Khoury and Berganetti. Lane 6, it is a Karam, Hawthorn, Nagambie Composite of Shepparton, O'Shanassy, Oliver, Cotter, Cochin, Graham, Ritchie and Kelly. Tessa Plant is their coxswain. Lane 7, it is the Essendon Composite that are just moving into place now, I think. No, that's a different boat that might be moving in. So Gonzalez, Fry, Heslop, Broad, Milne, McDonald, Neenan, Gandolfo and Gregg. And then lane 8, we've got a University of WA, A&A and Fremantle Composite of Bell, Lai, Thornton, Foster, Siva Kalundu, Clark, Knight, Flecker and Bravelli. So we're just waiting. It does look like that Essendon Composite just moving in to place now in lane number 7. Some tight turnarounds that we've got going on here, but we watched the heats from this a little bit earlier on. I think it was about 1 o'clock or so, and we're going to be in for a fascinating final in this one. Cannot wait to see how we go with here in the women's E8s.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Essendon Composite crew will be incurring the wrath of the umpires up there. It might be a few cards flying, yellow cards flying around, but certainly they're in place, and that's great to see they get the opportunity to race in this. And as Stuart said, the heats of this race were sensationally hard fought, so it's going to be a cracker of a race this.
So our rowers now at the ready. It's the women's E8s lined up now. It is always the bit I know that I hate the most. As they go through the roll call, get ready to go. You don't want to take a dirty stroke first couple. That's so easy to do, particularly in a sweep boat. And we are underway now in the women's E8. So all of our crews spinning the wheels nicely, getting off to a nice little start. As you'd expect, the crews in the middle getting off to the quickest start. So that's the Torrens Port Adelaide Composite and also North Shore in lanes 4 and 5. The Storm King Composite, just pointing out, the Storm King Boat Club, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on today, Rob, they are based in Stanthorpe in the Granite Belt. It's a lovely food and wine area if you ever get the chance to get up there. And there's a very famous photo from about 2015 where it actually snowed in Queensland and the Welcome to Queensland sign was absolutely covered in snow.
And at Stanthorpe.
At Stanthorpe, yeah. So it's a stunning part of the world. I highly recommend getting up there. Trip up the New England Highway never goes astray. You've got Armidale there, you've got Tamworth if you like your country music. Then you go up to Stanthorpe. Warwick is a beautiful place in July. They've got the Jazz and Jumpers in July, and then Toowoomba, which is a place that I have great familiarity and great love for as well.
I must say, coming back from the Outback Regatta from Longreach, we drove back through Toowoomba and that right through there, and that area around Toowoomba and the festivals and the like that they have around that Toowoomba and the Garden City, I guess you'd call it, are just phenomenal.
That is the nickname, the Garden City, the Carnival of Flowers every September. Well worth having a look. Well worth having a look down the course at the moment as well, because our crews are coming up towards the 500 metre mark, and it is the Torrens Composite North Shore who are battling it out at the front.
Yeah, Torrens Composite in that very distinctive blue hull as they come down towards the 500 metre mark, and they're holding about a half-length lead, which is a little bit surprising over the North Shore crew. So they certainly have got away to a great start here. North Shore just shading them. It's a little bit further back now too. So North Shore about 2.7 behind. Cryo Bay 1.85 down from them, and then we got a few. Got a bit of a mix in those 500 metre timing. So we'll wait till we get into a little bit closer to the finish and we can pick them apart. But it does appear to be the Torrens Composite crew who have really turned it on in this race. North Shore looking like the only one at the moment that can challenge them. They have certainly got the rating up. They are looking very, very clean. The North Shore crew just probably underrating them by a point or two, and they're going to have to pick that up substantially if they're going to make any impact whatsoever as the Torrens Composite crew comes down to that 250 metres to go.
Yeah, that Torrens Composite, Torrens Port Adelaide, and how many times have we said it today? A South Australian crew in the lead. Joe Malcolm will be absolutely screaming for them. Board member at Rowing South Australia. North Shore sitting in second place. Corio Bay and the Storm King Composite are also battling it out nicely for the third place. It's Corio Bay just with their bow balls out in front of that Storm King Composite and potentially moving up on the North Shore crew. And then we go back a little bit further to the University of WA Composite, Carrum Composite, Essendon Composite, and also the Newcastle crew over in lane number 1. But the Torrens Adelaide crew, they have led right from the start. It's out to a boat length now. They are dominating this event, and there you can hear the cheers coming out from the crowd. The South Australians getting right behind their rowers. It's going to be the Torrens and Port Adelaide crew who are going to go through and take the win in the women's E8. And it's going to be a dominant win over a boat length between first and second. North Shore, they'll go through and take the bronze medal in lane, take the silver medal, sorry, in lane number 4. And then Corio Bay, a great row from them. They'll finish in third place. Fourth will go to the Storm King Composite in lane number 3. And then fifth will be just lane number 8. So that's the University of WA Composite, just on the surge ahead of the Carrum Composite in lane number 6. And then in the next placings, it will be that Essendon Composite finishing in 7th, appropriately enough, in lane number 7, ahead of Newcastle in lane number 8.
Yeah, what a dominant performance by that Torrens Port Adelaide crew. They certainly took it out. They put it out there at the start of the race and just continued it on. And it was catch me if you can. And it, unfortunate for them, nobody could. So they're coming away with a gold medal.
As we move on now to the start of the men's E Quad Sculls. So this is the final again. So 8 crews in this event. Lane number 1 from Murwillumbah Commercial and Surface Paradise. We have Andy Menzies, David Hughes, Toby Rogers and Anthony Robert G. In lane 2 from Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis, Zane Lockley, David Jacker and Justin Negri. Lane 3 from North Esk, Lindisfarne and Ulverston. It's a Tasmanian composite. Michael Wilson, Tom Wilcox, Roberto Ojeda and Robert Wrigley. In lane 4 from Torrens and Adelaide University, Rob Ellis, Matt Russell, Damien DeLeek and Kevin Tankard. Lane 5 from Leichhardt, Andrew McKenzie, Frank McHugh, Terry Bridges and Richard Medway. Lane 6 from Corio Bay, Peter Aberley, Peter Jeffrey, Duncan Ashby and David Kelly. Lane 7 from St George, Ayrton Grania Ramos, Christopher Jones, Cromwell Olivia and Alan Robertson. And lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, Sean Donza, Stuart Boyd, Sean Ryan and Jeremy Smith.
Yeah, and the heats for this final were very hotly contested, and those crews in the middle, the Torrens Composite, the Leichhardt crew, Corio Bay and North Esk, were very, very close in their times. The heat times are very, very similar, so it is going to be a great race, this one, as they're on their way And as we expected, the crews, Northeast, Torrens, Leichhardt, certainly out to very fast starts. Corio Bay not quite going with them, but look like they've got so the crew work together, and they now got their boat speed up. So the real race on here at the moment is between the Northeast Composite, Torrens Composite and Leichhardt, as we see from the umpire's cam, and the rating is certainly high in those three boats. Whether they can maintain that for the duration of this course, remembering these are E grade, 55 plus average age group. This is a sensational effort on their part. The rating is up, I'd say most crews at least in the mid-30s, so they are leaving nothing out there on the track, and certainly as they come down towards the 500 metre mark, it does appear to be those three middle crews who have a bit of advantage. The Yarra crew, though, looks to have moved up onto the shoulders of the Northeast crew, so that's also going to be a crew coming into contention as we come to the 500 metre mark.
Yeah, that Yarra crew of Inglis, Lockley, Jacker and Negri, they're pretty quick themselves, so it's a little surprising to see them out in lane number 2, but you never know how much people are foxing through the heats. So as they come in now to the timing point at the 500 metres, it is our two crews in the middle. Torrens Adelaide University, Leichhardt in second, Northeast Composite in third, Yarra in fourth, St George in fifth, and then the Murwillumbah Composite, Corio Bay and Lake Macquarie. So a lovely even race at the moment. It's only about a second between each of our crews, and as they come down towards enter the final 500 metres, it's going to be fascinating to see who's going to be able to hold on. I don't think there's any crew without a shot of at least a medal. Our two leading crews, though, are the Torrens Adelaide University Composite in lane 4, Leichhardt in lane 5.
And Leichhardt now challenging the Torrens crew, and they have really moved up in the last couple of strokes, and are right on the Adelaide Torrens crew at the moment. As they come into the last 250 metres, they may well have even moved ahead there, Stuart, as we move into the final, the pink boys now. So they've got a sniff of the finish line here. The Torrens crew responding in kind, and it's got a real ding-dong battle between these two crews. It does appear that the Leichhardt crew may have just stuck their bow ball in front. I'm not quite sure, just about 150 metres to go. It's going to be extremely tight coming down to the line.
It's Leichhardt and Torrens Composite, bow ball to bow ball, neck and neck. Northeast, they've moved ahead of Yarra, so they're sitting nicely in the bronze medal position at the moment. And then the St George, Lake Macquarie, Corio Bay and the Murwillumbah Composite. Out in front though, it's Leichhardt and the Torrens Composite. It is going to be on the surge. They're coming up towards the line. It's a couple of big strokes left to go. It's Torrens Composite and Leichhardt. Leichhardt just out in front. Leichhardt take it by about the width of a bow ball. Torrens Composite finish in second place. A great row through to the finish. Third place will go to the Northeast Lindisfarne Ulverston Composite. And then fourth going back to Yarra. Fifth place going to so they've got St George and Yarra. I think it might just be the other way around. Lake Macquarie in sixth, Murwillumbah Composite in seventh, Corio Bay in eighth. What a great finish from the crew from Leichhardt Rowing Club. As we just see it on the replay, you can just see there, they surged at the right moment. Someone sneezed at exactly the right time, pushed the boat back a little bit further, and Leichhardt take the win in the men's E quad sculls.
Now we move up to the start for race 235, the men's Masters K2M double scull. We have three crews in this race. Pine Rivers Composite has withdrawn. Riverside Rowing Club in lane 3, Hugh Orr and Richard Clark. In lane 4, North Shores Composites, John McDonald and David Kay. And in lane 6, Manning Rivers, John Cross and Ray Beaton. Ray Beaton, both of these guys from Manning River. And
they just scratched.
Oh, they have scratched.
So it's just the two crews.
Well,
so it's Hugh
so
Orr
we've had
and
a
Richard
late,
Clark.
yeah, a late scratching. So yes, Hugh Orr and Richard Clark and John McDonald and David Kay. So the crew in lane 3 has a 20-second start advantage over the North Shore Composite. So we've got another one of these races where they've got to track them down, and they're on their way. It does look like not only are North Shore going to track them down, they're going to try to row over the top of them. So they're just making a course correction at the moment, and I think that was a wise directional change that they put in place just then. But certainly they are now underway as we just look at the celebration down on the pontoon for the women's E8, Stuart.
Yeah, it's absolutely enjoying it there. The margin in the previous race, the men's E quad sculls, 0.24 of a second. And Adelaide's University Torrens Composite, they led the entire race, and it was only in the last 50 metres that Leichhardt were able to get their bow ball out in front on that one. So fantastic racing here on day 3 of the 2025 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. And again, don't forget, later on tonight at the conclusion of racing, we do have the Flavour Trail. That you can get the tickets for that one. It's an artisanal showcase of locally produced food and drink. Perfect way to unwind after what has been a fantastically big day of racing. We've had the Interstates, we've had some cracking races in the heats and finals. They've got Robert Oatley wines, 3 Cuts gin, Rose Vere's whiskey and more. For tickets, head to events.humanitix.com/flavour-trail-lakeside.
And once again, certainly a great event, and we'll all be heading that way after the finish of racing today. But out on the course here, this Riverside crew still holding an advantage over the North Shore Composite. They had 20 seconds advantage. I'm not sure that they've pulled back half of that handicap as yet, the North Shore crew. So maybe a little bit of work to do over the second half of the course. But Riverside still ploughing away there, and they're coming through the 500 metre mark. So we'll get an idea now. Maybe they went out hard. They may have shortened up just a little bit. The Riverside are an L crew.
Yeah, so a 20-second delayed start. So we'll get a bit of an idea as to whether or not this North Shore Murwillumbah Composite have been able to make up some ground, as we just see them coming across, and I don't think they've made up a touch.
Yeah, about a second and a half. So they may be getting ready for a big charge over that last 500 metres, but certainly a lot of work to do if that's their race plan. And as the Riverside crew makes its way down towards the 300 metre mark, they timing out in that boat looks very, very good. Just a little bit cleaner than what the North Shore Composite crew, the North Shore Murwillumbah Composite crew is. So they're still holding on to this substantial lead. It does look like there is a move now happening from that North Shore Murwillumbah crew, and they've come back a little bit, but gee, you know, I know 300 metres to go. They've got a lot of work to do, and they're still wandering around the lanes. In fact, they've been across the boys on one side, and they're now heading across to test out the boys on the other side of the course. So probably the steering's not their friend at the moment, and it looks like they're turning again. So coming into the 250 metre mark, it looks like the Riverside crew is going to maintain that advantage coming down to the line. But the North Shore crew certainly has lifted their rating and are on the push, but probably just a little bit late in the piece, Stuart, to pull back what they need to win this race.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, the directional changes do make it a little bit tricky if you're going from Penrith to the finish line via North Shore or Murwillumbah. So it's made it a little bit tricky for them, but let's not take anything away from Hugh Orr and Richard Clark from Riverside Rowing Club. They had that 20-second delayed start, so they had that 20-second advantage, and they've managed to hold on to it. And the biggest thing with these Masters races is that the handicaps are designed to have it so as that two evenly matched crews with their age will finish round about the same time. So it's motivation for the chasing crews, but also it's motivation for the crews out in front, and they've just kept a steady pace. They haven't tried to row too hard. They haven't tried to row too fast. They've just kept a nice steady rhythm, and you can see them there as they're coming up towards the finish line, still lovely in sync and getting some nice little bits of boat run on the boat. They're going to come up towards the finish line and take back another gold medal to South Australia. It's the Riverside Rowing Club, Hugh Orr and Richard Clark winning the men's K to M double sculls. And it's worthwhile pointing out as well, that's a minimum age of 83, or a minimum average age of 83 for these boats. And then the North Shore Murwillumbah composite of John McDonald and David Kay will finish in second.
A great row by both those crews. We move up to race 236, the Women's Masters B Quad Scull. We have the crews. I'll just run through the crews. Essendon in lane 1, Goolwa Composite in lane 2. That's Goolwa, Murray Bridge and Torrens. In lane 3, ANU Composites, ANU and Black Mountain. In lane 4, Richmond Composite of Richmond, Tasmanian University and Ulverston. In lane 5, Canned Composite. That is Canned, North Shore, Ballarat City and Canberra. In lane 6, we have Glebe Rowing Club. Lane 7, ANU Composites, ANU Manning River, Shoalhaven and Black Mountain. In lane 8, Dragons, and in lane 9, ADF Rowing.
And one thing I'd like to point out, the ANU Black Mountain crew, Jane Reynolds in the Black Mountain crew, her twin sister, Katrina Reynolds, won the Interstate Women's Para Single Scull for Queensland earlier on today. So the two sisters out rowing at the moment and out rowing throughout this regatta, and Jane will be looking to try and take a gold to try and match her twin sister. So coming up towards the 500 metre timing point, and if it's the crew that I think it is, out in front at the moment, the Canned Composites, and that crew is going to be very, very difficult to beat. So that is Cara Griskoviak, Ebony Ebenwalder, Olivia Tung and Hayley Biddle, a very quick crew there.
And they'll be followed through that 500 metre mark by the Goolwa Composite, followed by ANU Black Mountain, the Glebe crew, Richmond Composite, ADF Rowing, ANU Composite, and certainly a big lead by this Canned Composite crew. It does look like the Goolwa Composites is moving very well over there in lane 2, as are the Richmond Composite crew. Does look like we've got missing a lane there or not. The ANU Composite, certainly Reynolds, Tynan, Murray and Williams. So there's some great racing out here this afternoon. Those crews across in that vying for that second and third position. There's currently 4 crews in the mix there, and the Glebe, Richmond Composite, ANU and Goolwa. So it's going to be a great run to the line. The rating coming up in this Canned Composite crew, and it is Cara Griskoviak in the stroke seat, I'm pretty sure, and she is certainly willing this crew on, and totally aware that these other crews still have a lot of boat speed. The Goolwa crew over in lane 2 is coming home very, very fast, but they're leaving nothing to chance now, and the rating coming right up in this crew from Canned Composite, and they've taken about a length's lead over the rest of the field as they come into the last 100 metres.
It is the Canned Composite with that lead. It's a very strong crew, as mentioned. 3 crews, though, over to their right-hand side, going for silver and bronze. Who's it going to be? Canned Composite. They're going to go through and take the gold medal. And then we've got Goolwa Composite, ANU Composite, Richmond Composite coming up towards the line now. It does look like it is going to be a photo for second and third between lanes 2 and 4. So that's a Goolwa Composite and Richmond Composite. They'll take home medals. What colour, we don't know. ANU Composite just missing out by half a canvas back in 4th place. And then Glebe will finish in 5th. ADF Rowing in 6th. ANU Composite in 7th place. And then our final 2 crews just coming up towards the line now. That is Dragons Rowing Club in lane number 8, who will potentially match it very evenly with lane number 1, Essendon Rowing Club. So again, a photo finish in there. What we can tell you is that Cairn, North Shore, Ballarat City and Canberra, they've got the gold, and then we will wait for final confirmation of those results as to who got second and who got third. On the screen at the moment, we've got for us 0.66 of a second. It wasn't that. It might have been 0.066 of a second, but we'll wait for the official results.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of scrolling back and forwards on the slow motion cam and the Finnish cameras. We move up to race 237, Men's Masters B pair. In lane 1, we have the Buckingham Composite of Buckingham Ulverston's Jason Dolball and Pete Gibson. In lane 2, Carrum Rowing Club's Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman. In lane 3, Toowong, Cameron Stewart and Jackson Price, coached by Terry Mulligan. In lane 4, ANA Rowing Club, Robert Boyland and Stuart Clark, coached by Lauren Duncan and Louisa Anderson and Renee Bravelli. Lane 5, Nepean Composite, Nagambie, Alistair Isherwood and Jason Waddell. In lane 6, Lindisfarne Rowing Club, James Cowley and Phil Hutton In lane 7, Toowong Rowing Club, Scott Warren and Timothy McMeniam, and coached by Terry Mulligan. And in lane 8, University of New South Wales, Nicholas and George Lazarou.
They are now underway in the men's B pairs. So some great rowers that we've got in this particular race. But it doesn't match the best pairs race I've seen so far this season, Rob. A little bit earlier on in the season at the ACT Head of the Lake, we had all of the school captains were in boats, so they were in doubles, and in the middle of the course, resplendent in their ACT zooties, were the CEO of Rowing Australia, Sarah Cook, and the Governor-General of Australia, Ms. Samantha Mostyn. They were in a pair because Samantha Mostyn, the Governor-General, Her Excellency, actually used to row for ANU. So she was a member of ANU, and she was going to be going to the 60th dinner that we had last year at ANU Boat Club, except for the fact that she had a guy over, had a very royal guest over from the UK at the time.
Of course, that would have been a really hard choice for her, though. I think, ANU celebration dinner, the King perhaps.
Well, we tried to get the King to come along, but apparently that was just a little bit.
Oh, that was a hard one to turn down, I'm sure.
So racing here in the men's B pairs is very, very tight indeed. So we can see the crews, probably Karam just out in front, Gilbert and Holman. But as they're coming up towards in fact, it's going to be lane number 6. That's Lindisfarne, Cowley and Hutton. So Lindisfarne leading out the University of New South Wales, Karam in 3rd place, and then back a little bit further to ANA, Toowong, and then our second Toowong crew coming across as well, and then back a little bit further to the Buckingham Ulverston composite over in lane number 1. So it's going to be a fascinating finish as they're coming in now to the second 500 metres or so. And that Lindisfarne crew in the very distinctive grey shell, they're looking quite good. Karam's starting to make a move on the far side of the course, as are the Nepean Ngambie composite.
Yeah, certainly. Keep an eye on the Lindisfarne, University of New South Wales, and the Ngambie Nepean composite. Very good technical exponents of pair rowing, as are the Karam crew over in lane 2. So as we can see, the trick with a pair is just to keep that boat moving, minimum fuss, minimum movement up and down in the boat, very flat, and just keep that momentum, keep that form, keep the boat moving along, gliding along. So, and they certainly are, this Lindisfarne crew are certainly showing that. However, the Nepean composite of Isherwood and Waddell, they're saying, well, hold on, we're here too, and they're coming home very strongly. And one of the difficulties in these pairs is actually to react and upset the motion in the boat. So the rating is certainly right up in that boat of Isherwood and Waddell, and they're pulling back up to the Lindisfarne combination of Cowley and Hutton, but I don't know if they're going to run out of room to do it. They're certainly not going to leave anything to chance as they come down for about 7 or 8 strokes to go. It's Hutton and Cowley just holding on, and they will go across the line to take about a half-length lead, win over the Nepean composite of Isherwood and Waddell. It will be the Lazarou brothers from University coming across in 3rd, followed by Karam. A little bit further back now to ANA, and it will be the Toowong, Warren and McNemiman, and then Toowong, Stewart and Price.
And then the Buckingham Ulverston crew coming through in 8th place. We mentioned earlier, we forgot to mention the results from the women's B quad scull. So it was the Can composite in 1st place, Goolwa composite in 2nd place by 0.03 of a second over the Richmond composite. 0.03, there was absolutely nothing in that. A fantastic race, and then it was only a second back to 4th place, the ANU Black Mountain crew in lane number 3. So some very tight racing here on day 3 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships.
And the fact that we got that technology here, Stuart, that allows us to get to that sort of level of accuracy is fantastic. And certainly there's been put into very good practice over the last couple of days. So congratulations to all those crews on their results.
Getting ready for the start of the women's G8, so you can see them lined up there. 5 crews. We've got Perth Curtin University, Celia Cornwell, Deb Barry, Edwina Forster, Vanessa Grant, Nikki Cato, Catherine Kennedy, Carolyn Fennell, Kathy Ride, and Ronnie Cooper as they are now underway. Melbourne University, Richmond and Nagambie composite of Wendy Cotter, Jill Plummer, Val Dowell, Arena Benjamin, Jen Kilby, Geraldine Goss, Jennifer Bingham, Louise Phillips and Sam Lincoln. In lane 5, we've got a Lake Macquarie, Endeavour, ANU, Manning River, Canberra and St George composite. I believe that does make it an official licorice all sorts of Anne Charlton, Marie Brown, Elaine Bissica, Amanda Cavill, Nerida Clinton, Sue Donoghue, Diane McShane and Anne Campbell and Jackie Peel. Lane 6 also a licorice all sorts, Riverway, Commercial, University of Queensland, Sunshine Coast and Canberra. That's Barbara Hall, Joe Cook, Judy Walsh, Louise Street, Julianne Kelly, Jennifer Conn, Senwin Fay, Jacqueline De Jong and Lauren Robinson. And then lane 7, North Shore and Leichhardt, Karen Samet, Catherine Sainty, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zamet, Susan Wannon, Susan Walter, Linda Munns, Kelly Marsh is their coxswain. So I think Kelly Marsh is from Leichhardt, the rest of the crew are from North Shore.
And Stuart, can you imagine the amount of WhatsApp and emails that fly around to get some of these crews just entered, let alone on the water?
It would be absolutely something else. So, and there's plenty of geographically dispersed in there as well. And then we've got, so I think it's 4 substitutions in the crew in lane number 5. So even then, just trying to make sure that you get the right people in the right order and all that kind of thing, it does make it quite interesting. So our leading crews now coming up towards the 500 metre timing point. So we've got the Riverway composite in lane number 6, doing quite well ahead of the Melbourne composite in lane 4 and the Perth composite in lane number 3 as we just see them coming up now to the 500 metres. So the Riverway composite in that yellow shell sitting ahead of the Lake Macquarie composite, North Shore composite actually sitting in 3rd place, and then the Perth Curtin University composite in lane number 3 ahead of the Lake Macquarie composite in lane number 5. So about a boat length in it back between 4th and 5th, so perhaps that Lake Macquarie composite just a little ways off the pace. They've all got it to do though to catch the Riverway composite in lane 6.
Yeah, certainly the Riverway composite crew now has about a length's lead over the Melbourne composite crew in lane 4. So that's where the race is. It does look like the North Shore composite crew may well have just got a little bit of space over the Perth composite. So that's going to be the interesting one to watch. Although it's still got another 250 metres to go. While the Riverway composite crew looks fairly comfortable out there, the Melbourne composite crew has really put the pressure on there now. The North Shore crew over on the north side of the grandstand side of the field has to respond if they're going to go with this Melbourne composite crew, coming down to 200 metres to go and looking very comfortable, though out in front of the Riverway composite crew, and they look to be rowing well within themselves at this point in time. It does look like that Melbourne composite crew in lane 4 has now moved up and has about half a length's advantage over North Shore, but North Shore once again responding with another effort, and as they come down into the red towards the red boys, or in the pink boys come to the red, and it does appear that they will probably not have enough room, but it is the Perth crew also coming back at the North Shore crew. So it's going to be very, very tight as they come to the line. It will be, though, the Riverway composite crew in lane 6. They are going to have led all the way, looking really comfortable as they come to the line, and they will go across the line for first. It will be the Melbourne composite crew coming across in second. North Shore holding on to 3rd place, followed by the Perth composite crew in lane 3, and it will be closing out the field, the Lake Macquarie composite crew in 5th place.
So a great road there for the Riverway Commercial, University of Queensland, Sunshine Coast and Canberra composite, beating out the Melbourne University, Richmond and Nagambie composite, and then North Shore and Leichhardt in 3rd. As we move back down towards the start, we're underway in the men's G single scull final. So lane number 1 from Willenbar, we have John Ryan. In lane 2 from Noosa, Gil Hosier. In lane 3 from Tablelands Country Rowing Club in North Queensland, Lachlan McDonald. Lane 4 from North Shore, it's Chris Walsh. Lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Carl Quitzow. In lane 6 from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Jack Chatziyakumis. In lane 7 from Commercial Rowing Club, Harry Fitzgerald, and lane 8 from Riverside, Mark Johnston.
And I think we saw in the heats, I think we're coming across the line, Carl Quitzel was rating about 15. So he would have to go out here as a little bit of a favourite based on the heat performance. But, you know, we don't know once again how much the others were foxing. And I'm sure now into the final we're going to see a crack of a race. And it does appear to be those Quitzel in the middle of the field, the North Shore's Chris Walsh beside him, who are out to a little bit of an advantage. The Noosa Sculler of Gil Hosier, and over on this side, the Yarra Sculler, Commercial and Riverside Scullers, all faring very well at the moment. So as we come down towards the 500 metre mark, it does look like Carl Quitzel from Sydney Rowing Club holding a bit of an advantage over Chris Walsh from North Shore.
And the other thing to keep in mind as well is how many races they've done in between the heat and the final. So Carl Quitzel I haven't seen go down the course since the heat. Certainly I've seen Jack Chatsiakumis go down the course, and I think Chris Walsh might have done as well. So it's how much energy you've got left in the tank after a couple of very strong 1,000 metre pieces. So we're just seeing our leading scullers coming up towards the 500 metre mark, and it is the sculler from Sydney Rowing Club, Carl Quitzel, leading out Chris Walsh by about half a boat length. And then the battle for third, well, that's well and truly on. Gil Hosier leading out Harry Fitzgerald's by a quarter of a second. Lachlan McDonald in fifth. Jack Jatsibakumis in sixth. Mark Johnson in seventh. And then John Ryan just a little ways out the back of the field in eighth place. That was through the 500 metres. So it's really a battle between Sydney Rowing Club and North Shore. So it's, can we call it a harbourside battle?
Yeah, it is a harbourside, or a battle of the Lane Cove and Parramatta Rivers, I think, more so. And these two would have raced against each other a fair bit this season. So I'm imagining they've both know each other's strength. But Chris Walsh does appear to have had a bit of an effort, a bit of a push to get up onto the almost level terms with Carl Quitzel. But I'm thinking Carl Quitzel has just got something left in the bag. I don't know, but I could be wrong, but I think he will. It's 250 metres to go. His rating is certainly about 3 or 4 points higher than it was in the heat. He does appear to have now just squeezed out a little bit more boat run out of this scull, and he's pulled out to about a length's lead over Chris Walsh from North Shore. Over in lane 2, Gil Hosier from Noosa is putting on a great effort, as is the Tableland Sculler with that bright fluoro orange hat, and they have really looked like to be the ones fighting out for third place, although the Yarra Sculler is in lane 6, is certainly coming home fast as well. So it's going to be really interesting. But now Carl Quitzel just lifting the rating about a point or two. He's not going to bust the ball on this one. Just enough, squeezing out enough out of this boat. A very strong man is Carl Quitzel, and it doesn't take much to increase the pressure in that boat. And he does look to have just pulled ahead now and looks very, very comfortable as he comes down towards the line. And I'm sure this is going to be a great win for Carl Quitzel as he comes across the line now, taking out first. It will be Chris Walsh who will take out second prize. It's going to be very close between the Yarra Sculler and Noosa on the other side, but it will be the Noosa Sculler just holding out the Yarra. And followed by the Tableland Sculler, it will be Commercial in sixth place, followed by Riverside and Murwillumbah.
A great row there from Carl Quitzel from Sydney Rowing Club, going through and taking the win in the men's G single sculls. We are underway in the lightweight men's G single sculls. So lane 1 from Riverway, Wayne Roy. Lane 2 from Pine Rivers, Jeffrey Ward. Lane 3 from Carrum, David Rafter. Lane 4 from Armidale, Michael Robinson. Lane 5 from Essendon Rowing Club, we have Tim Yosevich. In lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Peter Stevenard. Lane 7 from Murray Bridge, Graham Hunt. Lane 8 from Mersey, Gregory Marshall. And lane 9 from Perth, Craig Huxtable.
Yeah, they're well underway now, and from our vantage point here, it does look like Wayne Roy's travelling very well over there in lane 1, as is the Essendon Sculler Tim Josefowicz in lane 5. And that looks to be where all the pace is at the moment. Could be a bit deceptive. Conditions out on the course still are great rowing conditions, and all these scullers are absolutely enjoying the opportunity to be out here. A little bit of a steering issues over here in the Mersey sculler, Gregory Marshall, as he skirts the buoys on his bow side. So he'll need to move across there if that's not going to impede him too much. But it does look to be the Essendon sculler, Josefowicz, who now holds a bit of a lead as we come through the 500 metre. No, I'm absolutely wrong on that one. It was actually Greg Marshall, the Mersey sculler, who has the one with these have a few problems with the steering. Not that much, it would appear, and he's certainly gone through with a lead over Josefowicz from Essendon. It is Hunt from Murray Bridge following through, followed by Stefenard, Huxtable, Roy, Ward and Robinson. But not after Graham Hunt, those first three look fairly safe in those positions. About a length and a half, nearly 2 lengths back to Peter Stefenard of Lake Macquarie. So the work to be done by him if he wants to get back and into a place.
Yeah, it is the sculler there, Gregory Marshall, with that lead at the moment from Mersey Rowing Club. Is he able to take another gold medal back down to the Apple Isle? He's looking quite comfortable out at the moment, ahead of Josefowicz from Essendon Rowing Club in second place. And then Lake Macquarie's Peter Stefenard sitting in third. Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge sitting in third place at the moment. So in that nice blue zooty there. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. Peter Stefenard from Lake Macquarie. They're into the red boys now, and it'll take a bit of an effort if he's able to go through and take the win there. So this is the lightweight men's G single sculls. Our next race will be the women's D double sculls, coming up in just a couple of minutes. So we're just about back on track with our racing here at the afternoon session of the 2025 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. A reminder that we had some fog this morning, which did mean that quite a few events were rescheduled. Final stages now, the lightweight G single sculls. It is still the Mersey sculler Gregory Marshall with that lead over Essendon's Tim Josefowicz, but he's starting to put the little bit of a push on. He's getting that boat moving. Murray Bridge's Graham Hunt also starting to close the gap. You can see all the crews, all the scullers, just starting to up their rates now, but it is going to be a win for Gregory Marshall, and second place is going to be tight. It's going to be a photo between the Essendon sculler and the Murray Bridge sculler. So all we can tell you, Gregory Marshall has the win. There'll be a silver and a bronze to Essendon's Tim Josefowicz and Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge Rowing Club. The order, though, we can't tell you. It's a little bit closer than the .77 that we've got on the screen at the moment. Peter Stefenard from Lake Macquarie in fourth place, Wayne Roy in fifth, Craig Huxtable in sixth, and then back a little bit further, we've got Jeffrey Ward going through in seventh place. Eighth place will go to Michael Robertson, and then our final sculler just coming across the line now will be David Rafter from the Carrum Rowing Club. So we'll just keep a bit of an eye out on that second and third place result, because Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge Rowing Club really surged over that last 10 metres or so, and we're going to have to call for the photo.
Absolutely. And while we wait for that photo, we'll just move up to the race 241, the Women's Masters D double scull final, and they've already got to the 500 metre mark, although we're not just about another 50 or so metres, and it's a very close race. We look across the field. I think we saw the heats, and there was only, I remember looking back, and I think there was 0.08 of a second difference in the heat times for two of those three heats. So this is going to be a very tight race, and we're seeing that now as they come down to the 500 metre mark. It does look like the Bairnsdale, the UTS Haberfield, over in lane 2, holding a slight advantage over Yarra Yarra Melbourne, Essendon Windaree, Commercial Brisbane, Albert Park, South Melbourne, Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie, Noosa and Bairnsdale. So the certainly turning it on is that UTS Haberfield crew, and they'll be hoping to extend that lead as they come down to the 300 odd metres to go.
Yeah, UTS Haberfield had the lead right the way through their heat, and then just got pipped at the line. Whether or not they were just holding on to a little bit of energy, but through that 500 metres, you can see the times up on the screen at the moment. Second through seventh is about maybe 3 seconds in between them through 500. It's really only Bairnsdale and the Surfers Paradise Murwillumbah crews that are out of the running as things stand. So as they're coming up now into the final 250 metres, the red boys are starting to appear now for our front runners. The UTS crew of Bronwyn Downey and Christine Phillips. They're sitting out in the lead. Who's going to get silver and bronze? Well, I'll tell you what, if you can pick it from here, you're doing very, very well. I'll get you to do my lotto numbers a little bit later on today. It's the Yarra Yarra Composite, Essendon Composite in lanes 7 and 6 that are sitting in second and third at the moment. But Commercial and Brisbane GPS Composite also starting to make a little bit of a move. And then a couple across, we've got the Albert Park South Melbourne Rowing Club crew that are also looking to go through and take a medal. It's still UTS out in front. They've only got about 75 or so metres left to go. And then we've got 3 crews coming up towards the line, all within about a boat length of each other. Who's going to go through and take the medals in the women's D double sculls? We were looking forward to this final, and it has turned out to be an absolute cracker. UTS Haberfield, Bronwyn Downey, Christine Phillips, they're going to go through and take the win and take home the gold medal. Second place will go to the Essendon Wendouree Ballarat Composite in lane number 6. Lane 7, the Yarra Yarra Melbourne Composite. They'll take the bronze just ahead of the Commercial and Brisbane and GPS Composite in lane number 8. And then back a little bit further to the Albert Park South Melbourne crew in lane, finishing in 5th. Leichhardt and Lake Macquarie back in 6th ahead of the Noosa crew in 7th. Bairnsdale in 8th. And then our final crew across the line from Surfers Paradise and Murwillumbah. A great race there. UTS too strong throughout.
And we did think they backed it off towards the end of that heat, and that certainly preserved some energy and came home, had a very, very strong race. But what about the race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th? It was just a phenomenal race to the line, with the just heating up really over that last 250 odd metres. So we move up to race 242, the men's Masters D Coxless 4. In lane 1 we have Black Mountain Composites, Henry Bridgewater, Rhett Patterson, Steve McGlynn and Ian Mongan. In lane 2 we have Shoalhavens, Harry Davis, Joseph Basher, Martin Trainer, Chris Turner. In lane 3 North-Esk, Robert Wrigley, Patrick Bird, Roberto Ayeda, Dion Birtwistle. In lane 4 Powerhouse, Shane O'Connor-Smith, David Mays, Nicholas Andro and Conrad Tullock. In lane 5 Melbourne's Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison. We have lane 6 has Scratched, Yarra Yarra. In lane 7, Lindisfarne Composite, David Palmer, Jonathan Pitt, Shane Broad and Tom Wilcox. In lane 8, Adelaide University, Alistair Walsh, Damien DeLeek, David McLeod, Bill Natt. And in lane 9, Mossman Rowing Club's Andrew Hourigan, Robert Giblin, Scott Beachley and Joel Cape.
Now, one thing, Rob, that we have mentioned a couple of times, we've got the function a little bit later on today, but there is a tasting going on for another hour or so at the Lakeside restaurant. So if you want to jump in, have some tastings, that's going on up at the Lakeside restaurant at the moment. I believe that's what you did, and once Michael McRae comes back up, I believe that's where you'll be heading again. So,
oh, look, Stuart, there's every chance that might happen, but no, I'm certainly a responsible commentator, so we'll be... that might have to wait till a little bit later when we go to the event tonight. But certainly coming up to the 500 metre mark, and it is once again a very close race, and it does appear that it will be the crew from Adelaide University crossing that 500 metre mark, but there's nothing in it. The following crew is 2.75 seconds, 0.48, 0.21, 0.48, 2.7 and 0.04, so it's an extremely close race coming into the through that 500 metre mark.
Yeah, Adelaide University with that lead. We've seen, again, we say it so many times, the South Australians, they've dominated through today, and they're looking good here in the men's D Coxless 4s, and then that battle for silver and bronze is well and truly on. North-Esk Rowing Club over in lane number 3, they're starting to make a little bit of a move now, as are the crew from Lindisfarne and Mersey. So the Tasmanians looking to take it up to the South Australians. Mossman Rowing Club in lane number 9 also starting to make a little bit of a move. So it's still Adelaide University with that lead as they're coming in now to the last 250 metres. It's Adelaide University leading out from Lindisfarne Mersey. North Esk up there as well. Over on the middle of the course, we've got the Melbourne Rowing Club in lane number 5. The Black Mountain Composite not completely out of medal running, neither are Mossman. As Michael McRae joins me in the commentary. And Adelaide University, are they going to be run over by North Esk?
That's right, Adelaide University, lane 8 on the near side of the course. They're making the best of things in the final 100 metres of this race. Lane 3, North Esk, as you say, Stu, there or thereabouts. They're probably a couple of strokes behind, but certainly looks Adelaide University is going to claim the win. Going to be really tight for the silver medal. North Esk, Lindisfarne, Mossman. It's going to be close. We'll leave that one of the judges, I think. 4th place goes the way of Melbourne. 5th place to Black Mountain Composite in lane 1, and then 6th place to Black Mountain, I should say. 7th place to Powerhouse, and yet to finish is Shoalhaven in lane 2.
Yeah, it's Lindisfarne Composite and Mossman. It was a great finish from the Mossman Rowing Club there in the final stages. We're going to go to the photo finish. You can just see on the replay at the moment, certainly North Esk just with their bow ball out in front, but for 2nd place. But who's taken the bronze? Well, they're rolling the replay backwards and forwards. We're just going to rock and roll it here like they do in the cricket. And I think Snicko would have a heck of a time to try and separate these two. We'll wait for the final results there. We'll bring those to you once we know what they are. But let's go back down to the start line with the men's D Coxed 4s.
Thanks, Stu. Race 243 on the starting blocks. It's the men's Masters D grade Coxed 4 in lane 3, representing Sydney Rowing Club of New South Wales. Mark Binder, David Raymond, Ross Pritchard and Jose Maria Segurola Aragui, coxed by Bradley Wooten. In lane 4, representing ADF Rowing ACT, David Newman, Chris Austin, Ashley Carr and Peter Gibson, coxed by Sarah Davran. In lane 5 is Old Collegians Composite of Queensland. That crew is represented by Bruce Bedgood, Tom Coates, Cameron Hall and Andrew Clough, coxed by Ethan Stokes and coached by Christopher Beach. In lane 6 is a University of New South Wales composite crew comprising Alex Adam, Hamish Dunbar, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe, coxed by Angela Zeng. And in lane 7, representing, it's a St George composite crew, Stuart Clark, Robert Boylan, Cromwell Olivier and Christopher Jones, coxed by Claire Gregg. And we've just got to start a few short moments ago, Stuart.
Yeah, so they are underway in the Cox 4s. That last crew, that's a lovely geographic spread there. You've got St George and Sydney, A&A over in WA, and North Esk. I think the coxswain is from North Esk, Claire Gregg. So it's definitely well geographically spread as they are underway. And you can see there that the stripes of A&A Rowing Club just in the foreground there. Just a couple of dirty strokes as they're coming through, just washing out a little bit towards the finish. But we'll keep an eye out on that. And we're also just keeping an eye out on the results here. And I think we've got it for the men's D Coxless 4. So Adelaide University with the win. They led right from the start. North Esk, we said they got second. 0.43 back to Lindisfarne Mersey in third. And then 0.03 to Mossman in fourth. It was such a close finish for that bronze medal. Mossman just missed out.
Yeah, absolutely nothing in it. And back on the competition lake, Sydney Rowing Club certainly are making the best of things at the moment. I think looking at the competition lake from this perspective, Sydney Rowing Club in the sky blue on the far side of the course in lane 3, probably with their bow balls in front, but certainly some competition on the near side from the St George Composite. That's that very national crew that you were describing earlier, Stuart. That's the A&A St George Composite. And then also in the mix there is the University of New South Wales boat in lane 6. That's a composite crew of UNSW and Brisbane and GPS.
Yeah, and it's actually that University of New South Wales crew that have the lead. Sydney sitting in second, St George Composite in third, Old Collegians in fourth, and then ADF Rowing, coxed by the Executive Officer of Rowing ACT, Sarah Davran. So she's out in that boat yelling at people, which of course we know how much she hates doing that. But so University of New South Wales, Brisbane and GPS Composite out in front at the moment. And I mentioned earlier, Brisbane and GPS, they're not in their normal green and blue zooties. They're in ones that have the red and It was the red and white, I think, of the old Brisbane Rowing Club. So red, black and yellow of the old Brisbane Rowing Club. They merged with the GPS Rowing Club back after World War II. 150 years of the Brisbane Rowing Club and 100 years of the GPS Rowing Club up in Brisbane. Merged after World War II, so they've got functions on Twilight on the Terrace in July and then a gala dinner in October.
Okay. Well, congratulations to Brisbane and GPS on that milestone, and their representatives doing them proud in this race. That they're in that teaming up with the University of New South Wales in lane 6 of the men's Masters D Cox 4, and they are at loggerheads at the moment with the St George Composite in lane 7 and with the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 3. They've done plenty of work in the first half of this race, and so I suggest that they are the crew that is going to claim the silverware, but it's certainly not over yet. Lane 7 St George Composite, they're taking some bold strokes, but I just think it's a little bit late in the piece. For St George, the University of New South Wales Composite claims the gold medal in the men's Masters D Cox 4. Second place to St George Composite, and third place going the way of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3. Fourth place, it's going to go the way of the Old Collegians Composite crew in lane 5. And to finalise this race, it will be the ADF Rowing crew in lane 4.
So win there for the University of New South Wales and Brisbane and GPS in the men's D Cox 4s. As we move on now to the women's A pairs. So some of our younger rowers in this, in lane number 3, from ANU, we have Bree Murray and Jackie Williams, coached by Nigel Harding. Lane 4 from Carrum Rowing Club, Angelique Everett and Jackie Diebel, coached by Drew Holman. In lane 5 from North Shore Rowing Club, Catherine Boland and Olivia Tung. And in lane 6 from Noosa Rowing Club, Stacey Borsbaum and Fernanda Correa, coached by David Doyle. So they're just sitting there at the start line at the moment. So just the 4 entries in the women's A pairs, and it'll be interesting to see how these crews go down the course, because I think a few of them, I know for the ANU crew, they've trained once together. They said it was really good, really bad at the start, really good at the finish. So let's see how they go out here today.
Probably 800 metres or so missing in there from that race plan, but absolutely the ANU crew certainly wants to watch in this race under the tutelage of Nigel Harding. We've just got a start in race 244, the women's Masters A pair. We've got another A-grade race coming up in the men's Masters quad in a moment, which should be a cracker. But for the moment, with women's pair rowing, it's a good start for the crew from Carrum Rowing Club in Victoria, Angelique Everett and Jackie Diebel off the start, but plenty of water left to traverse yet.
Yeah, the Carrum Rowing Club down in Victoria, they've had a fantastic regatta over the last few days. A number of golds, a number of medals in there, so they'll be looking to add to that. We've got the 4 entrants in this event, so gold, silver and bronze up for grabs. So the motivation is there to try and not finish last, so that you can go home with a little bit of extra in the bag. So we can see the view from the BR rowboat. So the leading crew, Carrum Rowing Club, that's Everett and Diebel, sitting in the middle there, and then off to the left-hand side, ANU, Murray and Williams, and then Boland and Tong from North Shore. And then you can see there on the right-hand side, Borsbaum and Correa from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club. And I think one of the great things we've talked about, Michael, that I love seeing at the Masters Rowing Championships is that geographic spread. It's not just the high performance clubs that we see at the Australian Rowing Championships. Really see, particularly the regional clubs really coming out and supporting the event.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you see the spread of crews from across the whole country, it really does remind you that we are really truly at the national championships, and crews coming together to form composite. It is fantastic to see, and a stunning afternoon as well out here at the Regatta Centre, Stu.
Oh, the weather has just been absolutely perfect. A little bit of fog this morning. It did mean that rowing was delayed. Racing was delayed by about an hour or so. Did give me a chance to have a snooze before the Interstate, but certainly the conditions over the last 3 days have been absolutely perfect here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Conditions out, and you can see there, they're cutting glass at the moment in the pair, and it is ANU, Murray and Williams with the lead, and then neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball between North Shore and Carrum. Half a second between them. I'd reckon it was even closer than that. And then Noosa, Borsbaum and Correa just a little bit off the pace at the moment. So our 1, 2 and 3 look to be settled, but in the pairs, there's always a chance of a dirty stroke. And, you can never, ever right off a pairs race.
Yeah, certainly. And the battle in this race, I'd suggest, is going to be as to the colour of the medals of those top 3 crews at the moment, as you say, barring a disaster. Those three crews, ANU, Carrum and North Shore, looking very strong.
Yeah, so Bree Murray rode for WA in the Queen's Cup earlier this year. It's down in Tasmania. She was with Swan River, member of the Australian Navy, I believe, and she's been posted down to Canberra and now rowing with ANU and also in a number of ADF rowing crews. And then Jackie Williams has been a multiple ACT representative, the president of ANU Sport, the overall thing. So some very talented rowers in there, and they are out in front and they're just extending that lead. So I think that training session has well and truly done them good. It's North Shore leading out Carrum now in that battle for the silver placing, and then Noosa just a little bit further behind them. So it's ANU with that lead. We're seeing a push, though, come from North Shore into the final 100 metres or so. It's about a boat length between first and second, a boat length back into third place, and then a bit of a clear water back to Noosa in fourth.
Yeah, certainly that North Shore crew, Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong, throwing everything at it at this stage. That's a very experienced crew. Olivia Tong competing in the New South Wales Sprint Eliminator earlier this year, and she performed very well. Plenty of experience on board in that North Shore crew, but the ANU boat, as you say, Stu, too much distance, and they've flattered the opposition in the second half of this race. They claim the win in the Masters, a women's Masters, a pair.
So it's a pat on the back for Williams and Murray as they go through and take the win in the women's A pair. Second place going to Boland and Tong from North Shore. Carrams, Everett and Deeble finishing in third place. And then coming through the line in fourth place will be the crew from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Stacey Borsboom and Fernanda Correa.
And just some 50 metres or so yet to row for Borstrom and Correa. Out of lane 6, representing Noosa. Congratulations to Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club. We're going to turn our attention now to race 245, Stu, a very exciting race, the men's A quad, and plenty of calibre amongst the crews in this race.
Yeah, look, I'm just looking down the crews at the moment. So Yarra Yarra Footscray City Composite, Gareth McShay, Brent Lucadeur-Wells, Timothy Natterbaum and Glenn Fishman. In lane 4, we've got a Nepean Canberra Newcastle Composite, and there's some very familiar names in this. Jack Hanley, Ben Homer from Newcastle, James Waldersey from Canberra Rowing Club. I didn't realise he'd made the trip up. And Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club. You'd have to say they'd be red-hot favourites. ADF Rowing, Mitchell Harrings, Caspel, Ben Page, Ben Lim, Cam Hardy, Newcastle, Banks, Buckingham, Ulverston Composite of Jason Dobell, Pete Gibson, Blair Baggett and Gareth Salkield. And then lane 7, Gold Coast Masters rowers, Drummoyne, Murwillumbah and Commercial, Licorice All Sorts of Matthew Napper, Mark Flower, Andrew Goldstein and Kwan Gurames.
Yeah, thanks, Stu. And as you've alluded to, that crew in lane 4, the Nepean Composite crew, plenty of calibre and experience in that boat. Jack Hanley, of course, James Waldersey and Jason Waddell, former Open New South Wales lightweight representatives. James Waldersey, previously of UTS, Haberfield Rowing Club, now competing out of the Canberra Rowing Club on Lake Burley Griffin. And he's teamed up with Jack Hanley and Ben Homer, who have been on the crest of a wave at the moment in terms of their competition. They've been pairing up in the double scull and have teamed up with Jason Waddell and James Waldersey in the A quad, and certainly making the best of things at the moment out of lane 4.
Yeah, and they are the crew in the lead at the moment, unsurprisingly, and then nice little battle going on behind them between our other crews in the battle for the minor placing. So no crew really out of the running at the moment. Maybe the ADF rowing crew in lane number 5, just a little ways off the pace at the moment. The Yarra Yarra Composite, the Yarra Yarra Footscray City Composite, sitting nicely in third place. So it's an Nepean Composite in the lead, Gold Coast Masters Composite in second place. Yarra Yarra Footscray Composite in third, a second behind, and then back to the Newcastle Composite and ADF rowing in 5th place. So that was through 500 metres. You would imagine that this Nepean Composite will be very, very hard to beat now. They've got 3 seconds over the fields, and it wouldn't surprise me to see them just lower the rating down a little bit as they come towards the finish.
Yeah, certainly, and they may even extend their lead by doing that. 3 seconds over 500 metres in a quadruple scull. It's a very handsome lead being enjoyed by Nepean Composite. Not surprising, as you've alluded to, Stu, because of the talent and experience on board. And Ben Homer, of course, one of our colleagues up here in the commentary tower sometimes. I know he was really looking forward to this race. And he's certainly looking as though he's enjoying his time there in the 3-seat with Jack Hanley in the stroke seat. Jason Waddell in the stroke seat, I think.
Yeah, and I think Ben's already come away with a win in the A double as well.
Yes.
So he's he's going to be driving back up the M1 with a few extra bits of bling.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben Homer, fantastic competitor.
Very, very quick. He was also a bronze medalist in the club double scull at the Australian Rowing Championships down in Tasmania earlier this year. It is going to be Nepean, Canberra and Newcastle who are going to go through and take the win in the men's A quad sculls. So a strong win there for that crew. Second place will go to the Gold Coast, Drummoyne, Murwillumbah and Commercial Composite in lane number 7, with the Yarra Yarra Composite finishing in third place, appropriately enough, in lane number 3. Coming through in fourth place will be the Newcastle Banks, Buckingham and Ulverston Composite, and then ADF Rowing finishing just a boat length behind them back in 5th place.
Recapping the results of race 245, the men's A quadruple scull, a win for Nepean Composite, Jack Hanley, Ben Homer, James Waldersea and Jason Waddell. Second place silver medalist to Gold Coast Masters Composite, Matthew Napper, Mark Flower, Andrew Goldstein, Kawan Guy Meres. And a third place bronze medalist to Yarra Yarra Composite, Gareth McShay, Brent Lucadoo Wells, Timothy Naderbaum and Glenn Fishman, coached by Jeff Walker.
Move on now to race 246. It's the men's J to M pairs. So one crew off go and the rest off a 16-second delayed start. So in lane number 3 from Riverside Rowing Club in South Australia, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson, they're off 16 seconds. In lane 4 from Drummoyne and St George, we have Ian Toll and Graham Wern. They're off go. In lane 5 from Melbourne University, Jim Morrison and Richard Parker off 16 seconds. Lane 6 from Mossman Rowing Club, John Hardy and Philip Titterton, they're off 16 seconds. And Murwillumbah Rowing Club in lane 7, Michael Mills and John McDonald, they're also off 16 seconds. So our rowers there at the start, getting ready to go. And we'll expect to start in just a moment or so. And we are now underway for our leading crew, and you can just see there lane 7 got a little bit excited. They've got a 16-second delayed start, so they've been moved back into place. Our crew from Drummoyne and St George, they're off go. They've got a 16-second start over Riverside, Melbourne University, Mossman and Murwillumbah. Are they going to be able to, are they going to be caught is the big question.
Well, here they go. The rest of the crew is taking off on the heels of the Drummoyne Composite crew, Ian Toll and Graham Wern. 16-second advantage. You can see if you're joining us on the live stream, that's a pretty handsome lead to make up over 1,000 metres in a pair. But let's just see if the competition is up to it, chasing Ian Toll and Graham Wern of Drummoyne and St George.
Don't forget to secure your tickets now for Rowing New South Wales 2025 Annual Presentation Dinner. Join us in toasting the achievements of the New South Wales rowing community on Thursday, June 12 at the Water Grill Restaurant, Sydney Rowing Club. Awards will be presented as we celebrate an amazing 24-25 season on and off the water. The event is open to all, not just our award finalists, so get a table for your club or your school. Head to rowingnsw.asn.au to buy your tickets now. I'm assuming, Michael, you've got your tickets.
Certainly in the post. Certainly. It's a good, fantastic event that Rowing New South Wales puts on every year, and we look forward to welcoming the whole rowing community to that event to celebrate the achievements of the Masters and Open rowing communities alike.
And it was fantastic down at the Australian Rowing Championships, first Queen's Cup in since 2019, I think it was, 6 years?
6 years, that's right. The great sweep of 2019 out here at this venue. Yes, a great day for New South Wales rowing that was.
I don't think you'll ever get past 2019. That was unbelievable. That was my first Australian rowing championships, and yeah, that was the first time. Well, it was historic because it was the first time any state had actually swept the 4/8 races. As we just see coming up towards the timing point, Toll and Wern, they are being caught and caught well. So they had a 16-second delayed start. Riverside in second, Mossman in third, Murwillumbah in fourth. They're only a few seconds off, so you would expect all those crews to be able to get past them. Melbourne University sitting in fifth place. And actually on the topic of 2019 and historical things, that was when Nikki Ayres won the para single scull. That was the ACT's first gold medal since 1997 in the King's Cup.
Yes. Before the big rule change as to states of domicile, etc.
Yes, which is why all the ACT rowers row for New South Wales. We'll just leave that go through to the keeper. Plenty of interstate banter going on, as there always is at the Masters Championships, at the Australian Rowing Championships. But out on the course at the moment, in the men's J to M pairs, it is well and truly on. So Ian Toll and Graham Wern from Drummoyne and St George, they had the 16-second delayed start, but they've now been overtaken. We've got Riverside furthest on the course at the top of your screen. We've also got Mossman Rowing Club in the distinctive red and white stripes of the Mossman Club. They're up there as well, so they're probably in first, just ahead of Riverside. Murwillumbah sitting in sitting probably in fourth place, actually, just behind the Drummoyne St George Composite, who are there as well, and then back a little bit further to the Melbourne University crew in lane number 5. So Mossman Rowing Club with the lead at the moment. We saw them have a great Australian Rowing Championships earlier on. Tom Schranko and Rowena Meredith have really revitalised their junior rowing program down there. And now we're seeing their masters in John Hardy and Philip Titterton out in front in the men's J to M pairs. They've got a handsome lead at the moment. It's a big push coming in from Murwillumbah to try and get over the top of Riverside Rowing Club. So we'll keep an eye out on that for the minor placings, but it is going to be Mossman Rowing Club, Hardy and Titterton, who'll go through and take the win in the men's J to M pairs. Second place will go to Murwillumbah, Mills and McDonald, and then the bronze to Riverside, Smith and Gunson, and then back a little bit further, fourth place to lane number 4, that is Ian Toll and Graham Wern, and then in behind them we've got Melbourne University's Jim Morrison and Richard Parker in 5th. So 3, 4 and 5 positions going to lanes 3, 4 and 5.
Quite appropriately as well, Stuart. Recapping the results, a win for Mossman Rowing Club, John Hardy and Philip Titterton. Second place, Murwillumbah's Michael Mills and John McDonald. Third place to Riverside, South Australia, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. Fourth place, Drummoyne Composite, Ian Toll and Graham Wern. And fifth place to Melbourne University's Jim Morrison and Richard Parker. Those are results in the men's J to M pair.
So we've now got a small gap in the program. We'll be back at 4 p.m. with the mixed F8s. We've got some mixed events to finish up day 3 of the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships.
See you then. So returning to the action for race 248 in the mixed Masters F Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. And we have got a full field of competitors, which is always exciting, Stu. So I'll just run through the roll call. We should have a start for this race in about just under 2 minutes. So in lane 2 is a Canberra composite crew. So it's Nick Johnson from Manning River, Paul Hawke from Manning River, Rhett Patterson from Manning River, Glenn Herbert from Manning River, Anne Campbell from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Elaine Bissiker from ANU, Amanda Cavill from Manning River, and Anne Charlton of Canberra Rowing Club, and Jackie Peel, who I think is of St George Rowing Club. Lane 3 is a Corio Bay crew comprised of Pam Westendorf, Meredith Williams, Nick White, Jandy Watts, Ian Bridgeland, Peter Eberl, Bradley Jones, Peter Jeffrey, and coxed by Caitlin Murphy. In lane 4 is Essendon Composite, Cindy Neenan, Heidi Fry, Ricky Wright, Stuart Wade, Jeff Walker, Adam Ramshaw, Jill Plummer, Lisa Gandolfo, and coxed by Sam Lincoln. Melbourne University are in lane 5, represented by Caroline Carr, Kate Barnett, Mike Kerrin, Tom Wood, Anthony Langford, Greg London, Georgina Costello, Ingrid Just, and coxed by Alisa Fiddes. Lane 6 is Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, who are represented by Seri Burnett, Rachel Golonka, Rebecca George, Kathy Zigaris, Colin Rawson, Stuart Critchell, Peter Millington, and Andrew Gray. Their cox is Lisa Bates. In lane 7 is a University of Queensland Old Collegians Toowong and Melbourne Composite, comprised of Lynn Charge, Heather Warren, David King, David Puller, Tony Bailden, Roger Gould, Marguerite King, and Sarah Hale. Their cox is Sebastian Aird. And finally, in lane 8, from Drummoyne and Leichhardt Rowing Clubs is Julie Lau, Anthony Hayworth, Bruce Egan, David Page, Charles Hamilton, Leonie Collins, Bridget Austin, Katrina Shalahan, and their cox, Kelly Marsh. And we are underway, Stu.
Yeah, the first of the mixed events for the afternoon. It's the mixed F8s, and all the mixed events to come up for the next, I think it's about 55 minutes worth of play left here on day 3 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Big shout out to all the people listening on the live stream, including some people over in Italy at the moment at the European Training Centre in Gavarate, the Rowing Tragics, listening in and watching as we see our mixed F8s coming down the course at the moment. And it is, well, it's a nice even race going on as we look down the course. You can see there the view from the BRO boats as we, looks to be there on the far side of the course. It'll be that Drummoyne Leichhardt Composite in lane number 8. So the BRO boats just on the side there, and then directly in front of us we've got the University of Queensland Composite. There, our co-commentator Lynn Charge sitting in the bow seat of that one, and then off to the left-hand side, the Yarra Yarra crew, just a little bit behind. In behind them, we've got Melbourne University, and then the Essendon Composite scrolling across to the Corio Bay and the Canberra Composite as well. So it's a nice even battle, Michael, as they're coming up towards the 500-metre timing point. We'll get a bit of an idea as to who our leading crews are, because there's not a lot to pick between them as they cut some glass into 500.
Yeah, certainly isn't a lot between it at the moment, Stu. If I was to hazard a guess at the moment, it's the Melbourne University crew in lane 5 who are perhaps just with their bow balls in front, and the Drummoyne Composite on this near side of the course. Yeah, it is the Melbourne Uni crew in lane 5. And the crew's just coming off in a flurry through the 500 there. Canberra Composite in 2nd, Essendon Composite 3rd, Corio Bay 4th, Uni Queensland Composite 5th, Drummoyne and Leichhardt 6th, and Yarra Yarra presently in 7th place. So it's all to do for Corio Bay at this stage, who are 0.12 down on the bronze medal position, currently being occupied by the Essendon Composite boat. A bit of a distance there to Canberra Composite, currently occupying 2nd place, and there's a similar distance up to 1st position, currently occupied by the Melbourne University crew.
Yeah, there's not a lot in that. I mean, you look at the gaps there between 3rd and 6th place, and you've only got about 2 seconds in there. So a little bit trickier to make up in the 8, but we can see here the view from the BRO boat, looking out towards the sun starting to go down over the Blue Mountains here at the Sydney International Regatta. And it's just such a lovely view over here as the sun starts to come down. You hit that golden hour for the photography, and at the moment it looks like it might well be a golden hour for Melbourne University in the middle of the course in lane number 5. And the rest of them, well, I don't know who's going to go through and take the minor placings, because we've got Canberra Composite, Corio Bay, Essendon Composite. Over closer here, we've got the University of Queensland Composite also up in there. Who's going to go through and take these minor placings? I could not tell you. It's Melbourne University with the lead in lane number 5. And then the minor placings, it's 4 different boats going for 2 minor placings. Who's got it? Melbourne University, half a boat length in the lead, out to a boat length. Big push coming in from the University of Queensland Composite. Lane 4, Essendon Composite also up there. Melbourne University, they've got the win. Second to the University of Queensland Composite. Third will go to lane 4, the Essendon Composite, who in turn finished ahead of Corio Bay. Canberra Composite back in 5th place. 6th place will go to the Drummoyne Composite, and 7th to the Yarra Yarra crew. What a great race that was.
Gee, you just love to see that type of race as a commentator up here at the Regatta Centre. What a fantastic finish. You could not separate any of those crews at the 17:50 mark, and it was just that Essendon crew it was, I should say, the University of Queensland crew that had to come from behind to do it as well, and in that fashion just to row through Essendon and a Corio Bay as well.
Lynn Charge in the bow seat of that. If ever there was an appropriate surname for how they rode, they charged through to the silver medal.
I see what you did there, Stuart. You're full of it this afternoon. Congratulations
full of it most of the time.
Congratulations to Melbourne University. Fantastic win. They just pushed ahead and saw off the opposition early, but what a mouth-watering race for the minor placings in that race. So win for Melbourne University. Second place went to the University of Queensland Old Collegians Toowong and Melbourne Rowing Club. A third place bronze medalist to Essendon, Melbourne, A&A Footscray City, Union of Canterbury and Richmond Rowing Club. So a real patchwork crew there. That was race 248, the Mixed Masters F8. And if that is any indication as to the level of competition we can expect from these mixed races, then we are in for a cracking afternoon, Stuart. So for the moment, we'll turn our attention to race 249.
Yeah, Division 1 of the Mixed Masters C double sculls. So Glebe, Andy Wigan and Heidi Lindahl in lane 1. Lane 2, Julia Bessop from Bairnsdale and Chaz Todhunter from Union Canterbury Rowing Club. Lane 3 from Melbourne and Richmond, we have Helen Pearce and Gregor O'Nyans. In lane 4 from Murwillumbah, Doug Cryer and Helen Lloyd. Lane 5 from Yarra Yarra and Powerhouse, Emily Harridge and Brent Lucadale Wells. In lane 6 from Lindisfarne and Tasmania University, Jane Hilliard and Tom Wilcox. Lane 7 from Powerhouse, Lucinda Rodriguez and Chris Schlitt. And lane 8 from North Eskin A&A, Renee Bravelli and Patrick Bird. So at the early part of this race, Michael, pick a winner out of all this. It's you could throw Razor's Pashmina over the field at the moment, and about the only one that I could tell you that's really looking good, Helen Pearce and Gregor O'Nyans from Richmond and Melbourne. We know how quick Helen Pearce is. She was a winner with Kate Dyball at the 2024 Australian Rowing Championships in the club double, and certainly looking very good here at the moment, and potentially the Yarra Yarra Powerhouse Composite of Harridge and Lucadale Wells as well.
I was going to suggest it might be the Yarra Yarra Composite also at the pointy end of this field, but as you say, Stu, Helen Pearce, Gregor O'Nyans of Melbourne and Richmond respectively, they are in the lead, I think, by a narrow margin. So lane 5, Yarra Yarra Composite currently in second. Third place, it's tight, but it's currently been occupied by North Esk A&A on the near side of the course over here in lane 8. But certainly wouldn't be putting your Pashmina away just yet, because this is a real stacked race, and it's looking pretty tight.
Murwillumbah are only a second back in 4th place. Glebe in 5th, Lindisfarne Tasmania University in 6th, and Powerhouse in 7th place. So it is all to play for as they come down into the final stages. Probably only Union and Bairnsdale that are out of the running at the moment over in lane number 2. They might just have had an equipment failure because it is going quite slowly at the moment. So out in front though, we've got Yarra Yarra and Powerhouse, Melbourne and Richmond, Murwillumbah, and closest to us at the grandstand, it's North Esk and A&A. who is going to go through and take the win. I'd suggest that North Esk and A&A have really made a move here.
They are motoring down the near side of the course. North Esk, A&A, Renee Bravelli and Patrick Bird. I think they've certainly seen off Yarra, who I think have just dropped back a little bit. It's the Melbourne-Richmond combination that are going to give them the most grief over there in lane 3. So yeah, Melbourne Rowing Club and Richmond Rowing Club, North Esk A&A, and I think it might be that Murwillumbah crew in lane 4 as well, who's also in the running. And
it's a battle for gold and silver and a battle for the bronze. Let's see how it goes. It is Melbourne and Richmond. It is North Esk and A&A battling it out for the gold. Murwillumbah with their bow ball out in front in the battle for bronze. It's going to be Melbourne and Richmond, Pearce and O'Nions, who are going to go through and take the win. A&A and North Esk just dropping off the pace a little bit. Murwillumbah have moved up into second place. It's a win for Pearce and O'Nions. Second place, who's got it? It's going to be lane 4 in second, lane 8 in third. Just Murwillumbah with the silver, North Esk and A&A with the bronze. Yarra Powerhouse just missing out, by about a width of a bow number. In behind them, we've got Lindisfarne and Tasmania University in 5th, Glebe in 6th place. 7th will go to lane 7, the Powerhouse Rowing Club, and then 8th will go to the crew from Union Canterbury and Bairnsdale, just coming up towards the line now. What's another great finish here in the mixed events, but what a finish from Helen Pearce and Gregor O'Nions. They looked in danger. They just blew them away.
Absolutely. Well, roll the replay, Stu. What a fantastic effort by the Melbourne-Richmond combination. Murwillumbah second and third to the North Esk combination, Renee Bravelli and Patrick Bird.
And if you have lost a pair of sunglasses, they are downstairs at the finish tower. If you can describe them to the people down at the bottom of the finish tower, then that would be absolutely fantastic.
So race 250 assembling down at the starting blocks. It's the second division of the Mixed Masters C double. So in lane 1, representing Adelaide University's Damien Dolik and Christina Bursill. In lane 2 from Leichhardt is Frank McHugh and Nikki Lepresti. In lane 3 from UTS Haberfield is Monique Heinke and Andrew Black. In lane 4 from Dragons Rowing Club, Rachel Foster and Floyd Moynihan. In lane 5 from Hamilton and Ballarat City is Ebony Eilbenwalder and Josh Fricot. In lane 6 from Glebe is Anne Skilton and Tim Spiteri. Lane 7 from Penrith, Alana Parker and Peter Hood. And finally from Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid and Michael Newham.
Now the big thing is here, Michael, we've had 2 mixed events so far this afternoon. They've both been absolute crackers. The pressure's on now for every other race to be as tight as those races have been.
Absolutely. And let's see how this race pans out. But just a quick word on this UTS Haberfield combination. Monique Heinke, Andrew Black in lane 3, coached by their son Marcus Black ostensibly. So a family affair in the UTS Haberfield colours in lane 3. Leichhardt Rowing Club on the right side of the picture looking good, but also in the middle, I think it's the Hamilton Composite crew in lane 5, Ebony Ebenwaldner and Josh Fricot, who are making the best of things. But we'll have some updated numbers as the crews approach the 500 metre mark in just a short moment.
Yeah, it is once again a very tight field. Ebony Ebenwalder and Josh Fricot from Hamilton and Ballarat City. So the regional Victorian crew probably just out in front at the moment, ahead of Adelaide University's Damien Dolik and Christina Bursill. We'll see them as they come up to the 500 metre timing point, and it does look like it is that regional Victorian crew with that lead at the moment. It's a very comfortable lead indeed. So I think the battle will be in for the minor placings. Second place at the moment, Adelaide University by a boat length. Third place, there it is, Leichhardt and Brisbane and GPS, 0.18 of a second. UTS in 5th place, Glebe in 6th, Penrith in 7th, and then back a little bit further to Dragons in 8th place. Yeah,
well, no great surprise that Hamilton Ballarat City is in the lead on the basis of some fantastic sculling that we just saw flash across the screen a moment ago. Really, really slick strokes from the Hamilton Ballarat City crew, Ebony Ebenwaldner and Josh Fricot. And so perhaps things going the way that they are with that crew in the ascendancy, we won't have the high-octane finish that we've been used to with these Masters, the mixed Masters races so far. But let's just see how we go for the minor placings.
Let's see how we go for the battle for bronze, because I reckon that is well and truly on, and even for second and third. So we saw Leichhardt, they might just be dropping off the pace a little bit, because I'm seeing a big push come here closest to the grandstand. Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid and Michael Newham, as mentioned in their special Zooty. But it is the regional Victorian crew, the Hamilton composite crew, Hamilton and Ballarat City, who have that lead. Over in lane number 1, Adelaide University, Delika and Bursill also up there, moving ahead of Leichhardt, and then the closest to the grandstand, Brisbane and GPS, Reid and Newham. And it does look like it's going to just ease off a little bit for us here, Michael.
Yeah, certainly the work to do, the work needs to be done at this stage by Leichhardt Rowing Club. They're in the hot seat. I think it is the case that Adelaide University, Derleek and Bursill currently in second place. It's going to be a win for Hamilton and Ballarat City. They're going to take the win. Second place is going to be tight between the Brisbane and GPS crew over here in lane 8 and the Adelaide University crew on the far side. It's going to be Adelaide University who claim the silver medal. Third place to Brisbane and GPS. Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 2 having to settle for 4th place. 5th place going the way of Heinke and Black of UTS Haberfield in lane 3. 6th place going the way of Glebe Rowing Club's Anne Skilton and Tim Spiteri in lane 6. 7th place to Penrith Rowing Club in lane 7, Alana Parker and Peter Hood. And finally, in 8th place is Rachel Foster and Floyd Moynihan of Dragons.
10-second win there for Ebony Ebenwaldner and Josh Frickett from Hamilton and Ballarat City. So that is a commanding win, particularly in a double scull. So
and over 1,000 metres, it really is a fantastic margin. It really is a fantastic race by Ebenwaldner and Frickett. So congratulations to Hamilton and Ballarat City Rowing Clubs.
Let's move on to Division 1 of the mixed G quad sculls. So lane 1 from Riverway to Wong and Pine Rivers, Jennifer Missenden, David Bellamy, Wayne Roy and Jacqueline De Jong. In lane 2 from St George, Sydney and Black Mountain, Pamela Nash, Carl Quitzow, Christine McCready and Stephen Harrison. Lane 3 from Lake Macquarie, Louise Tameen, Nerida Clinton, Peter Armstrong and Peter Stevenard. In lane 4 from Black Mountain, David Nash, Kathy Nash, Cecilia Young and Richard Martin. Lane 5 from Commercial up in Brisbane, Barbara Hall, Senwin Fay, Jeffrey Peerboom and Harry Fitzgerald. Lane 6 from Drummoyne and Balmain, Morris Sitzi, Lydia Milandevich, Michael Wong and Alex Warner. Lane 7 from Perth and Melbourne, Stephen Mollard, Edwina Foster, John Dollison and Kathy Ride. Lane 8 from Goolwa, Black Mountain and Phoenix, we've got Tony Milne, Simon Thornton, Uta Wegener and David England as they are now underway. And then lane 9, off to a great start, is the Melbourne crew of Terry Phillips, Louise Phillips, Catherine Dermody and Rodney Stewart. And Rodney Stewart we're going to have a look, because sometimes they do the individual athlete medal tallies, and I reckon Rodney Stewart would just about have to be up there.
Oh, he'd have to be. Keep an eye on him. He comes up to the this regatta centre and steals all the medals and takes them back home to Melbourne. Certainly a fantastic competitor. We saw him take home a similarly handsome medal tally at the New South Wales Masters Championships not too long ago. But yeah, that Melbourne Rowing Club crew, Terry Phillips, Louise Phillips, Catherine Dermody, Rodney Stewart, over here in lane 9, ones to watch.
Yeah, so I can confirm Rodney Stewart is the top medal winner at the moment. He's got 7 golds, 2 silver, 1 bronze, ahead of Olivia Tong from North Shore, who's got 7 golds, 1 silver, 2 bronze. And then we've got Tankard, Nat and McLeod, all with 7 golds. Peter McCartney, the top of the 6 gold medals. He's got 6 golds and 1 silver.
Okay, well, those are the statistics live, bringing them to you live. Stuart, John, thank you.
Thank goodness for the internet.
Thank goodness indeed.
Not just good for cat videos. As we look down the course in the Mixed Masters G Quad Sculls, as we come up towards the timing point at the 500 metres, it's going to be fascinating to see who is actually in the lead here at the moment. I reckon Commercial Rowing Club in the middle of the course might just have their bow balls out in front. You can see the lane 5 there.
Yeah,
and as they come up towards the 500, they are leading out from the St George Composite in lane number 2, and then back to the Riverway Composite in lane number 1. We've seen Jacqueline De Jong come down the course multiple times throughout the afternoon. Lake Macquarie in 4th, Melbourne in 5th, Perth Melbourne Composite in 6th, Black Mountain in 7th, and then back to Drummoyne and Balmain in 8th. And then that will be our crew, so there might just be one missing out of all that. So Commercial, Goolwa Composite just coming across the timing point now. So Commercial leading out St George Composite, Riverway Composite, less than 2 seconds between them.
Well,
Let's
have a
see
look
the
at
finish.
these margins, Stu. Have a look at them, because we've seen these kinds of numbers come through the 500 metres throughout the afternoon, and it's shaped up to be a fantastic finish to the race. 0.61 the margin between first and second, 0.99 between second and third, and a bit of a distance back then between a third and fourth, Riverway and Lake Macquarie. So it may well be that we see a battle for the different colours of the medals between Commercial, St George and Riverway, but we'll just have to wait and see as to whether Lake Macquarie can push themselves into contention for the medals.
There's a push coming from Melbourne Rowing Club. There's a push coming from Melbourne. It's Commercial out in the lead. St George Composite sitting in second. Riverway Composite still in third. Can Melbourne do it? Can our leading medal winner from the day pinch another one? Or leading medal winner from the entire regatta. Out on the course, out in front though, the St George Composite. Have they got their bow ball out in front of Commercial? I think they might do. It's a big push coming here from the Riverway Composite as well. But lane number 2, St George, Sydney and Black Mountain, they've got out in front now. It's about half a boat length over Commercial. Third place is the Riverway Composite, and it's going to be lane 2, the St George Composite, take the win ahead of Commercial in second place. Riverway Composite back in third. Melbourne Rowing Club just coming across the line now. They'll finish in fourth place ahead of the Lake Macquarie crew in fifth. And then coming through in sixth, it will be lane number 7, that is the Perth Composite. And then in behind them, we've got lane 6 and 4 battling it out. And it is just going to be lane 6 on the surge. The Drummoyne Balmain Composite finishing over the top of the Black Mountain crew in lane number 4. And then the Goolwa, Black Mountain and Phoenix Composite just coming across the line now in 9th place.
Well, another mixed event delivering, Stu. What a finish it was for that race. St George, Sydney, Black Mountain Rowing Clubs, congratulations. You've stolen it on the line from the crew, from Commercial Rowing Club. Barbara Hall, Kewan Fay, Jeffrey Perrybim and Harry Fitzgerald looked all but certain to claim that win, but snatched at the death by that St George Composite crew. Race 252 on the course now, the second division of the Mixed Masters G Quadruple Scull. In lane 1 from Perth Rowing Club is Craig Huxtable, Vanessa Grant, Celia Cornwall and Bo Tang, coached by Vanessa Grant. In lane 2 from Mackay Rowing Club, Jane de Guara, Michael Holfart, Richard McGrath and Therese Clancy. In lane 3 from Mersey and North Shore Rowing Clubs, Janet Pendleton, Alison Kirkwood, Simon Knoll and Gregory Marshall. In lane 4, representing Abbotsford, Rosemary Hancock, Catherine Naito, Terry Barella and Michael Hayes. In lane 5, representing Banks, Yarra Yarra, Richmond and Melbourne University Rowing Clubs, Jennifer Bingham, Geraldine Goss, Jack Chidska-Yumis and Jim Lowe. In lane 6, from Carrum and Toowong Rowing Clubs, David Rafter, Mary Hunter, Robert Gunningham and Helen Kelly. In lane 7 is an ANU composite boat. Sue Donahue from the ANU, of course, represented the Australian Capital Territory earlier this afternoon. Chris Raymond from Canberra, Rowena Stewart from Drummoyne and Peter McCartney from the ANU. And finally, in lane 8 is a crew from Canning Bridge Rowing Club in Western Australia, represented by Linda Pepple, Melissa Harpley, Alan Barry and Kenneth Price.
And I reckon we're going to have the close finish coming up here, because if we look down the course, the ANU Composite in lane number 7 doing quite well. And then over on the far side, you've got the Mersey Composite in lane number 3, sitting out nicely as well. So 7 and 3 out 2 leading crews. You can see there Sue Donahue in the bow seat, her husband Peter McCartney in the stroke seat, bookending that ANU Composite. Mersey North Shore in 2nd, Mackay in 3rd, Banks Composite in 4th, Perth in 5th. And then back a little bit further to our final couple of crews. So that is the crew from Canning Bridge in 6th. And then a very fetching shell there from the Carrum Toowong crew in 7th place, and then Abbotsford coming through in 8th. So Now, again, it's going to be the battle for the minor placings. Mackay and the Banks Composite. Who is going to go through and take the W? It might well end up being the ANU Composite with that lead, but as I come into the red boys, I reckon this crew in lane number 3 from Mersey and North Shore are starting to wind up a little bit.
I think you could be right, Stu. ANU Composite certainly in the lead, I'd suggest. Banks probably in second, but Mersey North Shore, they've certainly challenging Banks, and they might even be in the lead as they come across and adjacent to the grandstand. But ANU Composite, well, they've done the work early. Question is, can they hang on? There are some fast finishing crews on the far side of that course, led by the Mersey North Shore crew, and they might have even put their bow balls in front of that Banks, Yarra, Richmond and Melbourne University crew, that a Mersey Composite boat, and they're bearing down on that ANU Drummoyne Canberra crew as well. So let's just see what happens here.
It's a mixed event, and once again, it is going to come right down to the wire. It is lane number 3, the Mersey North Shore Composite, the ANU Composite in lane number 7, our 2 leading crews. Mersey and North Shore, have they got their bow balls out in front of the ANU Composite? The battle for bronze, it's between the Mackay crew and the Banks Composite. Who's got it? They're coming into the final stages. It's ANU, still with their bow ball out in front, but here come the Mersey Composite. Couple of big strokes. It is going to be the ANU Composite winning. Mersey Composite in second place. Third will go to the Banks Composite, with fourth going to the Mackay crew, all in red over there in lane number 2. Perth will come through in 5th place. And another cracking mixed race here at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Coming through in 6th place, it will be lane number 8, the Canning Bridge crew from WA, finishing ahead of lane 6. That's a Karam Toowong crew there. And then back a little bit further to the Abbotsford crew in lane number 4. The ANU Drummoyne Canberra Composite holding on to take the W, and that might just take Peter McCartney ahead of Rod Stewart on the medal table.
Well, what a scintillating race that was, Stuart. I was convinced Mersey and North Shore were going to come and snatch the gold medal off of ANU, Drummoyne and Canberra, but it wasn't to be. There was a late surge in that boat. Sue Donoghue, Chris Raymond, Rowena Stewart and Peter McCartney right at the end. A surge probably in the last 5 strokes or so, but I was convinced it was going to be Mersey Composite. Another fantastic race.
As we move on to Division 1 of the mixed E Quad Sculls. So lane 2 from North Shore, Leichhardt and Shoalhaven. We have Mark Whitaker, Richard Medway, Belinda Brigham and Zita Briones. In lane 3 from Glebe, we have Mark Titchen, Erin Kelly, Cecile Fair and Kenneth Major, coached by Robert Dallimore. They are underway. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, Jane Ferguson-Palmer, Robert Wallace, Melanie Sakafis and Greg Evans. Lane 5 from Yarra and Melbourne, we have Bea Klein Van Mullicom, David Jacker, Justin Negri and Sarah Sekfi. In lane 6 from Ulverston and Lindisfarne, Sarah Wilson, Jonathan Pitt, Michael Wilson, Gina Anderson. Lane 7 from Essendon and Wendouree Ballarat, Tim Yesevich, Leanne Martin, Andrew Lehane and Christine Camelier. And lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, Tess Fearon, Stuart Boyd, Jeremy Smith and Trudy McDonald.
Thank you, Stuart. And we're certainly underway in race 253, the first division of the mixed E quadruple scull. And yeah, it's shaping up to be another close one at this stage. I mean, there's no clear leader of the race at this point. It's, the crews approach the 500 metre halfway point in this race. We'll have some numbers. But that Lake Macquarie crew, Tess Fear and Stuart Boyd, Jeremy Smith, Trudy McDonald, keep an eye on them. That's a crew with plenty of experience down here at the Regatta Centre in those Lake Macquarie colours. Also the Glebe crew, Mark Tejan, Erin Kelly, Cecile Fair and Kenneth Major. Plenty of runs on the board in the maroon colours of Glebe Rowing Club down there at Blackwattle Bay in Sydney. And this is shaping up to be another cracker, Stuart. Look at these crews bear down upon the 500 metre timing height. I couldn't even say now who's in the leader. I think it's just lane 5, Yarra Composite and Melbourne Rowing Club by a really small margin. Ulverston and Lindisfarne in second place, Essendon, Wendouree, Ballarat third. Currently, North Shore is in fourth, Lake Macquarie presently fifth, then Glebe, and then the other Lake Macquarie crew in 7th place. Well, this one looking as though it may also go down to the wire.
Yeah, look, you love it when there's a boat length between the top 4 crews, and it is going to be absolute cracker. And we are being spoiled here on the final day. It is a beautiful day out here in Penrith. The sun's just starting to go down. We've hit the golden hour. We've well and truly hit the golden hour for the mixed events. We've seen the crews go onto the pontoons and back out again. And now out on the course, it is the crew from Yarra Yarra and Melbourne who have just got their bow balls out in front of everyone else. And then next to them, the Ulverston Lindisfarne composite, Essendon Wendouree Ballarat, and then over on the far side of the course, it is that North Shore Leichhardt and Shoalhaven composite. Who is going to take the minor placings? I'd suggest that it's going to be between the 2 crews closest to us, that's Ulverston and Lindisfarne, and then Essendon and Wendouree Ballarat. But don't discount a fast finishing North Shore Leichhardt and Shoalhaven crew over on the far side of the course. Can they sneak through? We've seen the Yarra Yarra Melbourne crew leading throughout this race, but they are now under some real pressure. It's a big push coming from the Tasmanians. The Ulverston composite crew, have they got enough? We're down to the last 50 metres or so. It's half a boat length. It's a long way to make up. The North Shore composite have moved up into 3rd place. Out in front now, it's the final couple of strokes. It's going to be lane number 5 by a canvas ahead of Ulverston composite in 2nd. 3rd place will go to the Essendon composite. 4th will go to the North Shore composite. And then coming across the line now, we'll see Lake Macquarie in lane 8, stroked by Trudy McDonald. They'll finish in 5th place ahead of the Glebe crew in 6th. And then the 2nd Lake Macquarie crew in 7th place. A great finish there. Yarra Yarra and Melbourne just holding on.
Another late surge, Stu, coming from that North Shore Leichhardt Shoalhaven combination over there on the far side course, but it just wasn't enough for that Leichhardt boat to knock off the Essendon Wendouree Ballarat crew. A fantastic finish, flourish across the line by Yarra Yarra Melbourne, whose lead was being chewed up really quickly by Ulverston and Lindisfarne. I thought they were going to snatch it at the death, but Yarra Yarra doing just enough to hold on to a win in the 1st division of the mixed E quadruple scull.
Move on to the Division 2. You can see it at the under-starters orders at the moment. So lane number 2 from Wide Bay and Wendouree Ballarat, we have Jim Stafford, Tracy Robinson, Lee Field and Cameron Waterson. In lane 3 from Dragons Rowing Club up in Queensland, Martina Proctor, Rachel Bowman, Simon Dunlop and Patrick Mulrooney. Lane 4 from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, we have Andrew Gray, Kathy Tsigaris, Rebecca George and Zane Lockley. Lane 5 from Adelaide University in Adelaide, Angie Franku, Susie Ross, Andrew Tiedemann and David McLeod. Lane 6 from Lake Macquarie and Manning River, Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Dizelle, Nick Johnston and Sean Ryan. Lane 7 from Commercial and Tablelands Country, Cherie Rolfe, Louise Street, Matthew Napper and Toby Rogers. And lane 8 from Goolwa Rowing Club, Simon Burr, Libby Thornton, Gavin Hewitt and Kate Tebnev. So plenty of regional clubs represented here. I can count Wide Bay in there, Manning River and Lake Macquarie, Tablelands Country up in far north Queensland. I think Goolwa might be regional in South Australia
I think that's right as well, Stu. So fantastic representation across this great country of ours and regionally as well. So it's a fantastic sight to see here at the 2025 AMRC as the sun dips behind the Blue Mountains, casting a shadow over the regatta centre. It's golden hour down at the start still, but starting to subside down here at the pointy end of the competition, like at the finish tower. We are underway in the 2nd division of the E mixed quad, and we'll have some numbers for you shortly. But it looks, if I was to hazard a guess at this stage, as though the Adelaide University composite crew might be in the lead at this stage. They're in lane 5. And just on the live stream if you're joining us there, or on the big screen if you're out here at the Regatta Centre. That's the Adelaide University and Adelaide Rowing Club colours in lane 5. That's Angie Franku, Susie Ross, Andrew Tiedemann and David McLeod in that boat.
That doesn't surprise me because any boat with Angie Franku in it is going to move fast. So it's not surprising to see lane 5 out in front here in Division 2 of the mixed E quad sculls. And you can see there, geez, it's a nice, comfortable lead, isn't it? A boat length over lane number 7. That's the Commercial and Tablelands Country composite. Lake Macquarie and Manning sitting in 3rd place, and then not much back to Yarra Yarra, Wide Bay, Wendouree, Ballarat. and then in 6th place Gulwa, and then Dragons. And one thing that I would like to point out, we've obviously got the view as the crews come on to the presentation pontoon. I reckon there are some smiles that are about as wide as a 2K course at the moment as they're coming out, wide as Lake Burley Griffin.
Well, there's something pretty special and different about these mixed races. It's plenty of pride on the line between husbands and wives, brothers and sisters often, and it's great fun. And it really is one of the unique and fantastic things about Masters rowing.
Not unique, para. We've been doing it in the para category for a while now.
Unique as between Opens and Masters rowing, I should clarify. Thank you, Stuart, for keeping me honest all the time. Adelaide University, Adelaide in the lead, lane 5 at the moment. We saw them come through the 500 metres, and they were looking fantastic. Very tidy sculling from that Adelaide boat. And we were talking just before, Stu, about the strength of the South Australian clubs at this regatta, and they're certainly turning it on again, the Adelaide representatives in this race. Their colleagues, their South Australian friends in Agulwa, just back a little bit. So Adelaide University, Adelaide currently leading, and barring disaster, they look poised to claim the second division of this race. Second place at the moment, currently being occupied by Commercial Rowing Club, and they're joining forces with Tablelands Country. They're in lane 7, so that race is a bit spread out. Third place is going to be tight, but it's between Lake Macquarie Composite and Yarra Yarra in lane 6 and 4 respectively. It's going to be a win for lane 5, Adelaide University Composite. Second place goes the way of Commercial Composite. Third place to lane 6, Lake Macquarie Composite. Fourth place to lane 4, Yarra Yarra Rowing Club. Fifth place going the way of, it's going to be tight between lanes 2 and 8. Gee, I wouldn't want to call that. We'll wait for the photo on that one. Between fifth and sixth place. Seventh place going the way of Gulwa, and 8th place to Dragons.
Yeah, tight finish there for between Wide Bay and Wendouree Ballarat Composite and the Gulwa crews in lanes 2 and 8. So we'll wait for the final confirmation on that one as we move to Division 3 of the Mixed Masters E Quad Sculls. So lane 2 from St George and Shoalhaven, Joanne Ward, Katrina Davis, Ayrton Grania Ramos and Alan Robertson. Lane 3 from Noosa, Brisbane Grammarians and Toowong, Jane Fitzpatrick, Christine Gilbert, Scott Austin and Tim Moran. Lane 4 from Newcastle, Phoebe Sanders, Chris Keats, Bonnie Tratt and Brad Smith. Lane 5 from Glebe Rowing Club, Catherine Maxwell, Christopher Nishke, Hank Eversek and Sarah Norris. Lane 6 from Cairns and Noosa, we have Kylie Petter, Joe Emerson, Gil Hosier and Peter Thorin. Lane 7 from Willumbar Rowing Club, Anthony Robert G, David Hughes, Tamsin Brew and Cassandra Murphy. And lane 8 from Brisbane Grammarians, Toowong and Storm King, we have Britt McCormick, Janelle Filkin, Jonathan Regan and John King as they are underway.
Thank you, Stuart. Race 255 underway. Only a couple of races left for the afternoon, so let's strap in for this one just while we're waiting for these crews to approach the timing huts for some numbers. We've just got an announcement. If you've lost a pair of glasses in an HCF black matte case, do come and see us in the finish tower because we have them for you.
So you can see there the sun well and truly starting to go down now. It's ducks down behind the Blue Mountains, and it does make things a little bit dark as they come through. So you can see there the view there. We're well and truly into the twilight. And again, that great view from the BRO boats. It's one of the great things I think that they've done here, that John's done here at Cirque, where you do have that view from the BRO boats and you can actually get a bit of an idea of what it looks like, you know, because good rowing always looks so easy.
Yeah.
When you look at the faces, then you realise just it is definitely not.
Yeah, that's right. It certainly looks easy from the outside, and unless and until you've experienced that as an athlete in a boat yourself, you really can't explain it in words. And certainly making things look easier, some of these crews out the front of the third division of the Mixed Masters E-grade Coxless quad. St George Composite Shoalhaven looking strong at this stage. That's Joanne Ward, Katrina Davis, Ayrton Grania Ramos and Alan Robertson. Certainly some pedigree in that boat and some New South Wales state representative experience. But have a look at the margins here, Stu. So St George Shoalhaven in the lead, second place Newcastle, third place at the moment being occupied by Cairns Noosa. Murwillumbah presently in 4th. 5th place is the Noosa Brisbane Grammarians Toowong Composite. That's the 6th position boat, and 7th currently being occupied by Glebe. So the race is a bit spread out, but certainly plenty to play for St George, Shoalhaven, Newcastle and Cairns Noosa at the pointy end of this field.
Yeah, it's lanes 2, 4 and 6, so that makes it nice and even, I guess. And then we're starting to see a bit of a push come here from Murwillumbah in lane number 7 as well. So whether or not they're able to go through and take a cheeky bronze or silver, we'll wait and see. So our leading crew at the moment does look to be the St George Shoalhaven Composite, just getting themselves out in front a little bit further. Newcastle sitting in 2nd, and the Cairns Noosa Composite in 3rd place. But I guess Cairns Noosa, well, you've got 2 great holiday destinations there.
How will they get any rowing done? Cairns Noosa, they're certainly not off the pace yet. They are really taking the fight to Newcastle Rowing Club, currently occupying 2nd place. St George, Shoalhaven are looking the goods though over there in lane 2, and I think they may have extended their lead a little bit, Stu, over there on the fire side, of course. All to do for Newcastle Rowing Club over in lane 4, and then a gap between them and the Cairns Noosa Composite.
Murwillumbah are making their move, but will they run out of course? It's the Shoalhaven St George Composite over in lane number 2. They've got themselves about a boat length lead over Newcastle Rowing Club, and as they come to the final few strokes, that is how it is going to stay. So St George and Shoalhaven take the win in Division 3 of the Mixed Masters E Quad Sculls. Newcastle take the silver, and the bronze will go to the Cairns and Noosa Composite, finishing just ahead of Murwillumbah in lane number 7. And then in behind them, we've got coming through in 5th place will be the Noosa Brisbane Grammarians and Toowong Composite in lane 3. And then in behind them, the Brisbane Grammarians, Toowong and Storm King Composite. Storm King based out in Stanthorpe on the Granite Belt, and then Glebe coming through in 7th place. Great food and wine in Stanthorpe. Visit Queensland, owe me a lot of money. Not so much Visit Canberra, I don't really sell that.
Oh, you're a great ambassador, Stuart, for many regions of this great country of ours. Just before we get underway for race 256, the 3rd last race of this afternoon's program, please do return your bow numbers. We've had a request from some of our officials. Please return them with some urgency. We're running quite low on them, so if you would please prioritise returning your bow numbers to the boat sheds over in the boat park, that would be much appreciated.
The mixed H to M Coxed 4s. So in lane number 3, we have a commercial Brisbane and GPS Toowong and Sunshine Coast Composite of Julianne Kelly, Gavin Kirk Lauritsen, Ian Holzberger and Joe Cook, coxed by Lauren Robinson. They're off 16 seconds. In lane 4 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Philip Wright, Arena Benjamin, Val Dow, Michael Dakic and coxed by Zena Marzi. They're also off 16 seconds. Then it is a full licorice all sorts. Buckingham, Sandy Bay, Derwent Mercantile Collegiate, Canberra and North Esk. That is Judy Walsh, Eve Beecroft, Chris Botter, Tom Ott and Claire Gregg off 16. And then Toowong Mercantile Composite of Lynette Brown, Marion Elliott, Chris Castine, Peter Gell and Bill Webster. They're off go. And they have in fact gone. So you can see now just the silhouettes. It's actually quite picturesque, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a gorgeous image on the live stream or on the big screen if you're joining us out here at the Regatta Centre. And you mentioned some food and wine earlier, Stu. I hope that you will be enjoying some food and wine in a few short moments, because we are nearing the end of this afternoon's program. Race 256, the 3rd last race, the Mixed Masters H to M Coxed 4. And just on the screen now, you can see on the left hand of the picture, that's the Toowong and the Mercantile crew. In lane 6, Lynette Brown, Marion Elliott, Chris Gastine, Peter Gell and Bill Webster, their cox.
And I'd say Bill Webster, the Mercantile representative in that crew. So they're sitting out quite nicely out in front at the moment, ahead of Melbourne Rowing Club. And then the other two composite crews, so the Commercial Composite and the Buckingham Composite. So plenty to play for as they come up towards the 500 metre timing point, but Toowong certainly looking comfortable out in front at the moment. one of the crews that's trained on the big brown snake, the Brisbane River, dodging the city cats and all that kind of thing. It's imagine it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting training in Sydney with the ferries around as well.
Yeah, having to cross the Parramatta River over there at Cockatoo Island, if you're rowing it out of Iron Cove, certainly some, well, you're not without risk of confrontation with a ferry, and you might be at risk of confrontation with something else in the Brisbane River as well. Tyres, logs, and this kind of thing as well, but
no crocs.
No crocs. And it always amazed me how fast the tide can turn in the Brisbane River, and what a fantastic difference that makes on how quickly it takes you to get back to the boat shed.
It'll take some tide turning to get over the top of Toowong and Mercantile, though. It's about 9 seconds between them and the Buckingham Composite in second. Melbourne are in third place. They're a couple of seconds back. And then the Commercial Composite back in fourth place. So
keeping in mind that Toowong Mercantile Composite went off 16 seconds advantage.
Oh, they went off go.
Oh, sorry. Well, they had some 16-second advantage ahead of Buckingham, Melbourne, and Commercial. So theoretically, we should see Commercial, Melbourne, and Buckingham more or less eat up the current lead being enjoyed by the Toowong boat at the moment. But we'll just wait and see what happens. Still plenty of water to row for lanes 3, 4, and 5. Toowong Composite in lane 6. They're the ones that went off go, and a 16-second handicap for the remaining crews.
Yeah, Melbourne's starting to make their move now. You can see them in the blue, I think it was the blue and the navy blue, I was told by Lynn. I thought it was blue and black, but it's blue and navy blue. And they're just starting to close that gap up now, so it's starting to get a little bit interesting.
Yes.
In now to the Red Boys. Not that we can really see the Red Boys coming up on the live stream, but certainly in through the last 250 metres. It's still Toowong and Mercantile Composite with the lead over Melbourne Rowing Club in lane number 4, and then the Buckingham, Sandy Bay, Derwent Mercantile, Collegiate, Canberra and North Est Comps. Got to take a big breath in between all of that, and then they're sitting ahead of the Commercial, Brisbane and GPS, Toowong and Sunshine Coast Composite. So they've now got about 150 or so metres left to go. It's still Toowong Mercantile Composite. They're still holding on. It's still over a boat length. Are Melbourne and the Buckingham Composite going to run out of course into the final stages now? It's 100 metres or so left to go. This Toowong Mercantile Composite, they were off go. The other crew's off 16 seconds, but they've done well to hold on to that lead. It's still a boat length, and it's only about 5 big strokes left to go. It is going to be a win in the Mixed Masters H2M Coxed 4s for the Toowong Mercantile Composite. They'll take home a gold. Second place will go to Melbourne. Third to the Buckingham, Sandy Bay, Derwent Mercantile, Collegiate, Canberra North Est Composite in lane number 5, with Commercial, Brisbane and GPS, Toowong and Sunshine Coast finishing in 4th place.
Well, congratulations to Toowong on holding on there. I really did think that Buckingham Composite was going to, and the Melbourne crew, I should say, both those crews, there was nothing between them for most of the race, and they were bearing down on Toowong, but they just did enough in the final couple of stages to hold on. Race 257 underway. It's the mixed D Coxed 4, race 257, and the second last race of the program for this afternoon. Just to run through the crews quickly because we are underway. Lane 2 is A&A Composite, a crew from Western Australia. Adele Chapman, Catherine Kennedy, Robert Boylan and Stuart Clark, coxed by Ronnie Cooper. In lane 3 from ADF Rowing is Virginia Hayward, Chris Austin, David Newman and Judith Eyes, coxed by Sarah Leon. In lane 4 from Carrum in Victoria, Angelique Everett, Stephen Haberecht, Drew Holman and Anya Lloyd-Smith, coxed by Jessica Cuddy, coached by Drew Holman. In lane 5 from Union, Canterbury, Lake Illawarra, Commercial and Yarra Yarra is Kim Rogers, Kylie Parker, Sean Quigley and Stuart Wade, coxed by Sam Lincoln. In lane 6 is an Old Collegians Toowong Composite comprised of Daniela Anderson, Georgina Townsend, Bruce Bedgood and Todd Clements, coxed by Sebastian Ed. And finally, in lane 7 is a University of New South Wales North Shore Rowing Club Composite from New South Wales, Catherine Boland, Olivia Tong, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe, their cox, Angela Zeng.
As they're coming up now towards the 500 metre timing point, it's a nice little battle going on here. Certainly the University of New South Wales North Shore Composites of Boland, Tong, Halliday and McEnroe, coxed by Angela Zheng, is going to be very, very hard to beat. And you can see them up on the screen at the moment. Lane number 7, it's a nice lead. And that's what you like to see going through 500 metres. A 150 through the first 500. Karam sitting in second. Third place, well, that's going to be a battle. Old Collegians and Toowong. A&A Composite, 0.18 of a second behind them. The Union Composite sitting in 5th place. And then ADF Rowing just a little bit further back again.
Well, plenty of experience on board that Toowong at the University of New South Wales North Shore boat. Now looking really, really clean coming through the 500 metres on the near side of the course here in lane 7. It's going to be tight, as you say, a bit closer, Stu, for between 2nd, 3rd for the minor placings, but I think it is the Karam rowing, the Karam crew in lane 4 at this stage occupying it, but there's some distance between 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, it's a very strong crew there. And you mentioned Olivia Tong competing in the Eliminator back at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta back in, I think it was March. It was so long, felt so long ago, but doing very, very well. And another one that's had a really successful regatta so far. So she has been actually the equal, well, she had 7 gold medals. So I'll refresh that. You call the action. I'll refresh this and see who is leading. She is in 2nd place on the medal tally. 10 medals. Rod Stewart's got 10 as well, but Rod's got 2 silver and 1 bronze, and Olivia's got 1 silver and 2 bronzes. That is going to change.
Well, let's have a look at this. Certainly the lead being enjoyed by UNSW North Shore, including Olivia Tong. 2nd place is going to be tight, but it is between Karam Rowing Club of Victoria and the A&A Composite from WA. That's going to be a closer race, but certainly no doubt about our race leaders, and barring disaster, they're going to claim a win in the mixed D Coxed 4. A win for North Shore UNSW. It's tight between Karam in lane 4 and A&A in lane 2. I don't think they've done enough, A&A, to dislodge the lead enjoyed by Karam. They claim 2nd, A&A having to settle for 3rd. 4th place going the way of Old Collegians and Toowong. 5th place going the way of Union, Canterbury Lake Illawarra Commercial and Yarra Yarra rowing clubs, and the ADF crew having to settle for 6th place.
So that was our penultimate race of the day. We're into the final race, and we're going to send some big boat energy down the course. They are under starters orders down there, and you can see them there. It is the 8s. It is the mixed A and B 8. So in lane number 3, we have ADF, Newcastle and Canberra, Rachel Cope, Julia Cronin, Ashley Carr, Lauren Finnerty, Mitchell, Haring Caspel, May Saliva Bell, Ben Lim and Ben Page, coxed by Sarah Daverin. In lane 4, Karam, Lindisfarne, Banks, Ulverston, Buckingham and Hawthorn Composite. That is Jess Fishman, Kelly James, Cindy Plowman, Pete Gibson, Jason Dolbell, Blair Baggett, David Palmer, Sarah Haywood and Tessa Plant is their coxswain. Lane 5 from Balmain, Isla Cozens, Bronte Mason, Toby Norton-Smith, Alexander Freeman, Sam Marshall, Sasha Mitten, Jonathan Dubell, Sophie Kuznicic, Kim Bailey. In lane 6 from University of Queensland and Old Collegians, Jennifer Conn, Nikki Hughes, Daniel Thomas, Nicholas Ferros, Robert McPhee, Simon Smart, Marguerite King, Sarah Hale and Sebastian Ed. And lane 7 from Mossman Rowing Club, you can see them on the foreground. It is Alexandra Walding, Jem Lambert, Richard Parry, Mike Salter, Mark Luan, Alexander Deutsch, Kelly Ross, Lucy Stackpole Moore, and their coxswain is Philip Titterton.
Well, plenty to play for in this race. The final race of the day, race 258, the Masters A and B 8. And they are in the starters' hands, as you say, Stuart. We should have a kick-off in just a short moment.
Now, with this one, ADF Rowing are off a 1 second delayed start.
So they are.
So just in case you think, oh, they've missed the start. No, they have to do that.
Okay, all right. Well, let's just see how this start goes. We should get a start any moment now.
Final race of the day, the mixed AB8s. ADF Composite, Karam Composite, Balmain, University of Queensland Composite, and Mossman. There's a lovely geographic spread there again, and they are all underway. It's our final race, day number 3 of the 2025 Australian Masters Rowing Championships, And there's a very interesting course being taken in the middle of that course. That's the Balmain crew, it looks like, in lane number 5. So they've gone via Balmain to get down towards the finish line. So it's just losing a little bit of time from there. But we can see this Carrum Composite crew out in front at the moment, and that's in lane number 4. So that is well and truly a mixed bag of Carrum, Lindisfarne, Banks, Ulverston, Buckingham and Hawthorn. We've seen some great composites, and really, as we see here, the view from the BRO boat, you can see that the light is really starting to fade. The sun has well and truly ducked over the Blue Mountains, and now we're seeing our final race of the day. The big boat energy coming down the course. You can see there, lane number 4, the coxswain Tessa Plant there in the stern of that boat. She very, very good coxswain, well rated by Jane Robertson, the former Australian rower from the late 1990s. I think she was competing for Australia, very well rated, and has actually coxed a number of crews at the head of the Yarra for Jane, and also for a para crew as well. ADF Rowing sitting in behind them, and then you can see coming up on the screen now this University of Queensland Old Collegians composite really starting to make a move as well. So the battle for first and second is well and truly on. The University of Queensland, they have motored through that second 250 metres, half a boat length over the Carrum composite, another half a boat length back to Mossman. What's on the screen is not correct, and then Balmain and ADF are well and truly battling it out for 4th and 5th place. We've had some fantastic racing here today. We've got the Taste the Flavours up at the Lakeside Restaurant coming up at the conclusion of this. I cannot wait to get downstairs and get into that one. But on the course at the moment, it is University of Queensland and Old Collegians with the lead in the gloaming.
Yeah, well that's right, but don't write anything in stone just yet. The University of Queensland Old Collegians crew, as you say, Stuart, is in the lead. That Carrum composite crew with all sorts of rowers from all over the country in lane 4. Well, they've got overlap, and so let's just see how things play out in the final 250 metres of this course. University of Queensland in lane 6, Carrum Composite in lane 4. I think at the moment 3rd place is being occupied by Mossman Rowing Club in lane 7. They've got some work to do if they are to chew up the advantage that Carrum has on them. 4th place, I think, at the moment is ADF. And of course, you'll remember they had that 1 second delayed start on the rest of the field. Uni Queensland in lane 6. Well, they are not. They're still in the lead, but that lead is being eaten up by Carrum Composite in lane 4. I just wonder whether or not they're going to run out of water, Stuart. They're coming towards the end.
I think they're going to run out of water. The University of Queensland Old Collegians, they're still half a boat length up over Carrum and Mossman, and it is our final gold medal of day 3 of the Australian Masters Championships will go to the University of Queensland and Old Collegians, a boat length over the Carrum, Lindisfarne, Banks, Ulverston, Buckingham and Hawthorn composite. 3rd going to the Mossman crew. The battle for 4th and 5th, that's on. It's going to be the men and women from the ADF, Newcastle and Canberra composite, finishing just over a canvas ahead of the crew from Balmain. What a cracking day of racing. We've had the Interstate, we've had some of the other finals, we've had the mixed events finishing it up. Whets the appetite for the final day of racing tomorrow.
It doesn't adjust. Those mixed events just never fail to surprise me with how competitive they truly are, and plenty on the line. Even in that last race, there was plenty of fight in that Carrum crew, but just not enough to dislodge the lead enjoyed by the University of Queensland Old Collegians crew. The sun is well and truly down. We've had a fantastic afternoon of racing, so do join us up at the Lakeside Restaurant shortly for the tasting event, but please do return your bow numbers as well to the Boatshed 1 on the island.